Section 1. The Surprise Attack, September 30th, 1877. Bear Paw Mountains, Montana Territory. A bitter, stinging wind cuts across the high, cold plain. The air is sharp, carrying the first scent of a hard winter. Below, in a shallow, grassy depression near Snake Creek, the 700 surviving Nez Perce are camped. They are exhausted, their bodies worn thin by a 1,170-mile ordeal. Their remaining ponies, the remnants of a herd once 1,000 strong, graze weakly on the cured grass. They are just 40 miles, one hard day's ride, from the Medicine Line, the Canadian border. For 1,170 miles they have fled. For 4 months they have outmaneuvered, outwitted, and flatly outfought every soldier the United States government has thrown at them. They crossed the Bitterroots, fought at the Big Hole, and slipped past General O.O. Howard's army so many times he was becoming a grim joke in the press. Now, they believe they are finally safe. Howard is far behind. The border is in sight. They are resting, gathering strength for the final push into Sitting Bull's refuge in the grandmother's land. They are tragically, devastatingly wrong. A scout's warning cry slices through the wind. A dark blue line has appeared on the southern ridge, stark against the graying sky. It's not General Howard's tired, footsore infantry. This is a fresh column, moving fast, pennants snapping. It is Colonel Nelson A. Miles, leading a composite command from Fort Keogh. He has force-marched his men 260 miles in 12 days, driven by telegraph reports and a burning ambition to succeed where Howard and others had failed. He has brought with him elements of his own 5th Infantry, mounted on captured ponies, companies of the 2nd Cavalry, and, most terrifyingly, 6 companies of the 7th Cavalry. The regiment shattered 1 year earlier at the Little Bighorn, now rebuilt and hungry for a victory. The bugle call for charge splits the frozen air. The trap is sprung. The first wave, 350 blue-coated troopers, slams down the slope. Their target is the camp, the women, the children, to create chaos. But the Nez Perce are not warriors for nothing. They are veterans of a dozen sharp, desperate fights. Chief Joseph Hinmatuya is in the teepee with his young daughter. He is the statesman, the provider. He is not the war chief. He snatches the child and runs for the shelter of the creek bed. The war chiefs, his brother Olocott, the fierce Tuhulhulzote, the strategist Looking Glass, are already moving. Warriors grab their Winchester 73 repeating rifles and melt into the landscape. The cavalry charge, led by Captain Owen Hale, hits nothing. The Nez Perce, masters of terrain, have vanished. They fire from cut banks, from behind rocks, from shallow depressions. The repeating rifles send a hail of 44 caliber lead into the charging column. The attack stalls. Horses and men go down. Captain Hale is hit, killed instantly. Captain Miles Moylan, another Custer veteran, is wounded. The 7th Cavalry's charge is broken, the troopers flinging themselves from their horses to seek cover. But Miles is a shrewd, ruthless commander. This frontal assault was only part of his plan. As the 7th Cavalry was pinned, he sent Captain George Tyler's 2nd Cavalry sweeping wide to the west. Their target was not the people. It was the ponies. The Nez Perce hear it, a thundering of hooves away from the camp. The lifeblood of their people, their mobility, their only hope of reaching the border. Soldiers are rounding up the entire herd, hundreds of animals, and driving them away. In that moment, the fight changes. The Nez Perce warriors, seeing their horses stolen, make a desperate countercharge on foot. They run into the open plain to save their escape, but it's too late. The cavalry detachment is too strong. Joseph, from the creek bed, sees it all. They are no longer a mobile band. They are infantry, trapped on a frozen plain. They are no longer refugees. They are a besieged fortress. As the frontal assault repulses, Miles dismounts his entire command. The steady, single-shot crack of the troopers' 45-70 Springfield carbines answers the rapid boom of the Winchesters. The battle settles. The Nez Perce, with no hope of running, begin to dig. With skinning knives, with camas hooks, with their bare, freezing hands, They tear at the frozen earth of the depression. They are digging for their lives. As the sun sets on the first day, the wind shifts. It comes hard from the north, from the border they will never reach. And with it, the first sharp, stinging flakes of snow begin to fall. Section 2. The Frozen Siege, October 1st, 1877. The Snake Creek Depression. The blizzard did not stop. It intensified, burying the landscape in a suffocating white. The wind howled, a physical presence that stole the breath and drove the snow into drifts, covering the dead from the first day's charge. For the Nez Perce, the world has shrunk to a few hundred square yards of frozen, shell-pocked earth. They call this place Tsinimpuinski, the place of the manure fires. There is no wood. To stay alive, to warm their freezing children, they are forced to huddle over smoldering fires built from dried buffalo dung, the acrid smoke stinging their eyes in the cramped earthen pits. The digging is frantic, relentless. It is not just the warriors, it is the women, the old men. Using only butcher knives, Kama's root diggers, and their raw, bleeding hands, they claw at the banks of the creek. They carve out a labyrinth of shelters, trenches, and rifle pits, connecting them in a desperate, interlocking defense. These are not just fighting positions, they are graves in waiting. Into these holes they move the wounded, the elders, and the children, packing them together for warmth. Chief Joseph moves among them. His blanket is caked with ice. He is not fighting. He is trying to keep his people alive. He tends to his daughter, whose cries are lost in the wind. He sees the cost. The wounded from yesterday's fight are dying, not just from their .45 caliber wounds, but from the cold. A small child freezes to death in its mother's arms. Outside this perimeter, Colonel Miles is not idle. He has no intention of ordering another suicidal charge against the Nez Perce rifles. He is a modern, calculating officer. This is a siege. His men, the 5th Infantry and the dismounted 7th Cavalry, are digging their own lines, mirror images of the Nez Perce pits. A circle, tightening by the hour. The sharpshooting begins in earnest. It is a deadly, personal war. Any trooper who stands up, any soldier who moves carelessly, is hit. The Nez Perce, firing their Winchesters from nearly invisible gopher holes, are masters of this fight. But Miles has an answer. On the ridge, his men wrestle a 12-pounder Napoleon cannon and a newer, deadlier weapon, a breech-loading 1.65-inch Hotchkiss gun, into position. The first artillery shell is a ranging shot, screaming over the camp. The second is short. The third finds the range. Whump crack! The shell explodes inside the depression. It doesn't just kill, it excavates. It tears into the shallow pits, throwing frozen earth, shrapnel, and human beings into the air. The Nez Perce have faced rifle fire, cavalry, and infantry. They have never faced this. The constant, methodical shelling is designed to break their will. The war chiefs are still defiant. They believe they can hold out. They know General Howard is somewhere to the south, but they also know that Sitting Bull is just 40 miles to the north. Small groups of warriors talk of a breakout, of slipping through the lines to get help. On the second day of the siege, October 2nd, the leadership that had carried them 1,170 miles begins to die. Tuhulhul Zote, the brilliant, stubborn old spiritual leader and warrior who had argued so fiercely for their freedom, is in his rifle pit. He raises his head just for a moment to scan the army lines. A sharpshooter's .45-70 round, fired from hundreds of yards away, strikes him in the head, killing him instantly. The blow is devastating. Then it gets worse. Olocott, Joseph's brother, the young, powerful war chief, the man who had led the brilliant rearguard actions, the flanking maneuvers, the man who was the true heart of their resistance. He is rallying the warriors, moving from pit to pit, when another sharpshooter's bullet finds him. He falls. The military mind of the Nez Perce is gone. Joseph feels the loss like a physical amputation. His brother is dead. Tuhulhulzot is dead. Looking Glass, the third great war chief, is now the only one left. But the morale is shattering. The wailing of the women for the dead chiefs now mixes with the wailing of the children for food. They are eating the flesh of their dead ponies, raw, because the fires are too small and draw too much sniper fire. Miles's trap is no longer just a ring of soldiers. It is a ring of starvation, of artillery, and of crippling cold. Section 3. The Last of the Chiefs, October 3rd, 1877. The Snake Creek Depression. Dawn arrives not as light, but as a marginal lessening of the dark. The blizzard has not broken. It shrieks over the lip of the ravine, dumping snow and ice into the pits, covering the living and the dead in the same white shroud. The temperature is hovering near zero. Inside the holes, the air is thick with the smell of blood, unwashed bodies, and the foul smoke of the manure fires. The silence of the night, a silence broken only by the wind and the sporadic wail of a grieving woman, is shattered by the sharp whomp of the Napoleon cannon on the ridge. The siege resumes. Chief Joseph moves through the labyrinth. He is no longer just the camp chief. With Olcott and Tuhulhuldzota gone, the warriors look to him, their eyes hollowed by exhaustion and hunger. He sees his people. The children's hands and feet are black with frostbite. The wounded, their blood freezing almost as it leaves their bodies, are packed together, their groans a constant low rhythm beneath the gunfire. The snipers have found their range. The army is using 45-70 Springfield rifles, slow to load, but incredibly accurate at long range. The Nez Perce Winchesters, so devastating in a close-quarters running fight, lack the same reach. To even peek above the frozen earth is suicide. A warrior, desperate for water, makes a low crawl towards the creek bed. The crack of a single rifle echoes, and he stills, a dark stain spreading on his blanket. The army sharpshooters are patient. They are hunting. Hope is a dwindling ember, but it is not yet extinguished. Looking Glass, the last of the great war chiefs, is alive. He is the strategist, the man who had always argued for the path to Canada. He maintains that help will come. Sitting Bull is only 40 miles away. Surely the Lakota will hear the cannon. Surely they will ride south to help the people who had given them refuge years before. He argues for one more day. Hold the lines. Wait for Sitting Bull. But on the fourth day, October 4th, the military leadership of the Nez Perce is finally completely destroyed. Looking Glass is in his rifle pit, scanning the army's perimeter. He is convinced there is a weakness in the line, a place where a desperate, concerted charge might break through. He raises his head slightly, turning to a warrior beside him to point. A bullet, fired from an unseen rifleman on the ridge, crosses the snowy expanse. It strikes Looking Glass in the left side of his forehead. He collapses, falling backward into the pit. He is killed instantly. The news passes from hole to hole, not as a shout, but as a stunned, horrified whisper. Looking Glass is dead. It is the final crushing blow. The great triumvirate of resistance, Olcott the fighter, Tuhulhuldzota the spirit, Looking Glass the strategist, is gone. The man who remains is Joseph, the provider, the guardian, the man who had argued for peace from the very beginning, the man whose primary duty was not to win a war, but to protect the Nimiapuu, the people. As this new, terrible weight settles on him, the battle changes again. On the southern ridge, through the driving snow, a new column appears. These are not Miles's fresh, fur-coated troops. These are men on skeletal horses, their blue uniforms in tatters. They are the pursuers, the ghosts. It is the man who started this 170 miles ago, General Oliver Otis Howard. The praying general, the man they had humiliated and outrun across Idaho and Montana, has finally caught them. His arrival is strategically irrelevant. Miles has the siege well in hand, but it is psychologically devastating. It means the world is closed. There is no one left to run from. The entire U.S. Army is here, enclosing them. Colonel Miles sees Howard's arrival and knows his time is short. He wants this victory for himself. He must force the surrender now, before Howard, his superior officer, can assume command. The trap is total. The leadership is dead. The children are freezing. The last of the raw ponies has been eaten. Joseph looks at his daughter. He looks at the survivors, huddled in their frozen graves. He knows the fighting is over. Section 4. The Council of the Freezing October 5th, 1877. The Snake Creek Depression. Day 6 of the siege. The blizzard has passed, but the cold remains, a solid, physical thing. The world is a stark, blinding white, the sky a sheet of iron grey. The silence is profound. The shelling has stopped. The constant crack of the sharpshooters' rifles has faded. Both sides are frozen, exhausted, and waiting. Inside the Nez Perce pits, the air is thick with the stench of death and gangrene. The remaining 400 survivors are no longer a fighting force. They are a collection of starving families. The last of the horseflesh is gone. The children are silent, too weak to cry, their small bodies stiffening with frostbite under their thin blankets. A white flag appears on the army's line. Colonel Miles is impatient. General Howard's arrival means his exclusive command is threatened. He wants this finished. He sends 2 Nez Perce interpreters, men who had been captured earlier in the campaign, to walk across the frozen no-man's land. They enter the ravine. They see the horror, the dead piled in the snow, the wounded huddled in the bloody, frozen earth. They find what is left of the leadership. Joseph stands in the central pit, his blanket riddled with bullet holes. He is surrounded by the few remaining men who can still fight. With the war chiefs dead, the council falls to him and to Whitebird. Whitebird, the old implacable chief, will not yield. His eyes are burning. He speaks of Sitting Bull. He speaks of freedom. He argues for a final desperate breakout, a run for the border in the dark, every man for himself. He would rather die on the Canadian line than in a reservation stockade. The other warriors are torn. To surrender is to give up everything their ancestors had lived for. To fight is to condemn every woman and child to death. The interpreters deliver Miles's message. Surrender, and you will be treated honorably. You will be fed, your wounded cared for, and you will be returned to your own country in the spring. To Joseph, this means Idaho, the Wallowa Valley. Home. He looks away from Whitebird. He looks into the shelters. He sees a mother trying to warm the feet of her dead child. He sees old men, their faces grey, their rifles held by hands too frozen to pull a trigger. And he sees his own young daughter shivering, her eyes wide with terror and hunger. This is the moment. The 1,070-mile run is no longer about victory. It is about survival. The warriors, the providers, the old, the young, they are all his people. Whitebird can speak of a warrior's death, but Joseph must speak for the children. He must be their father. His authority, the authority he had never sought as a warrior, settles upon him. He is the one who must answer. He is the one who must stop the killing. He knows Whitebird will not surrender. He will try for the border tonight, and Joseph will not stop him. But for the rest, for the hundreds who cannot run, who cannot fight, who can only die, the decision is made. He turns to the interpreters. His face is a mask of grief. He tells them to wait. He has an answer for General Howard and Colonel Miles. He begins to speak, not to the interpreters, but to his dead brother, to his dead chiefs, to his people. An aide to General Howard, Lieutenant Charles Erskine Scott Wood, prepares to write, his pencil moving quickly over the paper, scrambling to capture the words as the interpreter relays them. The speech is not a negotiation. It is a eulogy. Section 5. I will fight no more forever. October 5th, 1877. 4 p.m. The Bear Paw battlefield. The sun is low, a weak, cold disk in the grey sky. The frozen plain between the two armies is silent. 2 mounted figures appear on the rim of the Nez Perce ravine. They are followed by 3 men on foot. They begin the slow ride toward the army lines. At their head rides Chief Joseph. He is not in war regalia. He is wrapped in a grey woolen blanket, his face gaunt, his hands raw from the cold. His scalp lock is tied with simple otter fur. He rides a borrowed pony, its ribs showing, its head low. He has no weapon, save for the rifle laid across his arms. Waiting for him, mounted, are General O. Howard, Colonel Nelson Miles, and their staff. They are bundled in buffalo robes and officers' greatcoats. They sit their horses, impassive, the victors. Joseph rides directly to General Howard. He dismounts. The snow crunches under his worn moccasins. He is the embodiment of a defeated nation. His blanket is torn by bullets, his face a map of profound, bottomless grief. He stops before the general. The interpreter, Ad Chapman, moves to his side. Lieutenant C.E.S. Wood holds his notebook, ready. Joseph does not offer his rifle, not yet. First he must speak. He looks at Howard, the man he had fled for 1,170 miles. He begins, his voice low, not a speech for the ages, but a simple statement of fact. Chapman translates, his own voice heavy, as Wood's pencil flies. "Tell General Howard I know his heart," Joseph says. "What he told me before, I have it in my heart. I am tired of fighting." He pauses. The words hang in the freezing air. He looks past the soldiers, past the cannon, back toward the ravine where his people are dying. "Our chiefs are killed. Looking Glass is dead. Tuhulhulzot is dead. The old men are all dead. It is the young men who say yes and no. He who led on the young men is dead." He speaks his brother's name. "Ollicott is dead. It is cold, and we have no blankets. The little children are freezing to death. My people, some of them, have run away to the hills, and have no blankets, no food. No one knows where they are, perhaps freezing to death." His gaze drops, as if searching for something in the snow. "I want to have time to look for my children and see how many of them I can find. Maybe I shall find them among the dead." He has made his decision. He has spoken for the children. Now he raises his head and speaks directly to the dead chiefs, to his ancestors, to the officers in front of him. "Hear me, my chiefs. I am tired. My heart is sick and sad." He straightens his back, the last motion of a free chief. "From where the sun now stands, I will fight no more forever." The speech is over. The eulogy is complete. Joseph turns his eyes from Howard. He holds out his Winchester .73 repeating rifle, grasping it by the barrel. He extends it, butt first, in the universal sign of surrender. He offers it to General Howard. Howard, the praying general, the man who had been outfought and outwitted across 4 states, holds up his hand. He refuses to take it. He nods, gesturing to the man who had actually won the battle. Chief Joseph turns. He extends the rifle to Colonel Nelson A. Miles. Miles, his face impassive, reaches out and takes the weapon. The act is done. The Nez Perce War is over. That night, under the cover of the bitter, starless dark, the old Chief Whitebird, unconquered, slips through the army's lines. With him go more than 100 warriors and civilians. They do not surrender. They crawl, walk, and run the last 40 miles. They cross the medicine line. They reach Canada and freedom. But for Joseph and the 430 survivors who lay down their arms, there is no freedom. The promise of returning to Idaho will be broken. Their 170-mile fight for home ends with a railroad journey into exile, to a malarial flatland in Indian Territory, a place they will call Ikishpa, the hot place. The chiefs are dead. The children are safe. And Hinma Tuyalat Chief Joseph has fought no more, forever. Section 1. The Chaco Phenomenon. Chaco Canyon, 1050 AD. The high desert air is thin and sharp. A sharp crack echoes as a stone axe bites deep into a ponderosa pine, 50 miles away in the Chusca Mountains. Now, weeks later, a man strains with 10 others. His muscles burn, his yucca fiber sandals scrape raw against the sandstone. They are dragging a 20-foot, 600-pound log across the shadeless valley floor. This is the 5th roof beam, or viga, they have moved today. Ahead of them, rising from the dust like a mountain range built by human hands, is a stone leviathan. Pueblo Bonito. This is not a cliff dwelling. It is a statement. A city being built not in a cliff but as one. This is the heart of the Chaco phenomenon, the grand prequel to the Sky Cities. Here, between 900 and 1150 AD, the ancestral Puebloan people, the ancestors of today's Hopi, Zuni, and Rio Grande Pueblo peoples, are not just surviving. They are engineering an empire of stone. Look closer at the work. This is not crude stacking. A master mason, his hands stained with gypsum mortar, directs a team placing hand-cut tabular sandstone. They are executing a technique we now call core and veneer. First, a thick, strong inner wall of rubble and clay mortar provides the bulk. Then the artisans face it, fitting stones so perfectly flat you can barely slip a yucca leaf between them. The patterns change over the decades, a signature of the master building guilds. This city is rising to 4, perhaps 5 stories in height. It will contain over 600 rooms, but they are not all homes. You walk through a completed section. The air is cool, the stone silent. You pass dozens of rooms, one after another, and see no fire pits, no metates for grinding corn, no domestic refuse. These are not apartments. They are storage vaults, ritual chambers, public spaces. This is not a village. It is a regional capital, a cathedral, a destination. The scale is staggering. To build this one great house, Pueblo Bonito, the builders will quarry and shape millions of blocks of sandstone. And the wood, the canyon floor is arid, home only to scrubby juniper and pinon. The ponderosa pines needed for the vigas and smaller latillas, 200,000 trees in total, are being hauled from mountains 50 to 70 miles away. How? With no wheeled carts, no draft animals like horses or oxen. They are doing it with organized, relentless human power. This implies a society of staggering complexity. There are planners, architects who understand solar alignment. There are resource managers, coordinating labor and food for thousands. There are priests whose cosmology dictates the very shape of the city, aligning its walls and kivas, the subterranean ceremonial chambers, to the cycles of the sun and moon. You see it in the famous Sun Dagger petroglyph, high on Fajada Butte overlooking the canyon, a spiral carving where at the summer solstice a single shaft of light pierces its exact center. These people are astronomers, and their architecture is their calendar. They are building more than just houses. They are building roads. From Chaco, great north roads radiate outwards, 30 feet wide, perfectly straight, engineered with ramps and stairs cut directly into the bedrock. They do not wind around obstacles, they conquer them. These are not trade routes. They are spiritual pathways, connecting this ceremonial center to the outlying great houses and, perhaps, to their origin stories in the north. For over 2 centuries, Chaco is the center of its world. It draws in turquoise from distant mines, macaw feathers from Mesoamerica, shells from the Pacific. It is a nexus of power, faith, and engineering. But this grand experiment on the canyon floor, so open to the sun and the sky, is built on a precarious foundation. The climate, which had been favorable, is beginning to change. The population is immense. The demands on resources, timber, water, food, are unsustainable. By 1130 AD, a 50-year drought begins. The system fractures, the center cannot hold. The engineering marvel of Chaco, built with such precision and confidence, is about to be abandoned. The people will scatter, but they will take their knowledge with them. They will take the memory of core and veneer masonry, of multi-story construction, and of communal power. And they will look for a new home, one built not for openness, but for defense. They will look to the cliffs. Section 2. The Migration to the Alcoves. Mesa Verde, 1190 AD. The wind across the high mesa top is bitter. It cuts through a man's turkey feather blanket, chilling him to the bone. He is a scout, a leader of his clan, and he is anxious. His people have lived up here, on this green table, for generations, ever since the power of Chaco in the south faded. They found success here. The mesa tops trap moisture, and for decades their corn, beans, and squash flourished. They built strong, open villages like the Far View complex, with their own great kivas, honoring the traditions of their ancestors. But the world is changing. The great drought that broke Chaco was just the beginning. Now the climate is fractured, unpredictable. One year, floods, the next, a bone-dry winter. And the great north roads from Chaco did not just carry priests and pilgrims. They brought echoes of collapse. New groups are moving, competing for dwindling farmland and scarce water. The open villages on the mesa top are now a liability. They are exposed. The scout's gaze sweeps the canyon rim. He is not looking for a place to build. He is looking for a place to survive. He steps to the edge of the sandstone precipice and looks down. 600 feet below, the canyon floor is a thin, dry ribbon. The wall opposite is a sheer, sun-baked face of Navajo sandstone. Then his eyes lock onto a feature halfway down, a great, arched alcove, a concave scar in the cliff, 80 feet high and 200 feet wide, hollowed out by millennia of wind and seeping water. To an outsider, it is an impossibility, a void. To him, it is a solution. He is not just a farmer, he is the descendant of Chaco's engineers. He sees what others do not. He sees a fortress. An attack from above is impossible, shielded by the massive stone roof. An attack from below requires a suicidal scramble up a single, narrow path that his people could defend with a handful of warriors. He sees more. The alcove is perfectly south-facing. He knows what this means. In winter, the low, swinging sun will shine deep into the overhang, striking the back wall. The sandstone will become a massive thermal battery, absorbing the heat all day and radiating it back into their homes all night. It is passive solar heating, engineered by the earth itself. In summer, the sun will ride high, passing directly over the alcove, leaving the entire village submerged in cool, life-saving shadow. And then he sees the most critical element. Dark streaks of manganese oxide stain the back of the alcove wall. This is the signature of water. Not a river, but a seep spring, where water, trapped in the sandstone layers from rainfall on the mesa top, percolates out. It is a slow, reliable drip. It is enough. They will have water inside their fortress. He has found the new home. He has found the location for what will one day be called Cliff Palace. But this is not a simple move. They must abandon their comfortable mesa-top homes. They must relocate their entire society, hundreds of people, their food stores, their sacred items, into a vertical world. And they must build. The knowledge from Chaco is essential. They know how to build multi-story. They know core and veneer. They know how to shape stone with a simple maul and pecking stone. But the Chacoans built in a wide-open canyon, their resources brought to them along flat, wide roads. The scout looks at the sheer 600-foot wall. They must bring thousands of sandstone blocks, quarried from the mesa top, down into the alcove. They must bring hundreds of heavy vigas, roof beams, harvested miles away, down into the canyon, across the floor, and then up into the structure. They will have no draft animals, no wheels, no pulleys. They will do it with human hands, human backs, and yucca fiber rope. The engineering challenge has shifted. It is no longer about horizontal scale. It is about vertical logistics. It is about building a city in the sky while living in it, one handhold at a time. The work must begin. Section 3, The Vertical Metropolis, Cliff Palace, Mesa Verde, 1260 AD. A man's knuckles are white. He clings to a yucca fiber rope, his back pressed flat against the sandstone. Above him, two men grunt and pull, hauling a 40-pound quarried stone block up from the mesa top. Below, the canyon floor is a dizzying 100 feet down. One slip, and the rope, the stone, or the man is lost. This is not a rescue. This is the construction supply chain for a city rising inside the rock. The physics of this operation are brutal. The work begins not in the alcove, but miles away and hundreds of feet above it. On the mesa top, the air rings with the sound of stone on stone. A quarry team is at work. They aren't using metal. They are using heavy river mauls to pound and harder pecking stones to dress the sandstone. They find a natural fissure in the bedrock, hammer dry wooden wedges into it, and then pour precious water onto the wedges. They wait. Overnight, the wood swells, and with a great groan, a slab of sandstone weighing several tons splits from the cliff. This slab is then broken down, pecked, and shaped into manageable blocks, each the size of a loaf of bread. A master mason inspects the work. He is using the Chacan core and veneer technique, but with a critical difference. The Chaco builders dressed their stones to a near-perfect, standard shape. Here the stone is softer, more varied. The masons shape the blocks, but they rely on a thick, strong mortar to fill the gaps. That mortar is made right here. Women and children move up and down the sloping alcove floor, mixing the local clay-rich soil, or adobe, with water from the seep spring and binding agents like ash or crushed shale. Now the real challenge begins: logistics. You are watching a feat of human engineering that rivals anything in the ancient world. A team has felled a 30-foot ponderosa pine 15 miles away. They carried it on their shoulders, a dozen men, for days. They have lowered it painstakingly with yucca ropes down the cliff face to the construction site. This single viga will form the ceiling of a room and the floor of the one above it. A builder, his body covered in sandstone dust, scrambles up a scaffolding made of juniper and pinon. This scaffolding is not nailed together. It is lashed with rope, or cleverly cantilevered, its support beams socketed into holes in the masonry to be filled in later. He and his team lift the massive beam. They set it into sockets built directly into the growing stone walls. Then they lay a crosshatch of smaller sticks, the latillas, across the vigas. On top of this, a mat of juniper bark, and finally a 6-inch thick layer of wet adobe mud. They pound it flat. It dries, forming a fire-resistant, load-bearing floor. This city is not planned on a grid like Chaco. It is organic. It is alive. It conforms to the body of the rock. The builders are working with the mountain. The alcove's floor is not flat. It slopes steeply. So, the builders engineer massive, curved retaining walls, creating level plazas and terraces. They build around massive boulders that have fallen from the roof, incorporating them into the walls of their homes. The rooms are custom fit. Walls curve to meet the sweeping arch of the alcove's back. Where the roof hangs low, they build low storage rooms. Where it soars, they build towers. Look at the round tower at Cliff Palace. It is not square. It is not random. It is a masterpiece of geometric precision, its stones tapering perfectly to create a strong, stable curve. It is a watchtower. It is a celestial observatory. It is a symbol of their new, fortified identity. And everywhere, the kiva, the spiritual heart of the community. On the mesa top, they were dug deep into the earth. Here, you cannot dig into solid rock. So the engineers adapt. They build the circular kiva on the surface. Then they build a high retaining wall around it and fill the entire space with rubble and earth, burying the kiva completely. When you walk onto the central plaza, you are walking on the roof of this man-made underworld. The symbolism is maintained. They have brought their sacred architecture with them, reinventing it for this new, vertical world. The work is slow, dangerous, and generational. A father starts a wall, his son will finish the room, his grandson will live in it. This is a society bound by communal effort, building not just homes, but a fortress that is also a temple. By 1275 AD, the alcove is full. Cliff Palace contains 150 rooms and 23 kivas. It is home to over 100 people. It is a bustling, thriving metropolis, hidden from the world, powered by human muscle and sheer ingenuity. Section 4. Life in the Sky. Balcony House, Mesa Verde, 1277 AD. The morning sun has not yet cleared the opposite canyon rim, but the alcove is already alive. A young woman, her shoulders strong from years of this work, checks the strap on her woven yucca basket. Inside is a small clay pot of water and a handful of parched corn. She steps to the edge of the plaza and looks down. Her commute is about to begin. She's not going up to work, she is going down. She swings her legs over the ledge and fits her bare feet into a shallow groove, a Moki step, pecked into the 60-foot vertical sandstone face. Handhold, foothold, shift weight. Handhold, foothold, shift weight. This is a daily climb, one she has made since she was a child. Below her is a sheer drop to the canyon talus. She and dozens of others are descending from their fortress to their workplace, the mesa top. These incredible cities are not self-contained. They are defensive dormitories. The lifeblood of the people, their corn, beans, and squash, grows hundreds of feet above them, on the flat tableland where they used to live. You are witnessing a society split between two worlds. By night, they are secure, vertical, and communal. By day, they are scattered, exposed, and agricultural. Up on the mesa, the real ingenuity of their survival is revealed. The climate is unforgiving. Rain is scarce and violent. To lose the topsoil is to starve. So they have engineered the mesa top itself. You see lines of small, low stone walls built across every shallow drainage. These are check dams. When a summer thunderstorm hits, these dams slow the water, forcing it to drop its precious silt, creating small, fertile terraces. They build reservoirs, line ditches, and contour the land, farming not just crops, but water. Back inside the alcove, the air is thick with the sounds of life. From the plazas comes the constant rhythmic shh-shh of women grinding corn on metates, a sound that is the heartbeat of this society. The smoke from dozens of small cooking fires stings your eyes. Look up. The entire 80-foot-high sandstone roof of the alcove is stained jet black with the soot of generations. The engineers built ventilation shafts into the walls, but the smoke always rises. This is a world of incredible intimacy. The plazas are the communal living rooms. Here, a man sits cross-legged, weaving cotton, traded from the south, into a patterned blanket. Another man is napping, striking an obsidian core to create razor-sharp arrowheads. His hands are scarred, but his work is precise. In another plaza, a master potter is coiling clay. Her work is the famous Mesa Verde black on white, a style so elegant and geometrically precise it rivals any in the world. She paints with a brush made from a single yucca fiber, her pigment made from boiled-down beeweed. And then there is the sound of children laughing and shouting. They are playing on the very edges of the 700-foot drop. They are born into this vertical world. They have no fear of heights. They are as sure-footed as the wild turkeys their fathers keep in low-walled stone pens. You feel the defensive posture everywhere. Look at the entrance to Balcony House. There is no grand gate. There is a tunnel, 18 inches high and 12 feet long. To enter, a trader or an enemy must get on his hands and knees and crawl. He emerges, blinded by the light, into the main plaza, where a single defender, standing in a protected alcove, could end him with a stone axe. Ladders that connect one level to another can be pulled up in seconds, sealing off entire sections of the city. This is a confederation of fortresses. From a high watchtower at Cliff Palace, a lookout scans the canyon. He can see a signal, a glint of sun off polished mica, or a puff of smoke, from Spruce Tree House, from Balcony House, from a dozen other alcoves. They are not alone. They are a thriving, interconnected, and highly specialized society, the masters of the vertical world. They have solved the problem of defense. They have perfected the architecture of the cliffs. They are at the absolute apex of their civilization. But their greatest threat is not a rival clan. It is not an enemy crawling through the tunnel. It is the sky itself. The sky, which for decades has given just enough rain, is about to turn against them. Section 5. The Great Abandonment. Mesa Verde, 1285 AD. The air is not just air, it is dust. A thick yellow-brown haze that stings the eyes and coats the tongue. A Kiva priest, his turquoise necklace dull with a film of grit, stands on the plaza of Cliff Palace, looking up at the sky. He is not looking for enemies. He is looking for a cloud. Any cloud. There are none. This is the 9th year. The 10th. The 20th. The great drought that began in 1276 is not an event. It is the new reality. The sky has turned to brass. The engineering marvels of the cliff dwellers, so perfectly designed for defense and passive solar heating, are now a high-altitude trap. The genius of their society is breaking apart piece by piece under the relentless, silent pressure of a climate catastrophe. First, the seep spring failed. The dark stains at the back of the alcove, the very reason they chose this spot, are no longer damp. The slow, reliable drip has stopped. The water that percolated down through the sandstone from the mesa top has been cut off at its source. There is no more snowpack. There are no more summer monsoons. The cisterns, those masterfully built stone basins designed to catch every drop of runoff, are cracked and dry. A woman, her muscles aching, makes the climb. But she is not climbing up with food. She is climbing down, a heavy clay olla on her back, descending the 600-foot cliff face. She must walk 2 miles up the canyon floor to the last remaining pool, a muddy, algae-choked puddle shared by animals and other desperate clans. Then she must carry that 40-pound pot of water all the way back and up the vertical cliff. This is a day's work for a few gallons. It is not sustainable. Next, the food chain collapsed. Up on the mesa top, the check dams, the terraces, the reservoirs, they are all useless. The wind has scoured the topsoil from the fields, blowing it away as dust. The corn, once their lifeblood, now withers at the stalk, its ears stunted and barren. The granaries, built to store a 2-year surplus, are empty. The sound of the metate, the grinding of corn, has fallen silent. The men return from their hunts empty-handed. The deer, the bighorn sheep, the rabbits, they have all fled the high, dry mesa or perished. The turkey pens, once full, are now repositories of bone and dried feathers. The fortress has become a prison. This is a crisis of faith. The Kiva priest leads his clan into the subterranean darkness of the Kiva. They perform the rituals. They dance. They pray. The cosmology that dictated the alignment of their towers and the orientation of their city is unchanged. The sun still hits the solstice marker, but the rain does not come. The gods, it seems, have left, and with the failure of faith and food, the social fabric tears. The intimacy of the plazas becomes a source of tension. We see it in the archaeological record. Skeletons from this period begin to show signs of horrific violence, cranial fractures, smashed faces. At some sites, kivas are burned. Defensive walls are built inside the plazas, separating clan from clan. The threat is no longer from the outside. It is from within. The society that cooperated to build an impossible city is now cannibalizing itself. The decision is made. It is not a panicked flight, but a cold, hard, logical evacuation. This place is no longer a home. It is a tomb. They gather what they can carry. Precious seeds wrapped in cloth, their finest tools of stone and bone, their sacred Kiva objects. They leave everything else. They leave the massive metats, too heavy to move. They leave the beautifully painted pots, stacked in the rooms. They leave the turkey feather blankets, the yucca sandals. They leave the work of 5 generations. One family, in a small room in Balcony House, leaves a pot of beans simmering on a still warm fire. They expected to return. They never did. They pull up the ladders. They descend the hand and toe trails for the last time. They do not look back. By 1300 AD, the impossible cities of the ancestral Puebloans are empty. Cliff Palace, Balcony House, Chaco Canyon. They are silent, pristine ghost towns left to the wind. The people who built them, the tens of thousands who engineered this vertical world, are gone. They are walking south and east, towards the Rio Grande, towards the Little Colorado River, towards the Hopi Mesas, in search of the one thing their mountain fortresses could not provide: water. Section 6, the Diaspora and the Legacy. The Rio Grande Valley, 1350 AD. The sun is just as hot, but the air is different. It is thicker, heavier, and there is a sound. The constant, quiet rush of a wide, muddy river. A man, his hands still calloused with the knowledge of stone, places a shaped block onto a wall. But this wall is not in an alcove. It is on the flat, open valley floor, just above the flood line. He is a survivor. He is the great-grandson of a Mesa Verde Mason. The Great Abandonment was not an apocalypse. It was a diaspora, an exodus of master engineers, astronomers, priests, and farmers. They walked away from their cliff-top fortresses, carrying something far more valuable than pottery: their culture, their cosmology, and their architectural DNA. They followed the water, splintering into dozens of groups. They migrated to the Hopi Mesas, where they built villages like Oraibi, perched on high, defensible flat tops. They moved to Zuni. They walked east to the fertile floodplain of the Rio Grande and founded the ancestors of today's Pueblos: Acoma, Taos, Santo Domingo, Cochiti. And what did they build? Look at Taos Pueblo, which stands today. You see it immediately. The Chacoan blueprint, the multi-story terraced structure built not of cut stone, but of adobe, the mud of their new home. Look at Acoma, the sky city built on a sheer-walled mesa, a fortress that echoes the defensive posture of Mesa Verde. The building technology adapted. The kiva remained, the spiritual heart of the community. The central plaza, where the people of Cliff Palace once ground corn, became the core of these new villages. The engineering knowledge was not lost, it was transformed, adapting from a vertical sandstone world to a horizontal adobe one. The cliff dwellings themselves fell into a profound silence. For 600 years they slept, preserved by the impossibly dry air of the high desert. They were not lost. The descendants of their builders, the Pueblo peoples, knew exactly where they were. They were the sacred homes of the Anasazi, a Navajo word meaning ancient ones, the ancestors. Then, in the 1880s, ranchers and explorers like Richard Wetherill rode into these remote canyons. What they saw stunned them into silence. They were staring at cities in the sky, pristine and perfect, as if the inhabitants had left only yesterday. Today we are still stunned. Architects and engineers return to Chaco and Mesa Verde, and they are baffled. Not by the what, but by the how. How, with no metal tools, did they quarry and shape millions of stones? How, with no wheels, pulleys, or draft animals, did they transport 200,000 roof beams, weighing 600 pounds apiece, over 50 miles of brutal terrain? How did they build 4-story towers and perfectly circular kivas on a sloping cliff face, 700 feet in the air, using only handholds and yucca rope? The answer is not in a technology we have lost. It is in a social structure we no longer possess. The true impossible engineering of the ancestral Puebloans was their society. It was the power of immense generational communal will. It was the ability to coordinate thousands of people for centuries toward a single, shared, sacred goal. It was a society that moved mountains, not with machines, but with faith and organized human labor. The cliff dwellings are more than a curiosity. They are a monument to human resilience. They are a masterpiece of environmental design, a lesson in solar heating and defensive architecture. And they are a chilling warning. They are proof that a civilization, no matter how brilliant, no matter how well engineered, cannot survive when the environment itself changes. The fortress, in the end, was no match for the sky. October 26, 1804, the Upper Missouri River. The wind does not just blow here, it attacks. It is a constant high-pitched scream that cuts across the barren brown plains of what will one day be North Dakota. For the men of the Corps of Discovery, the world has been reduced to the agonizing rhythm of wood against water. Their hands are raw, the skin split and bleeding from poling their 55-foot keelboat and two smaller pirogues against a current that feels like liquid ice. They have been on the move for 6 months, pushing 1,600 miles from St. Louis into a landscape that grows more alien by the day. Their buckskin and wool uniforms are stiff with river mud and buffalo grease. They are exhausted, not just in body, but in spirit. The Great Plains, this great American desert, has been a void of grass, bison, and sky, punctuated only by brief, tense encounters with tribes like the Teton Sioux. Now, with winter closing in like a trap, they are desperate. They need a safe haven. They are expecting, at best, a few small nomadic camps. Captain William Clark, the expedition's pragmatic co-leader, stands on the bow of the keelboat, his eyes scanning the bluffs. His journal is tucked away. His hands are too numb to write. The river is getting shallow, the channel hard to read. He's looking for any sign of the Arikara, whom they'd passed weeks ago, but finds nothing. The cold is a physical weight. The men mutter, their breath pluming. If they don't find shelter soon, the river will freeze around them, and they will die here. Suddenly, a shout from one of the pirogues. Private John Coulter, his face caked in frost, is pointing frantically to the northeast. Clark raises his brass spyglass. He levels it at the high, wind-swept bluff, his eye tracing the line of the riverbank. At first he sees only the dull brown of the prairie. Then his focus sharpens. He sees movement. Not animals. People. Dozens of them. Then, as the boats grind around a shallow bend, Clark lowers the telescope. His jaw hangs open. Captain Meriwether Lewis, the intense intellectual leader of the expedition, moves to his side, and they both just stare. It is not a camp, it is a city. Sprawled along the river's edge, dominating the bluff, is a sprawling, fortified metropolis. It is a dense, pulsating community of enormous, domed structures, dozens and dozens of them, packed tightly together like giant earthen mushrooms. A tall, formidable palisade of cottonwood logs, 16 to 18 feet high, and reinforced by a deep outer ditch, protects the entire settlement. This is not a temporary arrangement. This is a permanent military-grade fortress. From at least 100 of the massive earth lodges, smoke rises in thick grey columns, merging into a haze that hangs over the city. The riverbank itself is alive with activity. Hundreds of people, warriors draped in painted robes, children, elders, are streaming from the gates to get a look at the strange boats. Down by the water, a fleet of perfectly round bull boats, crafted from buffalo hide stretched over willow frames, bob in the eddies. The 40-odd men of the expedition fall silent. The rhythmic splash of the oars ceases. They just drift, gripped by a profound, disorienting awe. This single city before them, which they would learn was called Matutonha, appears to hold more people than the entire American settlement of St. Louis they had left behind. And it is not alone. As they drift further, they see another similar city on the opposite bank, and further up, at the confluence of the Knife River, 3 more. They have not discovered a wilderness. They have stumbled into the central trading hub of the Northern Plains, a confederation of Mandan and Hidatsa cities with a combined population of over 4,000 souls. On the deck, Sergeant John Ordway nervously checks the primer on his flintlock rifle. The expedition's small swivel cannons are loaded. But Lewis, his mind racing, gives a sharp, clear order. Stand down. Make no hostile sign. They are a tiny military unit, outnumbered 100 to 1. They have not come here as conquerors. They have come as beggars. As the first Mandan dugout canoe, bearing a chief named Black Cat, pushes into the current to greet them, the captains realize a stunning truth. Their maps are wrong, their assumptions are wrong, and their very survival now depends entirely on the goodwill of the powerful, civilized people who live in these impossible cities on the prairie. Previous section text. They are a tiny military unit, outnumbered 100 to 1. They have not come here as conquerors. They have come as beggars. As the first Mandan dugout canoe, bearing a chief named Black Cat, pushes into the current to greet them, the captains realize a stunning truth. Their maps are wrong, their assumptions are wrong, and their very survival now depends entirely on the goodwill of the powerful, civilized people who live in these impossible cities on the prairie. Section 2. The City of Earth and Smoke the dugout canoe, skillfully handled, pulls alongside the keelboat. The man in the center, Black Cat, is stout, with a face of immense dignity, his gaze direct and assessing. He is not the naked savage of European imagination. He is wrapped in a heavy, beautifully painted buffalo robe, the fur turned inward for warmth. His hair is long and plaited. He speaks, his voice a deep baritone, the words sharp and clean, carrying easily over the hiss of the river. The expedition's interpreters, men hired for their skill with the Sioux or Omaha languages, are useless. The Mandan language is unlike anything they have ever heard. It falls to Private François-Antoine Larocque, a French-Canadian trader traveling with them, to attempt communication in plain sign language, the universal lingua franca of the region. Hands move in the cold air. "Who are you? Where do you come from?" Captain Lewis, stepping forward, gestures to the east toward the rising sun. "We are from the land of the Great Father. We come in peace." He points to the frozen ground, then makes the sign for sleep and many. "We wish to winter here." Black Cat watches, his expression unreadable. Then he nods. He makes a gesture of welcome, pointing from the boats to his city on the bluff. "Matutonha," he is inviting them in. "Mr. Clark," Lewis says, his voice low. "Prepare a detail. 6 men, full arms. Bring the air rifle." The keelboat grinds against the muddy bank below the city. As the plank is laid down, the scale of the reception is overwhelming. The entire shore is a mass of humanity, a sea of faces, hundreds of Mandan and their close allies, the Hidatsa, all watching with an intense, piercing curiosity. The Americans, clutching their long-barreled Harper's Ferry rifles, feel impossibly tall, pale, and alien. They are surrounded by the smells of wood smoke, wet fur, and roasted meat. Black Cat leads the way up the steep bank, his moccasins finding easy purchase on the worn path. The captains follow, their heavy leather boots slipping in the mud. As they approach the towering palisade, a gap in the log wall reveals a fortified entryway, a kind of baffled gate designed to break a charging enemy. The moment they step inside, the universe shifts. The screaming wind of the prairie is instantly muted, cut off by the thick earthen walls of the lodges. The air is still, thick with the smell of hundreds of fires. They are standing in a wide, bustling plaza. The ground is hard-packed, worn smooth by generations of foot traffic. It is dense. The great domed lodges, each 40 to 60 feet in diameter, are packed shoulder to shoulder, separated by narrow walkways. Each is a marvel of engineering, a heavy internal frame of massive cottonwood timbers, covered in a complex mat of willow branches, prairie grass, and finally, a thick, insulating layer of packed sod and clay, now frozen iron hard. This is a city not of tents, but of houses. Dogs bark. Children, bundled in furs, run and shout, stopping to stare wide-eyed at the pale men before being shooed away by their mothers. Women carrying water in clay pots balance their burdens with practiced ease. Men are everywhere. Some mending tools, others returning from the hunt, their robes caked in snow. Black Cat leads the captains to his own lodge, one of the largest on the plaza. He pulls back a heavy, dried hide door. Lewis and Clark, accustomed to ducking into their cramped canvas tents, instinctively lower their heads. They step through a short, tunnel-like entryway and walk into a cathedral. Inside, it is vast. The ceiling is perhaps 15 feet high, supported by 4 massive, soot-blackened central pillars. In the center, a large, shallow pit glows with a bright, clean fire. The smoke rises in a steady column to a smoke hole in the roof, which also provides the only light. The air is warm, smoky, and alive with the smell of cooking corn and drying meat. For a moment, they are blind. As their eyes adjust, they see that the lodge is a self-contained world. The outer ring is divided into private, partitioned apartments, like stalls, with raised sleeping platforms covered in thick buffalo robes. More than 20 people, multiple families, live here, their belongings stored neatly in rawhide bags. And then, Clark blinks, his mind failing to process the sight. In a partitioned stall on the far side of the lodge, in the warmth, stand 3 of the tribe's most valuable possessions: their horses. They are kept inside, safe from the lethal cold, and, more importantly, from enemy raiders like the Sioux. The captains look at each other. Their men are freezing on the river, and these primitives are living in climate-controlled mansions, so large they have indoor stables. An elderly woman offers them a wooden bowl of hot, bubbling stew, corn, beans, and squash. It is the first truly warm meal they've had in weeks. As Lewis accepts the bowl, his mind, trained in Enlightenment reason, struggles to reconcile the scene. This is a complex, permanent, and comfortable urban society. These are not nomads, these are masters of the prairie. And the core of discovery, clinging to the edge of this continent, suddenly feels very, very far from home. Section 3. The Grand Marketplace of the Plains. The stew is hot, and it is the taste of life itself. Lewis and Clark sit on thick fur robes inside Black Cat's lodge, the central fire warming their faces as the chief and his family look on with a calm, appraising hospitality. The captains, surrounded by the murmur of an unfamiliar language and the smoky warmth, are caught in a moment of profound dislocation. They are the official representatives of the United States government, yet in this lodge they are clearly the supplicants. A council is called, messengers are dispatched, and soon the great lodge fills with the leaders and elders of Matutonha and the neighboring city, Ruptahi. The air grows thick with smoke, and the scent of sweetgrass, burned as a purifying incense. Dozens of men, their faces painted in symbolic reds and blacks, their robes intricately quilled, file in and take their places. Their gravity and poise are absolute. This is the moment. Lewis stands. The expedition's newly hired interpreter, René Jassom, who had lived among the Hidatsa, steps forward. It is a clumsy chain of communication. Lewis speaks English, which is translated to French for Jassom, who then translates it into Hidatsa, a language the Mandan chiefs understand. Lewis begins his standard formal speech, the one he has delivered to every tribe downriver. He speaks of a great father in Washington, Thomas Jefferson, who has replaced the Spanish and French. He speaks of a new era of peace, of friendship, and, most importantly, of trade. He promises that American trade goods will soon flow up the river in great abundance, displacing the limited, expensive goods from the British traders in Canada. The chiefs listen, their faces impassive. When Lewis finishes, there is a long, contemplative silence. Then Black Cat and another chief named Sheheke, White Coyote, speak in reply. Their oratory is slow, deliberate, and powerful. They are polite. They welcome the Americans. They, too, want peace. But their words carry an unspoken subtext that Lewis and Clark, masters of frontier diplomacy, understand immediately. These chiefs are not awestruck. They are not conquered. They are negotiating. They've heard promises of new fathers before, from the French, the Spanish, and the British Hudson's Bay Company men who regularly visit from the north. The Mandan are not being discovered. They are vetting a new potential business partner. Then comes the exchange of gifts. Lewis and Clark, with great ceremony, present the chiefs with Jefferson Peace Medals, silver discs bearing the president's image, which they place around their necks. They offer tobacco, blue beads, and a spectacular red-coated officer's uniform complete with a plumed hat. The chiefs accept these with dignity. In return, they offer the Americans what they truly need: food. They present basket after basket of surplus corn, beans, and dried squash. The disparity is jarring. The Americans have offered symbols of power. The Mandan have offered the very means of survival. Sensing the need for a more potent display, Lewis orders one of his men to bring in the .46 caliber Girandoni air rifle. The chiefs eye the strange Tyrolean-style weapon. It has no flintlock, no powder pan. Lewis, with a showman's flair, cocks the lever of the pressurized air reservoir. He aims at a painted target on the far side of the lodge. A sharp, powerful PFFT. The rifle bucks. A hole appears in the target. The chiefs lean forward, murmuring. But Lewis isn't done. He cocks the lever again. Paft! Another shot. Paft! 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 He fires 10, then 20 rounds in rapid succession, a smokeless, silent barrage of lead. The lodge erupts. This is power. This is medicine they have never seen. The rifle, capable of firing 22 rounds without reloading, is a piece of technology so far advanced it seems supernatural. For the first time, the captains see a flicker of true awe in their hosts' eyes. They have made their point, but the true shock is yet to come. In the following days, William Clark, the cartographer, sets out to understand this place. He walks the 5-mile stretch of prairie connecting the 2 Mandan cities with the 3 even larger cities of their allies, the Hidatsa, at the mouth of the Knife River. It is not a wilderness, it is a main street. The plain is beaten flat by the traffic of thousands. He sees the Hidatsa cities, Metaharta, Mihtutahankush, and realizes their assumptions were laughably small. This is a population of over 4,000 people. He sees their economy. These are not just hunters, they are master horticulturalists. The river bottomlands are a vast, complex patchwork of gardens, now harvested. The women cultivate corn, beans, squash, and sunflowers on a massive scale. They produce such an enormous agricultural surplus that they store it in thousands of bell-shaped cache pits dug deep into the frozen earth. And with this surplus, they control the entire region. This city-state is the fixed central hub of a trade network that spans the continent. The nomadic tribes, the Lakota, the Cheyenne, the Crow, the Assiniboine, who have endless meat and hides but cannot grow corn, must come here to trade. Clark sees Spanish-branded horses from the deep southwest, acquired from the Comanche. He sees British muskets from Canada. He sees obsidian from the distant western mountains and seashells from the Pacific coast. This, he realizes, is the Wall Street of the northern plains. The Mandan and Hidatsa are the power brokers, the middlemen, the bankers. The Corps of Discovery hasn't just found a convenient spot to build a fort. They have stumbled into the most important economic and geopolitical center in the American West, a cosmopolitan metropolis more populous, more powerful, and more commercially sophisticated than any American city west of the Mississippi. Previous section text. To the Corps of Discovery hasn't just found a convenient spot to build a fort. They have stumbled into the most important economic and geopolitical center in the American West, a cosmopolitan metropolis more populous, more powerful, and more commercially sophisticated than any American city west of the Mississippi. Section 4. The Winter Fortress and the Shoshone Key, November 2nd, 1804. The Missouri Riverbank, opposite Matutonha. The river is no longer a road. It is a threat. It is choking on its own ice. Great, slushy pans grind together with a sound like shattering glass, a constant, abrasive hiss that signals the window for survival is closing. The Corps of Discovery is in a desperate race against the thermometer, which has already plunged below zero. Captain Lewis selects a site, a low-lying, wooded floodplain directly across from the main Mandan city. It is chosen for its access to timber, a resource the Mandan themselves lack, having cleared the bluffs long ago. The order is given. Build. The men, already weakened by their 600-mile journey, throw themselves into the work with a frenzied, desperate energy. They are soldiers, boatmen, and frontiersmen, but now they must become carpenters and engineers in the worst conditions imaginable. The axes ring against the hard, frozen cottonwood. This is not the strong, straight oak of their native Virginia. It is a soft, fibrous wood that dulls their blades and splits unpredictably. The ground is iron. Digging foundation posts is a grueling battle, a few inches at a time. For weeks, the only sounds are the thud of axes, the curses of the men, and the cracking of the ice-filled river. They are building a crude, V-shaped fortress, a structure of profound military utility. 2 long, parallel rows of log huts are built, their roofs angled inward to form a defensible perimeter. The open, river-facing side of the V will be sealed with a high, sharp picket fence stockade, complete with a gate and a sentry platform. They will call it Fort Mandan. It is a raw, ugly American scar on the ancient landscape, a statement of intent. And from the bluffs across the river, the Mandan watch. Wrapped in their heavy white winter robes, they stand in clusters, observing the frantic, clumsy industry of the pale men. While the Americans freeze, curse, and battle the elements to construct their cramped, angular box, the Mandan live in warmth and comfort. Their great, domed lodges, masterpieces of passive solar design and earth insulation, are so warm that the old and young can sit inside in comfort. The Americans are building a fort. The Mandan are already home. By mid-November, the fort is habitable, if not comfortable. The river freezes solid, a sheet of milky ice 3 feet thick, and with that, the world changes. The river is no longer a barrier, it is a highway. The social isolation of the expedition evaporates. Every day the gates of Fort Mandan are opened, and the Mandan and Hidatsa stream in. It is not an invasion, it is a social call. The fort becomes the season's greatest curiosity. The chiefs, Black Cat, Sheheke, the one-eyed Hidatsa chief Laborgne, are constant visitors, holding councils with the captains, smoking, and trading information. The Mandan are fascinated by the Americans, by their pale skin, their hairy faces, their disciplined military drills. But most of all, by 2 things: the expedition's lone black man, York, and the forge. York, William Clark's enslaved man, is a sensation. The Mandan have never seen a man with black skin. They crowd around him, rub his skin with a wetted finger to see if the color comes off, and are astonished by his sheer size and strength. He is Big Medicine, a figure of supernatural power, and he leans into the role, telling tales of his prowess. The second marvel is the forge, run by Private John Shields. The Mandan have metal, scraps of British kettles, old Spanish bridle bits, arrowheads, but they have no way to forge it. Shields is not just a blacksmith, he is a wizard. With his bellows and anvil, he takes a piece of a broken iron stove, intended for the keelboat, and hammers it into a fierce, sharp war axe. Word spreads like fire. Suddenly, the Mandan and Hidatsa are not just offering friendship, they are offering business. The expedition's supply of cheap trade beads is running low, but the forge gives them a new currency. Warriors line up outside the fort, not for medals, but for shields. They bring bushels of corn, beans, and dried meat, piling it high. In exchange, Shields repairs their tools, sharpens their axes, and, for a high price, forges the coveted metal war axes. This single act of technological exchange, the sound of hammer on hot iron, does more to secure the expedition's survival than any diplomatic speech. It is this trade that will feed 40 men through the brutal 40-below-zero winter. It is in this bustling, social, cross-cultural environment that a new figure appears at the fort. He is a French-Canadian trader named Toussaint Charbonneau, a blustery, unimpressive man who has lived among the Hidatsa for years. He comes to the captains in late November, offering his services as an interpreter. The captains are unimpressed by him. He is cowardly and speaks little English, but they are not looking at Charbonneau. They are looking at the two young women who follow him timidly into the fort, his wives. One of them, a girl of perhaps 16, is heavy with child. She is quiet, her gaze downcast. Her name, they are told, is Sakakawea. Lewis and Clark, who have spent every waking moment grilling the Mandan and Hidatsa for information about the lands to the west, suddenly go still. Charbonneau mentions, almost as an afterthought, that this girl is not a local. She is a Shoshone, a Snake Indian, captured by a Hidatsa war party from the distant Stony Mountains years ago. It is a lightning bolt. The captains know their route. They know that after leaving the plains, they must ascend the Missouri to its source, deep in the Rocky Mountains. They know they must abandon their boats. They know they will need horses to cross the great, shining mountains, the Continental Divide. And they know, from Mandan intelligence, that the only people who have those horses are the Shoshone. And here, in their fort, is a girl who speaks the language. A girl who was born in those mountains. The captains look at each other. This is not a coincidence. This is providence. They immediately agree to hire Charbonneau, not for his meager skills, but to secure the services of his young, pregnant, captive wife. As the first true blizzard of the winter screams across the prairie, burying Fort Mandan in a 6-foot drift of snow, the captains realize their single greatest strategic asset is not their air rifle, nor their forge. It is this teenage girl who holds the key to the continent locked in her memory. January 10th, 1805. The center of the world, 41 degrees below zero. The cold is not a temperature. It is a physical enemy. It is a solid, invisible wall that presses against the green wood huts of Fort Mandan. The air is so sharp it sears the lungs, and a man's spittle freezes into a solid bead of ice before it even hits the ground. Sentries, posted on the stockade, are relieved every 30 minutes, their faces covered in masks of ice, their senses so dull they can barely feel their own feet. Inside the cramped American quarters, it is a smoky, damp, twilight hell. The green cottonwood logs, the only fuel available, pop and hiss in the clay and stick chimneys, refusing to burn clean. They produce more acrid smoke than heat, filling the rooms with a grey haze that stings the eyes and blackens the walls. Captain Lewis, trying to write in his journal, must mix his ink with whiskey to keep it from turning to slush, and even then he must write within feet of the fire. The men, bored, cold, and suffering from scurvy, are on edge. Then a knock at the gate. A group of Mandan men and women, who have just walked 3 miles across the frozen, wind-scoured river, are here to visit. The Americans, bundled in every layer they own, open the gate to a people who seem completely indifferent to the lethal cold. The Mandan are wearing buffalo robes, fur side in, and artfully constructed moccasins insulated with dry grass. They are laughing, their faces painted, their spirits high. They enter the dark, smoky American huts with curiosity and a faint, unspoken pity. The captains, desperate for diplomacy and simple human contact, return the visits. They walk across the ice highway to Matutonha. They step from the howling, white void of the prairie, through the tunnel-like hide door, and into a different climate. Black Cat's Lodge is not just warm, it is alive. The central fire burns bright and clean. The Mandan use dry, seasoned wood, a resource they manage with meticulous care. The air is smoky, but it moves, rising to the smoke hole 15 feet above. Dozens of people are here. Elders sit on willow backrests, telling stories. Children play a game with polished stones. Women, working in groups, are tanning hides, their hands moving with practiced, efficient grace. It is a stunning, damning comparison. The Americans are surviving. The Mandan are living. This winter becomes the great first classroom of the American West. The Corps of Discovery is not a military force. It is an ethnological expedition, and the Mandan are their professors. The captains, their journals perpetually open, become students of prairie geopolitics. They learn that the Mandan and Hidatsa are the fixed agricultural center of a massive, violent wheel. The Lakota Sioux are their mortal enemies to the south, the Assiniboine, their unreliable trading partners to the north. The Americans are now a new piece on this ancient chessboard. The Mandan chiefs, particularly Black Cat, are not just being hospitable. They are assessing their new guests as potential allies. They want American guns and American partnership in their war against the Sioux. Lewis, bound by Jefferson's directive to forge peace with all tribes, is forced to deflect. "We are the friends of all," he insists in council after council. The Great Father wants the road of trade to be open for everyone. This neutrality frustrates the Mandan, but the American forge continues to burn hot. Private Shields is, in effect, the expedition's sole financier. Every day, Mandan and Hidatsa warriors arrive, not with diplomatic questions, but with broken muskets from British traders or scraps of metal. Shields hammers, mends, and forges. In return, a steady stream of corn, the Mandan cash, flows into the fort's near-empty storehouses. Without that corn, the expedition would have starved to death by February. But the most profound shock is not political or economic, it is cultural. One evening, a Mandan man, a respected warrior, makes an offer to one of the American soldiers. It is a gesture of ultimate hospitality, a way to bind a visitor in a bond of kinship. He offers his wife for the night. This is not prostitution, it is a formal social custom. To the young, isolated American men, this is a stunning, confusing event. To the captains, it is a social minefield. They see the devastating impact of venereal disease, which their own men have carried up the river, beginning to spread through the villages. They see the social fabric being tested. This civilized city has a moral code so different from their own, it challenges their very definition of the word. As the winter grinds on, a human drama is unfolding in a small hut near the fort. Sakakawea, the Shoshone Key, is in labor. It is a long, agonizing, and difficult birth. She is in pain for days. On February 11, 1805, Lewis, the expedition's doctor, is desperate. He is told by a French trader that a rattlesnake rattle, crushed and mixed with water, is a powerful medicine to speed birth. Lewis, a man of science, is skeptical, but has no other options. He prepares the dose. Within 10 minutes of drinking it, Sakakawea gives birth to a healthy baby boy, Jean-Baptiste Charbonneau. As the baby cries for the first time, a new sound in the frozen world, the captains look at the child. The winter is breaking. The ice on the river is groaning. And their key to the continent is no longer just a captive girl. She is a mother, with a newborn infant she will have to carry across the unknown mountains. The true journey is about to begin. Previous section text, Tutuast. As the baby cries for the first time, a new sound in the frozen world, the captains look at the child. The winter is breaking, the ice on the river is groaning, and their key to the continent is no longer just a captive girl. She is a mother, with a newborn infant she will have to carry across the unknown mountains. The true journey is about to begin. Section 6. The Departure from the Center of the World, April 7th, 1805. The Banks of the Missouri River. The world cracks open with a sound like artillery. For 2 weeks, the Missouri River has been a roaring, chaotic mass of grinding ice, a 10-foot-high wall of churning, pulverized flows sweeping past Fort Mandan. Now the main channel is clear, a brown, angry, and liberated torrent. The air is no longer sharp with frost. It is soft, carrying the smell of wet earth and the distant returning geese. The gates of Fort Mandan are wide open, and the scene is one of organized, frenetic chaos. The Corps of Discovery is splitting in two. Captain Lewis is supervising the loading of the expedition's main vessel, the 55-foot keelboat. But this boat is not heading west. It is facing east, downstream. Its cargo is the entire winter's worth of intelligence. Crates are carefully lowered aboard, filled with dried plant specimens, mineral samples, the skeletons of unknown prairie dogs and antelope, and, most importantly, the letters and journals of the captains. In one watertight tin box, William Clark's new, astonishingly accurate map of the river, based on Mandan geographic intelligence, is the expedition's first great prize. This return party, commanded by Corporal Richard Worthington, will carry the first proof back to Thomas Jefferson. Proof that the West is not what he thought. On the riverbank next to the keelboat, the permanent party looks small, fragile, and utterly outmatched. Their fleet now consists of 2 pirogues and 6 small, roughly hewn dugout canoes, which the men had carved from cottonwood trees during the winter's coldest days. This is the group that will go on, into the total unknown, toward the mountains. Their numbers are smaller, their supplies are dwindling, but their ranks have changed. Toussaint Charbonneau fusses with a bundle, and beside him, Sakakawea, barely 2 months after giving birth, settles her infant son, Jean-Baptiste, into a cradleboard, which she will carry on her back. A native woman with a baby is now a core member of this American military expedition. The entire population of the Mandan and Hidatsa cities has gathered on the bluffs and along the riverbank to watch. This is the most significant event of the season. Chiefs Black Cat, Sheheka, and the formidable Hidatsa leader Libornia stand at the water's edge, their painted robes drawn tight. They have come for a final council, a final exchange of gifts. The Mandan have brought more corn, a final life-sustaining offering to the departing Americans. The chiefs make their final speeches. They are not just saying goodbye. They are making a final political plea, urging the captains to remember their alliance, to send the promised American guns, and to help them in their endless war against the Sioux. Lewis and Clark, standing on the deck of a pirogue, make their own promises. They promise that the Great Father will not forget them, that traders will come. But as they look at their own men, the 31 souls who will continue west, the captains see the profound, irreversible change. These are not the same soldiers who paddled upriver in October. Their faces are leaner, their eyes wiser, their skin weathered to a dark leather. Their American uniforms are in tatters, replaced or heavily patched with Mandan-tanned buckskin. They have survived a winter that should have killed them, not because of their own superiority, but because of the grace, power, and overwhelming surplus of the people they had come to discover. Lewis turns for a final look at Matutonha, the great, smoking city on the bluff. It is no longer a shock. It is a fact, a fixed, permanent center of power in a land they had been told was empty. They had arrived expecting a wilderness and found a metropolis. They had come expecting primitive nomads and found a sophisticated agricultural society that operated a trade network spanning the continent. They had come as explorers and had been forced to become students, beggars, and blacksmiths, trading their best technology for simple corn to stay alive. The captains had been stunned, not just by the great earth lodges, but by the shattering realization that their maps, their assumptions, and their entire Enlightenment-born concept of civilization were wrong. The West was not empty. It was full. Set off, Lewis commands. The horns and fiddles of the expedition strike up a tune. The heavy dugout canoes dig into the brown, churning current. As the return party turns its bow toward St. Louis and home, the permanent party turns its bow west, toward the mountains, toward a map that, after this point, is completely, terrifyingly blank. They are not just paddling into the unknown, they are paddling away from the single greatest center of power, comfort, and civilization they would know for the next 2 years. Section 1. The Ultimatum. June 13, 1866, Fort Laramie, Wyoming Territory. The air under the great canvas shade is stifling. It smells of dust, sweat, and bitter tobacco smoke from clay and stone pipes. For weeks, the U.S. government's peace commissioners, led by E.B. Taylor, have been negotiating with the powerful Lakota, Cheyenne, and Arapaho. The subject? A new road, the Bozeman Trail, a shortcut to the Montana gold fields that will slice directly through their last, best hunting grounds, the Powder River country. The talks are already poisoned by distrust. The Sand Creek Massacre is a raw, unhealed wound. But some chiefs, like Spotted Tail and Man Afraid of His Horses, are listening. They are trading land for peace, for government promises of annuities, blankets, beef, and sugar. Then a sound breaks the fragile quiet. It's not the snap of a rifle. It's the distant rhythmic tramp of marching feet, the jingle of harness, the groan of heavy wagon wheels. Heads turn. The Lakota delegation looks north, their faces hardening. Commissioner Taylor's face flushes. He knew this was coming. Into the heart of the Peace Council marches Colonel Henry B. Carrington, leading the 2nd Battalion of the 18th U.S. Infantry. 700 men, bayonets glinting on their Springfield muzzle-loaders, followed by wagons, a full regimental band, and even 226 mules. They are not an escort, they are an occupation. The music stops. The council is silent. The deception is total. Carrington, a prim, bespectacled engineer and lawyer from Ohio, steps forward. He is polite, professional. He explains to the commissioners and to the assembled chiefs that he is not here to ask for a road. He is here to build forts to protect the road. His orders are already cut. The treaty is a formality. A ripple of fury passes through the native delegation. This is the ultimate insult. The U.S. is negotiating for land. It is simultaneously invading. One man rises. He is not a Laramie loafer, one of the chiefs who lingers near the fort for handouts. This is Mahpialuta, Red Cloud, the formidable leader of the Oglala Lakota. He is not a hereditary chief. He is a war leader, a shirt-wearer who earned his reputation through unmatched bravery and fierce defense of his people. He walks toward Carrington, his eyes blazing. He does not address the commissioners. He points a finger directly at the colonel. His voice, translated by a nervous interpreter, is low and severe. You are the white eagle who has come to steal the road. Red Cloud says, his voice cutting the hot air. The Great Father has sent you to steal our land and to kill our game. Before the white man came, we were happy. We had plenty. Now we are told to beg. He gestures to the north. The Great Father sends us presents and asks for a road. But before the goods are opened, he sends soldiers to take the road. I have come here to talk peace, but I see the white chief brings warriors. Carrington stands his ground, a man bound by orders. He is an administrator, not a frontiersman. He has been told the Indians are a nuisance, a police problem. Red Cloud takes a final step. His face inches from the colonel's. The white man may go and build his houses. He snarls, but I will talk with you no more. I will fight you. I will hunt you. As long as I live, I will fight for the last hunting grounds of my people. He turns, his buffalo robe sweeping the dust. With a single gesture, he leads his entire Oglala delegation, along with the Northern Cheyenne and Arapaho, out of the council shade. They ride north, not south to the reservation. They ride north to the Powder River. They ride to war. Back at Laramie, the commissioners are flustered. General William Tecumseh Sherman, commanding the division from distant St. Louis, is unbothered. He dismisses Red Cloud's threat as bluster. Colonel Carrington, though shaken, dutifully prepares his column. His superiors have laughed off the warning. They have assured him the Indians will not fight a sustained campaign. A few days later, Carrington's 700 soldiers, his 26 wagons of tools and supplies, his regimental band, and even his wife and children march out of Fort Laramie. They are following the Bozeman Trail north, into the very heart of the country Red Cloud just swore, to his face, he would die to protect. They are an army of builders sent to do a warrior's job, and they are marching directly into the largest, most sophisticated ambush the American West has ever seen. Section 2. The Bloody Trail. July 17, 1866, near the forks of the Little Piney Creek, Wyoming Territory. The sound of 700 axes and saws echoes through the valley. Colonel Carrington's men are sweating in the high country sun, felling lodgepole pines. They are not fighting, they are building. Carrington, the meticulous engineer, has selected the perfect site for his flagship post, Fort Phil Kearny. It has abundant water, rich grazing for the mules, and endless timber. It is a builder's dream. It is also perfectly overlooked. From the surrounding ridges, Lodge Trail Ridge to the west, Sullivan Hills to the east, Lakota and Cheyenne scouts watch every move. They are unseen, unheard. They watch the bluecoats stack the 8-foot-high pine palisades. They watch the vulnerable woodcutting details venture farther and farther from the fort's pathetically small perimeter guard. The commanders at Fort Laramie had laughed. But here, 233 miles deep in hostile territory, the laughter has stopped. Red Cloud doesn't need to attack the fort. He simply has to cut its artery. The war begins not with a battle, but with 1,000 cuts. On the very day Carrington's column arrives, a small wagon train from a civilian contractor, lagging behind the main force, is attacked. The wagons are burned, the oxen driven off, and 2 civilians are killed, their bodies bristling with arrows. The bluster has become lethal. Carrington, realizing his predicament, immediately establishes a smaller post 65 miles back, Fort Reno. He then pushes on to build his main bastion, Fort Phil Kearny, and sends another detachment to build the northernmost post, Fort C.F. Smith in Montana. He has done exactly as ordered. He has built his forts. But in doing so, he has stretched his 700 men, many of them new recruits who barely know how to fire their aging Springfield rifles, over 200 miles of the most dangerous country in North America. The daily routine at Fort Phil Kearny becomes a grueling ritual of terror. The post is a prison. No one is safe outside the stockade. The most dangerous assignment in the U.S. Army is not scouting, not guarding, but cutting wood. Every morning, the wood train, a collection of slow-moving, mule-drawn wagons, rumbles out of the fort's massive gates. It requires a heavy escort, 20, 30, sometimes 50 men, just to travel 1.5 miles to the pinery to harvest timber. And every day the Lakota are waiting. They use signal mirrors, flashing warnings and commands from the high ridges. They appear suddenly from hidden ravines known as coulees, a high, ululating war cry, a cloud of dust, and a hail of arrows. They don't try to overrun the guards, they just pick them off. They dash in, sever the mule harnesses, and drive off the precious livestock, leaving the soldiers stranded, the wagons immobilized, and the fort one day closer to freezing to death when winter comes. Inside the stockade, a different kind of war is brewing. Carrington is a man of regulations. He is defensive, cautious. He issues strict orders. No party must be sent from the post, under any circumstances whatever, unless it is strong enough to resist any attack. His officers, many of them hardened Civil War veterans, despise him for it. They pace the unfinished parade ground like caged lions. They want to fight. They want one big, decisive battle to thresh the Indians. The most vocal of these hawks is Captain William Judd Fetterman. He is the opposite of Carrington, dashing, brave, and suicidally arrogant. He is a brevet lieutenant colonel, a man who tasted glory at Atlanta. He looks at the Lakota hit-and-run tactics with utter contempt. He sees them as cowardly, inferior. A single company of regulars could whip 1,000. Fetterman scoffs in the officers' mess. He looks at Carrington's high walls and locked gates with disdain. He petitions his commander for more aggressive action. The men, hearing his confidence, begin to idolize him. Carrington, sensing the building frustration, holds to his orders. The fort must be finished. But the attacks are escalating. The Lakota are growing bolder. They ride close enough to taunt the sentries, screaming insults in broken English. Red Cloud is tightening the noose. He isn't just trying to stop travel on the Bozeman Trail, he is trying to wipe these forts from his land. By late autumn, the fort is finally complete. It is an engineering marvel, but the cost has been staggering. In just 5 months, the Lakota have killed 33 soldiers and civilians, wounded 60, and stolen nearly 700 head of livestock. The soldiers are demoralized, the officers are mutinous, and winter is closing in. The Lakota have proven they own the land. Now they are about to prove they can destroy the army that occupies it. Section 3. The 100 Slain. December 21st, 1866. Fort Phil Kearny, 11:20 a.m. The cold is brutal, the ground frozen solid. A light snow dusts the pine stockade. Lookouts on the sentinel posts stamp their feet, their breath pluming in the air. Suddenly, the cry comes down from the northwest. Wood trains in trouble. Puffs of smoke are visible from the pinery, followed by the distant crack and crack of Springfield rifles. The heliograph station on Pilot Hill flashes a frantic signal. Attacked by Indians. Large force. In the officers' mess, Captain William Fetterman slams his fist on the table. This is his chance. He storms into Colonel Carrington's headquarters, his face flushed with righteous anger, demanding to lead the relief column. Carrington, wary, looks at his insubordinate captain. He knows Fetterman's temperament. He relents, but with a chillingly specific order. His voice is iron. You will relieve the wood train, sir. Support it and drive the Indians back. But under no circumstances will you pursue the enemy beyond Lodge Trail Ridge. You understand me, Captain? Do not cross that ridge. Yes, sir. Fetterman snaps, a predatory gleam in his eye. He bursts out onto the parade ground, shouting for his men. He will not take a mere company. He handpicks his strike force. He takes his own infantry company. He takes Captain Frederick Brown, the post quartermaster, a man who loathes Carrington and has boasted he is going to get a scalp for Christmas or die trying. He takes Lieutenant George Grummond, another rash, glory-hungry officer. He gathers the best of the 18th Infantry and a detachment of the 2nd Cavalry. With them go 2 civilians, James Wheatley and Isaac Fisher. They are not armed with single-shot Army rifles. They carry the new, terrifying 16-shot Henry repeating rifles. In total, it is a force of 81 men. It is the strongest, most aggressive detachment Fort Phil Kearny can muster. As they form up, Fetterman is overheard boasting, "With 80 men, I could ride through the entire Sioux Nation." They march out the north gate at a quick step, the cavalry troopers leading the way, the infantry jogging to keep up. When they reach the wood train, the skirmish is already over. The Lakota have scattered. The train is safe. Fetterman's orders are fulfilled. But then he sees them. On the crest of Lodge Trail Ridge, the very ridge Carrington forbade him to cross, is a small party of perhaps 10 warriors. They don't flee. They sit on their ponies, taunting the soldiers. One of them, a young Oglala named Crazy Horse, dismounts, pretends his pony is lame and waves his buffalo robe in defiance. For Fetterman, this is an unbearable insult. This is the 1,000 he boasted of. This is the rabble that has been humiliating his army for months. He turns to his bugler. He gives the order. The bugle call cuts through the cold air. Charge. He leads his men at a run, straight up the slope of Lodge Trail Ridge. Back at Fort Phil Kearny, Carrington hears the bugle call. He and his remaining officers scramble to the sentry platform. They watch in horror as the blue column of 81 men reaches the crest, silhouettes itself against the winter sky for one brief, terrible moment, and then vanishes down the other side. They have crossed the ridge. They are out of sight. For 5 minutes, there is absolute, agonizing silence. Then, at 12:05 p.m., a sound erupts from the Pano Creek Valley, a sound so loud the men back at the fort mistake it for a powder magazine exploding. It is not one explosion. It is the simultaneous, deafening roar of over 1,000 rifles, the high-pitched shriek of 1,500 Lakota, Cheyenne, and Arapaho warriors. Red Cloud has sprung his masterpiece. The decoy was perfect. The small party of warriors led Fetterman directly into the center of a 3-mile-wide trap. From every ravine and gully, the warriors rise. Crazy Horse, who had planned the maneuver, wheels his own force around to seal the only escape route. The 81 men are swallowed in a sea of bison robes and painted faces. The fight is over in less than 30 minutes. The cavalry, led by the reckless Grummond, is cut down first. The infantry, with Fetterman and Brown, tries to make a stand on a rocky hillock. They are overwhelmed. The repeating rifles of Wheatley and Fisher bark furiously, piling up attackers, but they are submerged by sheer numbers. The soldiers fighting with bayonets and clubbed rifles are annihilated. Back at the fort, the continuous roar of gunfire dwindles to sporadic shots. Then, nothing. Just the high, thin sound of victory cries carrying on the wind. Carrington, his face ashen, orders another, larger party under Captain Ten Eyck to march out. They are not a relief column. They are a recovery team. Ten Eyck's men march cautiously to the crest of Lodge Trail Ridge. They stop, frozen by the sight below. The valley is filled with warriors stripping and mutilating the dead. As Ten Eyck's small force appears, the warriors slowly, confidently ride away. When Ten Eyck finally descends into the valley, he finds a scene from hell. Not one of Fetterman's 81 men is alive. They are stripped, frozen in the snow, and filled with arrows. Fetterman and Brown lie together, dead by their own hands, their revolver barrels empty. The message is clear. The U.S. Army's finest, most arrogant soldiers have been wiped out to the last man. Red Cloud, the blustering chief, now commands the Paha Sapa, and Fort Phil Kearny is no longer just a prison. It is a tomb. Section 4. The Rider in the Blizzard. December 21st, 1866, 9:00 p.m., Fort Phil Kearny. Absolute terror has replaced the bloodlust of the morning. The temperature is plummeting toward 25 below zero. A blizzard is howling out of the north, piling drifts against the 8-foot stockade. Inside the fort is a powder keg of grief and fear. The bodies of Fetterman's 81 men lie frozen in the wagon boxes, where Ten Eyck's detail laid them, piled like cordwood. The women and children are huddled in the sutler's store, the thick sod roof the only defense against a stray fire arrow. Every man left alive, less than 300 effective soldiers, is on the firing line, peering into the swirling white darkness. They are exhausted, frostbitten, and low on ammunition. Colonel Henry Carrington, his career in ruins, knows what this is. It is a siege. Red Cloud's warriors are celebrating on the ridges, enraged and victorious. They know the fort is crippled. They know the wood train is gone, the livestock stolen. They know the soldiers are terrified. Carrington believes they will attack at dawn, a final overwhelming assault to wipe the post from the earth. He is isolated. The telegraph line to Fort Laramie, 233 miles south, has been cut for weeks. He has no way to call for help. He gathers his remaining officers. He needs a messenger. He asks for volunteers. The men look at the floor. It is a suicide mission. To ride out of the fort tonight means riding directly through the thousands of warriors who have just annihilated the best soldiers on the frontier in a blizzard in the dark. 2 men step forward. They are not soldiers. They are civilians, frontiersmen who know the high, cold darkness. James Portugee Phillips and Daniel Dixon. Carrington wastes no time. He brings Phillips his own horse, a thoroughbred named Dandy, the best mount at the post. There are no grand farewells. This is a mission of stealth. At midnight, the Sallyport gate on the far side of the fort is opened, just a crack. The hinges groan, muffled by the wind. Phillips and Dixon, wrapped in buffalo robes, their faces covered, slip out into the storm. They don't ride. They walk, leading their horses, disappearing instantly into the blinding snow. They move northwest, away from the trail, using the blizzard as their cover. They push through waist-deep drifts, their senses screaming. They are in the heart of the Lakota and Cheyenne winter camps. They can smell the smoke from their lodge fires, hear the distant muffled drumming of the victory dance celebrating Fetterman's death. Dixon's horse gives out at Fort Reno. Phillips pushes on alone. For 4 days, he rides. He does not stop. The world is a frozen hell of wind and ice. He hides in snowdrifts during the day, riding only in the numbing darkness. His horse, Dandy, is pushed to the absolute limit of equine endurance. Phillips's own legs swell and freeze, his body a solid block of pain. December 25th, 1866, Christmas night, Fort Laramie. The officers and their wives are celebrating. Old Bedlam, the post headquarters, is alive with light and laughter. A full-dress ball is underway. Couples waltz across the floor, the violin music a warm, civilized bubble against the Wyoming winter. Suddenly, the main doors burst open. A gust of Arctic air silences the music. A figure stands in the doorway. It is not a man. It is a monster, a spectre of ice. It is John Portugee Phillips, his buffalo robe frozen solid, his face a mask of frost. He stumbles past the shocked, velvet-clad officers. He sees the post commander, Colonel Palmer. He collapses at his feet. His voice is a frozen croak. "Fetterman, wiped out." He gasps. 81 men, killed, Fort Phil Kearny, besieged. I am the last. The message is a live grenade tossed into the Christmas ball. The laughter stops. The war is no longer a distant bluster. It is a catastrophe. Phillips' horse, Dandy, is led to the stables, where he collapses and dies. Phillips himself is carried to the post hospital, where he will spend weeks recovering from severe frostbite. The telegraph operators at Fort Laramie frantically tap out Carrington's desperate message. The news hits Omaha, then Chicago, then Washington, D.C. It electrifies the nation. The U.S. Army, the victors of the Civil War, have suffered their worst defeat on the Great Plains. Red Cloud has not only shut down the Bozeman Trail, he has humiliated the United States government. He has proven that the Powder River country is his, and that the U.S. Army stays there only on his terms. The laughter has completely and utterly stopped. Section 5. The Corral of Fire. January 26, 1867, Fort Phil Kearny. The blizzard that saved Portugee Phillips is now the enemy. It is a wall of white, howling misery. Through the storm, a new column of soldiers arrives, led by Brevet Brigadier General Wessels. He is here with supplies and reinforcements. He is also here with a piece of paper. Colonel Henry B. Carrington, the man who built this post, the man who gave the specific order Fetterman defied, is being relieved of command. He is the scapegoat. In Washington, the Fetterman disaster is not seen as a tactical blunder by a reckless captain. It is seen as a catastrophic failure of command. Carrington, the cautious engineer, is blamed for allowing 81 men to be massacred. He is ordered to march his garrison, his wife, and his children out of the fort in the dead of winter, a brutal 233-mile trek back to Fort Laramie, through the very country Red Cloud now completely controls. General William T. Sherman, his bluster remarks now choking him in the press, is incandescent with rage. This is not a war. It is an insult. He demands a winter campaign of vindictive earnestness to hunt down the Lakota and bring them to terms, even if it results in the extermination of the whole tribe. But a winter campaign is impossible. The army is trapped in its forts. The Powder River country belongs to Red Cloud. The U.S. government, however, has a second strategy. If it cannot outfight the Lakota, it will outshoot them. Spring 1867. Crates begin arriving at Fort Phil Kearny and Fort C.F. Smith. They are not filled with more soldiers, they are filled with new rifles, the Model 1866 Springfield trapdoor conversion. The soldiers, many of them green recruits, look at the weapons with awe. The days of the muzzle loader are over. No more fumbling with paper cartridges. No more pouring powder down a barrel while a warrior charges at you. You flip open a block. You slide in a .50 caliber metallic cartridge. You snap it shut. You fire. You reload in 3 seconds. The Army also issues a limited number of Spencer repeating carbines. 7 shots, as fast as you can work the lever. The soldiers practice at the firing range, the crack, crack, crack of sustained fire echoing off the ridges where the Lakota scouts are watching. The Army is waiting for the inevitable summer offensive. August 2nd, 1867, a clearing 5 miles west of Fort Phil Kearny. The woodcutting contract has been taken over by civilian contractors. They need timber. They know the risk. Their leader, Captain James Powell, is a quiet, steady veteran. He is not William Fetterman. He is not arrogant. He is terrified. He has 32 men, 26 infantrymen from Company C, and 6 civilians. To protect them, he has built a small, crude fortress. It is not a fort. It is a corral, an oval perimeter made of 14 simple wagon boxes, taken off their wheels and laid on the ground. The boxes are lined with grain sacks and spare blankets, just enough to stop an arrow, maybe a musket ball. Inside this flimsy ring, Powell places his 32 men. He has all the new Springfields, he has the Spencers, and he has thousands of rounds of ammunition stacked in open crates right next to the shooters. Just after 9 a.m., the Lakota lookouts give the signal. This is the day. Red Cloud has assembled a massive force, perhaps as many as 2,000 warriors, including his greatest lieutenants. They have studied this little corral. It is a joke. It is 32 men in a circle of wood. The first wave, several hundred strong, attacks the picket line. The soldiers scramble back into the corral. The Lakota, led by Crazy Horse, let out their war cries. This will be over in minutes. They charge. A sheet of flame erupts from the wagon boxes. The sound is not the sporadic pop of muzzle loaders. It is a continuous, deafening roar. Crack, 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 crack. It is the sound of a machine. Warriors and ponies are ripped apart. The sheer volume of fire is something they have never encountered. It is a wall of lead. The charge is broken before it even gets close. The warriors wheel their ponies, stunned, leaving dozens of dead and wounded on the grass. They regroup. They are confused. The soldiers' rifles did not go quiet. They did not stop to reload. They try again. A second, larger charge. They ride low, hanging off the sides of their ponies. Again, the corral explodes. The .50 caliber slugs tear through the horses, through the rawhide shields, through the warriors themselves. The attack is shattered. For 5 hours, the Lakota try. They try charging on foot. They try crawling through the grass. They try to light the wagon boxes with fire arrows, but the wood is too green. Each time, they are met by this relentless, rapid, accurate fire. Inside the corral, the men are sweating, their rifle barrels too hot to touch. They swap out guns, letting one cool while they fire another. They are piling up brass cartridges at their feet. They are holding. By 2 p.m., the Lakota have had enough. The cost is too high. The valley floor is littered with their dead and wounded. This is not a battle. It is a slaughter. They retreat. Inside the wagon box corral, Powell counts his losses. 3 men dead, 2 wounded. Outside, the Lakota have suffered hundreds of casualties. The wagon box fight and the similar hayfield fight near Fort C.F. Smith are stunning tactical victories for the U.S. Army. The new breechloader has proven it can defeat thousands. But Red Cloud is not a tactician. He is a strategist. He knows he doesn't have to win these fights. He doesn't have to take the forts. He just has to make the road unusable. The army may have won the battle, but they are still prisoners in their own forts. The wood train is still burned. The road is still closed. And in Washington, D.C., the politicians are finally looking at the ledger. They are adding up the cost in dollars, the cost in blood, and the cost in public humiliation. They are realizing that Red Cloud's bluster is costing them a fortune. The new rifles have won the fight, but they are about to lose the war. Section 6. The Unthinkable Surrender. Autumn 1867, Washington, D.C. The halls of the War Department are filled with a quiet, humiliated fury. The victory at the wagon box corral has done nothing to change the strategic reality. The Bozeman Trail is still closed. Travel has completely stopped. Freighting costs have skyrocketed. Red Cloud, by waging a relentless war of attrition, has made the Powder River forts untenable. The U.S. government is spending over $1 million a week, in 19th century dollars, to protect a road that no one can use. General William T. Sherman, the man who wanted extermination, now faces a different kind of enemy. A budget? He and General Grant, looking at the larger map, see the future. And the future is the Transcontinental Railroad, now being built with feverish intensity far to the south of the Powder River. This northern trail, this shortcut to Montana, is no longer worth the blood. It is no longer worth the humiliation. Congress acts. It creates the Indian Peace Commission, a body of generals and civilians, including Sherman himself. Their mandate has shifted. It is no longer victory. It is peace. They are ordered to find a solution, and to find it now. April 1868, Fort Laramie, Wyoming Territory. The The Treaty Council is convened once again in the same place where Red Cloud delivered his ultimatum 2 years earlier. The commissioners, General Harney, General Terry, E.B. Taylor, sit at the table. Runners are sent to the Powder River. Come and talk. The war is over. We offer peace. Some chiefs do come. Spotted Tail, man afraid of his horses. They are weary of fighting. They sign the new Treaty of Fort Laramie. It is a document full of promises, annuities, schools, agencies, and a new Great Sioux Reservation west of the Missouri River. But the commissioners wait. The one signature that matters, the one man this entire war has been about, is absent. Red Cloud does not come. His reply comes back with a runner, as stark and uncompromising as his speech to Carrington. He is still in the Powder River country. He is not talking. He is not signing. His terms are simple. We are on the warpath, and we will not sign a peace until the soldiers are gone from our land. He demands the complete, unconditional, and total abandonment of the Bozeman Trail forts, Fort Reno, Fort Phil Kearny, and Fort C.F. Smith. The commissioners are stunned. This is not negotiation. This is the demand of a victor. The United States Army does not surrender its forts. It does not retreat under enemy threat. To do so would be to admit, on a national stage, that they have been defeated. The telegraph line from Laramie to Washington hums. General Grant, now the most powerful man in the nation, reviews the request. He looks at the casualty lists. He looks at the budget. He knows that Fetterman's 81 men and the hundreds more killed in small-scale ambushes have bought the United States nothing. He gives the order. July 29, 1868, Fort C.F. Smith. The bugle sounds, not the charge, but retreat. The U.S. flag is lowered from the flagpole. The garrison, which had survived the Hayfield fight, shoulders its rifles, opens the gates, and marches away. August 1, 1868, Fort Phil Kearny. This is the one that matters. This is the post built in defiance of Red Cloud's warning. This is the post that Fetterman died to defend. The soldiers of the 18th Infantry, the same regiment that marched in with Carrington, pack their wagons. They load their cannons. They look at the high wooden stockade, the bullet-scarred firing platforms, the graveyard on the hill. This post has cost more in blood and treasure than any other on the frontier. The gates swing open. The column marches south, back down the trail they had so confidently built. From the ridges, Lakota and Cheyenne scouts watch them go. They wait. They make sure it is not another trick. They watch the blue column disappear over the horizon. Then the warriors descend. The first warrior to reach the fort is Little Wolf of the Northern Cheyenne. He rides through the open gate, he takes a torch, and he sets fire to the sutler's store. Within an hour, Fort Phil Kearny, Carrington's impregnable post, the symbol of American manifest destiny, is a pillar of flame, the black smoke rising so high it can be seen for 100 miles. Red Cloud, from a distance, watches the smoke. He has won. He has done the impossible. He has fought the United States Army to a standstill and forced it to surrender territory. Only now, with the forts reduced to ash, will he ride to Fort Laramie. He is no longer a protester. He is a conqueror, coming to sign a treaty that he dictated. Section 7. The Victor's Peace. November 6, 1868, Fort Laramie, Wyoming Territory. The council room is cold. The autumn wind whistles through the cracks in the walls of Old Bedlam. The U.S. Peace Commissioners are waiting, their maps and treaty documents spread on the table. They have been here, off and on, for 7 months. The door opens. It is not a nervous, hurried entrance. Mapia Luta, Red Cloud, enters. He is not the enraged warrior who stormed out in 1866. He is a statesman. He is 46 years old, at the absolute peak of his power, the most famous and feared Native American on the continent. He has spent the last 3 months hunting in the Powder River country. He has personally visited the smoking, charred ruins of Fort Phil Kearny and Fort C.F. Smith. He has kicked through the ashes of the stockades. He has confirmed with his own eyes that the soldiers are gone. He looks at the commissioners. He knows them. General William Harney, General Alfred Terry. These are powerful men, but today they are the supplicants. Red Cloud sits. He does not speak. He waits. An interpreter begins to read the key articles of the 1868 Treaty of Fort Laramie. It is a stunning document. It is not a peace treaty, it is a capitulation. Article 1 declares the war shall forever cease. Article 2 establishes the Great Sioux Reservation, a vast territory that includes all of modern-day South Dakota west of the Missouri River, including the sacred Paha-Sapa, the Black Hills. But it is Article 16 that makes Red Cloud nod, slowly. This is the article he wrote, not with ink, but with the blood of Fetterman's 81 men. The interpreter reads the words, "The United States agrees that the country north of the North Platte River and east of the summits of the Bighorn Mountains shall be held and considered to be unceded Indian territory. And the United States agrees that no white person or persons shall be permitted to settle upon or occupy any portion of the same, or without the consent of the Indians, to pass through the same." It is total. The Bozeman Trail is officially, legally, and forever closed. The treaty goes on, offering annuities, agencies, schools, and blacksmiths, the government's attempt to turn warriors into farmers. Red Cloud listens to these parts with indifference. They are the white man's words. The land, Article 16, that is his word. The commissioner pushes the document forward. "Will you sign?" Red Cloud rises. He walks to the table. He takes the pen. He is an Oglala Lakota. He does not write his name. He makes a simple, powerful X beside his name. He is the last of the great chiefs to sign. It is done. The war is over. Red Cloud has won. It is the only war in the history of the American West, and arguably in the history of the United States, that was a total victory for a Native American nation. Red Cloud had warned them. They had laughed. He had fought. They had surrendered. In Washington, the public, weary of war after the Civil War, accepts the peace. Colonel Henry Carrington, his career and reputation shattered, is quietly shuffled off to a desk job, a victim of his own subordinates' arrogance. Red Cloud returns to the Powder River, not as a chief, but as the chief. He has secured the last great free hunting ground for his people. But the victory, as absolute as it was, is an island in a rushing, poisoned river. The white man's ink, as Red Cloud suspected, is treacherous. The treaty he signed contains a clause he barely noted, that no future cession of land would be valid unless signed by 3/4 of all adult males. It was a clause meant to protect the Lakota. Instead, it would be the very one the government would illegally violate just 8 years later. And the treaty did not account for the one thing more powerful than the U.S. Army: human greed. As Red Cloud enjoys his victory, whispers are already circulating in the mining camps of Montana, whispers of a mineral, a yellow rock, hidden deep within the sacred heart of the new reservation. Whispers about the Black Hills. Red Cloud has won his war, but his victory has only drawn a map for the next one. A new, more ruthless generation of American officers, Custer, Crook, Miles, are studying the Fetterman disaster. They are vowing not to be humiliated. And Red Cloud's own lieutenants, the men who planned the Fetterman trap and led the charges at the wagon box fight, a young warrior named Crazy Horse and a Hunkpapa holy man named Sitting Bull, are watching. The peace of 1868, bought in blood, will not last. The laughter has stopped. But the war for the very soul of the continent, is just beginning. AXT New York Wilderness, near Lake Ontario, day 16827. The air is thick with mosquitoes and the smell of pine rot. Ensign Pierre Delancey, of the Troops de la Marine, curses under his breath. He shoves a saturated, low-hanging branch away from his horse's face. The animal is a wreck, lathered in sweat, flanks heaving, its legs trembling from navigating the endless maze of deadfall and sucking mud. This New France is a green hell. Delancey's patrol has been hacking its way west from Fort Frontenac for 3 days, supposedly on a show of force ordered by the governor, the Marquis de Denonville. But here, the forest swallows all force. They are lost, exhausted, and their heavy wool uniforms are soaked through. Suddenly, Delancey freezes. He hears a sound. Not the crack of a twig under a deer's hoof, not the clumsy crash of his own men. It's a rhythmic, soft, impossibly fast thud, thud, thud. From the gloom of the hemlock grove to his left, a man emerges. He is Haudenosaunee, Iroquois. He wears only a breechclout and moccasins. His body is lean, slick with sweat, his gaze fixed on a point far beyond the French patrol. He doesn't look at them. He doesn't slow down. He simply passes them, his body locked in a relentless, ground-eating trot. In his hand he carries a small, intricately beaded belt, a string of wampum. In 10 seconds he is gone, swallowed by the forest ahead. Pierre de Lancey stares into the trees, his heart suddenly cold. His own messenger, on the patrol's strongest horse, had turned back a day ago, the animal lamed by a hidden root. That man, he was moving as if the forest wasn't even there. What Ensign de Lancey had just witnessed wasn't merely a feat of endurance. It was a weapon. It was the living, breathing nervous system of the most powerful indigenous confederacy in North America, the Haudenosaunee, or Iroquois. The French and later the English colonists were baffled. Their entire military doctrine was built on supply lines, clear roads, and the speed of a horse. Yet here, in this vast wilderness, their fastest couriers were consistently beaten by men on foot. How could a runner, carrying almost nothing, cover distances that seemed physically impossible, up to 100 miles in a single day? How could the Iroquois coordinate armies and diplomacy across a territory of thousands of square miles in mere days? This was, to the European mind, a strategic impossibility. By the end of this journey, you will understand the grueling training, the unique culture, and the impossible physiology of the Iroquois runners, the men who held an empire together at a sprint. Section 1, the Green Ocean. To understand the runner, you must first understand the world he moved through. The North American interior of the 17th century was not a collection of forests. It was one forest, a single continental entanglement stretching from the Atlantic coast to the Mississippi. A green ocean of biomass so dense that in many places a man could travel for a week and never see the sun. To the European settler, this was a place of profound dread. It was an obstacle, an enemy. Their journals are filled with terror of getting lost, of the trackless wilderness, of the gloom of the deep woods. Their technology was a liability here. A horse, the symbol of speed and power in the open fields of Europe, was a fragile burden. It required wide, clear paths. It needed massive quantities of fodder, which had to be carried. Its legs were easily broken by hidden roots or mud holes. A cavalryman in a steel breastplate was a slow, noisy, and conspicuous target. But to the Haudenosaunee, the people of the Longhouse, this forest was not a barrier. It was their home. It was their fortress, their larder, and their highway, and they had built an empire within it. The Iroquois Confederacy, known as the Five Nations, the Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, and Seneca, was a sophisticated political and military alliance. Their territory, a swath of modern-day New York, was strategically vital. They controlled the Door, the critical river and lake routes that connected the French in Canada, the English in New York, and the vast, fur-rich interior. Their central government, a council of 50 sachems, met at the Central Fire in Onondaga. But how do you govern a territory that large? How do you demand tribute from a conquered tribe 300 miles away? How do you mobilize 1,000 warriors from 5 different nations to intercept a French invasion force before that force reaches your first village? You cannot if your messages travel at the speed of a European. A French dispatch rider, leaving Montreal for Detroit, might take 3 to 4 weeks, battling rivers, portaging canoes, and resting his horses. A message from Albany to Boston on the good colonial roads could still take the better part of a week. The Haudenosaunee had a different system. They had a network of footpaths, narrow trails worn into the earth over centuries, invisible to the untrained eye. These paths connected their castles, their large, fortified villages of bark longhouses, and stretched deep into the lands of their allies and their enemies. And upon these paths they unleashed the Roskenekatakoane, the great swift-footed ones, the runners. When a scout on the St. Lawrence River spotted a mobilization of French troops de la Marine and their Algonquin allies, he did not paddle a canoe back. He ran. He ran to the first Mohawk village, where the message, perhaps encoded in a notched stick or a wampum string, was handed to a fresh runner. That runner would sprint to the next station, and the next. The message flew south. It moved not at the speed of a horse fighting the wilderness, but at the speed of a human being perfectly adapted to it. Section 2, a shock to the system. Jesuit missionaries, men of letters accustomed to precise record-keeping, were the first to document this phenomenon. Their relations, annual reports sent back to Paris, are filled with a mixture of professional admiration and pure disbelief. Father Paul Lejeune, writing in the 1630s, noted that his Algonquin guides, when pressed, could cover 30 to 40 leagues in a single day. That is 90 to 120 miles. He wrote it down as a fact, but it was a fact that defied all European logic. Baron de la Hontan, a French soldier and notorious skeptic, observed the same. He described Iroquois warriors moving at a great rate, covering in one day the same distance his own French regulars, burdened with muskets, powder, and rations, would take 3 or 4 days to cross. These weren't boasts, they were stunned field reports. Let's be clear about what 100 miles a day truly means. This is not 100 miles on a flat Roman road. This is 100 miles through the primeval forest of fable. It means climbing over thousands of fallen trees, scrambling up rocky ravines, wading through ice-cold streams and dense wetlands, all while maintaining a relentless, shuffling trot that consumed the ground. A European on horseback could, on a good colonial road, perhaps make 30 miles in a day before his animal was spent. In the deep woods, that same horse was lucky to make 15. The Iroquois runner had no such limitations. He was an all-terrain vehicle, powered by an internal furnace. He carried almost nothing. His technology was his own body. For provisions, he carried a small pouch of otsikeeta, parched corn, pulverized into a fine flour and mixed with maple sugar. This was the original high-energy food. A spoonful mixed with water from a stream was enough to fuel him for hours. He didn't need a supply train. He didn't need to stop and graze a horse. He didn't carry a tent, a heavy wool blanket, or an iron cookpot. He was a system of pure, self-contained motion. When the Haudenosaunee needed to convey a vital message, a declaration of war, a call for a peace treaty, or a warning of an enemy movement, they didn't dispatch one man. They activated a human telegraph. The runner, carrying the wampum belt that served as his credential and his mnemonic device, would sprint from his village to a pre-arranged station, perhaps a small hunting camp or a neighboring settlement 20 or 30 miles away. There, a fresh runner, rested and waiting, would take the belt and immediately begin the next leg. A message could leave the eastern door, the castles of the Mohawk near Albany, and reach the western door, the great villages of the Seneca near the Niagara frontier, in less than 48 hours. This was a distance of nearly 300 miles. To the French in Montreal or the English in New York, this was supernatural. It meant that before their own formal declaration of war could even be copied by a clerk, the entire Iroquois Confederacy was already mobilized. It meant their secret troop movements were known and analyzed by the Onondaga Council before their own scouts had even returned to base. This speed wasn't just a curiosity, it was a terrifying strategic advantage. And it was no accident. It was the product of a culture that identified, cultivated, and perfected human endurance from the moment a child could walk. Section 3. Forged in the forest. This education began in the organized chaos of a Haudenosaunee castle, a large village of bark longhouses, often surrounded by a triple palisade of 20-foot timbers. From their earliest years, boys were encouraged to run. Everywhere. They were sent on errands to neighboring villages, tasked with hunting small game, and thrown into the most demanding sport on the continent, Tuaraton or lacrosse. The Jesuit father Jean de Brebeuf, living among the Huron, an Iroquois-speaking people, in 1636, described it with awe. He called it the Creator's Game. But it was also the little brother of war. These games were not casual affairs. They were massive, chaotic, and brutal. The field wasn't a defined 100-yard rectangle. It could be miles long, the goals being 2 trees or rock formations on opposite ends of a valley. Teams could number in the hundreds. A game could last from sunup to sundown for 2 or 3 consecutive days. For a Haudenosaunee boy, lacrosse was the primary crucible. It built the wind that would be needed later. It was a non-stop sprint, grapple, and cross-country run, all while cradling a deerskin ball in a hickory wood stick. A boy who excelled here, who could run all day and still fight for the ball at dusk, was identified. He was a potential runner. As these promising youths grew, the training became specific and intensely rigorous. It was a hardening process, designed to strip away all weakness and make the body immune to the complaints of the flesh. An elder, often a renowned runner himself, would take the boys on long-distance mock hunts or simple message runs. These were tests. In the dead of winter, they would be ordered to strip and plunge into holes cut in the ice of a river. The shock of the cold meant to thicken the blood and build resistance to the elements. They were taught to run through snowdrifts for hours, wearing only moccasins and a breechclout. They were taught to use the cold, to see it as a tool, not an enemy. They also learned the science of fasting. A runner would be sent on a 2-day run with no food at all, only a small pouch of water. This forced his body to adapt, to learn to metabolize its own fat stores efficiently, to endure the gnawing hunger and mental fog until it became a familiar, manageable sensation. Perhaps most jarring to the European sensibility was the practice of scarification. The shins, thighs, and calves of a young runner would be purposefully scraped with a sharpened bone, a snake's tooth, or a flint chip. Not deep enough to lame, but enough to draw blood. This ritual, often accompanied by specific herbs, was believed to make the limbs lighter and swifter, a painful but necessary rite of passage to toughen the legs for the endless pounding. But the most critical piece of this education was not the toughness, but the technique. The Iroquois runner did not sprint. Sprinting burns glycogen and builds lactic acid. It's unsustainable. He did not jog, which is often too slow and bouncy. He loped. Europeans who saw it called it the Indian pace, or the dog trot. It was a rhythmic, relentless, shuffling gait, biomechanically perfect for the forest floor. The foot was placed with precision, landing mid-foot, the body leaning slightly forward, arms held relaxed. There was almost no vertical movement. All energy was channeled into forward motion. It was, in modern terms, the gait of an elite ultramarathon. It was a pace that could be maintained for 18 hours straight. It consumed the ground. It was a living embodiment of the Haudenosaunee worldview, not to fight the forest, but to flow through it, to read the invisible trail, to navigate by the angle of the sun, the flow of a creek, or the specific species of moss on a rock. This was a man who could run, eat, and navigate simultaneously. He would scoop his otsikaheta flour and maple sugar into his palm, add water from a stream without breaking stride, and eat the resulting paste as he moved. He was a human machine, forged in the forest.
At dawn. Look
And
at
in the
the
18th
map.
century,
We must
as the great
secure the
colonial
supply
powers of
lines
France
now.
and Britain prepared for a
We
final
will
war
not
for the continent,
sacrifice our
this
warriors
human
for your
machine
pride,
would become the
Baron.
most valuable strategic asset in North America. Section 4. A Weapon of Speed. Lake George, New York, September 8, 1755. This is the flashpoint. The French and Indian War, the American theater of the global 7 Years' War, is exploding. A French army of 1,500 regulars, Canadian militia, and allied warriors under the
This
command
belt
of Baron
confirms the
Dieskau
words
is pushing
spoken between
south
us,
from Fort
brother.
St. Frederick.
We accept
Their target,
your pledge,
the new,
Sir William,
half-built
and the
British
friendship
bastion
it
of Fort Lyman.
secures.
But Dieskau has a problem. His allied Caughnawaga Mohawk, Iroquois who had converted to Catholicism and settled near Montreal, refused to lead an attack on a fort. It is not their way of war. They will, however, gladly attack the main British colonial army, camped at the southern tip of Lake George, a force led by the British Superintendent of Indian Affairs, Sir William Johnson. Johnson is a man who understands the Haudenosaunee. He lives among the Mohawk, speaks their language, and is an adopted member of their nation. He has built his entire army and alliance around them. Dieskau, frustrated, changes his plan. He will lead a surprise assault on Johnson's main camp. It is a brilliant tactical move. His force is hidden by the dense forest. No European scout could possibly detect him and return to Johnson in time. But he isn't being watched by Europeans. In the pre-dawn light, Johnson's Mohawk allies, led by the revered old Sachem King Hendrik, have scouts fanned out for miles. They detect the movement. They see the green and white uniforms of the Régiment de Lorraine, the blue of the Canadian militia. They read the signs, the number of men, the direction of their march, and then they run. The runners, men trained in the crucible of the Tuaraton and the winter hunts, fly back to Johnson's camp. They don't use the main road Dieskau is on. They melt into the forest, taking the invisible paths. They arrive at Johnson's camp hours before the French, delivering a precise, terrifying report. A large enemy force is close and moving fast. Johnson, acting on this impossible intelligence, makes a fateful decision. He dispatches a 1,000-man relief force, including 200 of King Hendrik's Mohawk warriors, to intercept the French. They march straight into Dieskau's perfectly laid trap. The French are hidden in a horseshoe formation along the forest road. When the British and Mohawk enter, the trap is sprung. A devastating volley tears through the column. The bloody morning scout has begun. King Hendrik, old and too large to run, is bayoneted to death. Colonel Ephraim Williams, the British commander, is shot through the head. The column breaks. The men panic. It is a rout. This should be the end of the battle. Dieskau's regulars fix bayonets and charge, expecting to chase the survivors all the way back to Johnson's camp and finish them both. But they have underestimated the runners. The Mohawk warriors and the fastest of the colonial militia do not just retreat. They run. They run with the speed of men forged by the Haudenosaunee system. They run faster than the French regulars can possibly chase them. Sound of musket fire, men screaming, pounding footsteps. Back at the camp, Sir William Johnson hears the growing roar of gunfire. Then, bursting from the trees, come the survivors. They are not a disorganized mob. They are a living alarm bell. They sprint the last quarter mile, screaming, "Dieskau! Dieskau! To the barricades!" They arrive at the camp mere minutes ahead of the French charge. That warning, delivered at a dead sprint, is just enough. Johnson's men grab their muskets and man their crude breastwork of overturned wagons, logs, and boats. When Dieskau's white-coated regulars emerge from the forest, expecting to find a panicked, unready camp, they are met by a disciplined, coordinated wall of lead. The Battle of Lake George turns from a French victory into a bloody British triumph. Baron Dieskau himself is wounded and captured. The victory, which secured the British northern frontier, was not won by muskets alone. It was won by speed. It was won by a communication network that could turn a tactical disaster into a strategic victory. A network that moved at the speed of a running man, a speed the French, with all their European military doctrine, simply could not comprehend or counter. Section 5. The severing of the chain. For decades, this system was the political and military heartbeat of the Haudenosaunee. The runners were not just scouts or messengers, they were the ligaments of a unified body politic. They were the men who carried the wampum. Sound of rattling shells, a low council chant. Imagine the central fire at Onondaga, the capital of the Confederacy. A runner appears at the edge of the clearing. He has traveled 150 miles in 2 days. He is not out of breath. He walks with purpose to the Council of Sachems and presents a belt of purple and white shells. He is not just delivering a message, he is delivering a treaty. The patterns in the wampum are a legal document, a binding agreement. This speed meant the Haudenosaunee operated on a different political timeline from the Europeans. They could gather their leaders, debate a proposal from the governor of New York, formulate a unified response, and have that response delivered to Albany before the governor's own couriers had even returned from Boston. They controlled the tempo of diplomacy and war across the entire Northeast. But in 775, a new war erupted. A war not between distant kings in France and England, but a family quarrel between the British and their own American colonists. This war, the American Revolution, would present the Haudenosaunee with an impossible choice. The Confederacy, which had balanced the French and British empires for a century, was now itself caught in the middle. The chain of friendship that bound the Six Nations the Tuscarora had joined in 1722 was strained to the breaking point. At Onondaga, the Great Council fire was formally extinguished. The Confederacy, unable to agree on a unified path, declared its neutrality and told each of the Six Nations to choose its own side. It was a political catastrophe. The Mohawk, led by the charismatic war leader Thayendanegea, Joseph Brant, sided with their old allies, the British. The Seneca and Cayuga followed. But the Oneida and Tuscarora, influenced by American missionaries, allied with the revolutionaries. The Haudenosaunee longhouse was broken. Brother was now at war with brother, and the American commander-in-chief, George Washington, knew exactly how deadly the Haudenosaunee system was. He had fought in the French and Indian War. He had seen its speed. He knew that as long as the Iroquois castles stood, with their vast granaries and their network of runners, his entire western frontier would be vulnerable to lightning raids. In 1779, Washington gave an order that would change the landscape forever. He commanded General John Sullivan to lead a massive campaign into the Iroquois heartland. The order was not to conquer, but to destroy. Washington's words were blunt. The total destruction and devastation of their settlements, and the capture of as many prisoners of every age and sex as possible. It will be essential to ruin their crops now in the ground and prevent their planting more. The Sullivan expedition was not a war of battles, it was a war of extinction. 4,500 Continental Army soldiers, a full quarter of Washington's entire force, marched north. The Iroquois runners did their duty. They ran. They warned of Sullivan's scorched earth advance. But what good is a warning against an army that large when your own allies are scattered? The runners who had once carried messages of unified war parties now carried messages of pure desperation. Flee. For 3 months, Sullivan's army burned the Green Ocean. They torched more than 40 Haudenosaunee castles, some containing over 120 longhouses. They chopped down ancient orchards that had fed the people for generations. And most critically, they burned the corn. They burned millions of bushels of corn. Corn that was dried and stored. Corn that was ripe in the fields. They burned the Otsikeheta. They destroyed the fuel. The human telegraph was severed. A runner cannot run on an empty stomach. A relay system cannot function when the relay stations are smoking piles of ash. The network of paths, built over 1,000 years, now connected only ruins. The surviving Seneca, Cayuga, and Mohawk fled, starving to the British at Fort Niagara, becoming refugees. The Iroquois heartland was left a vast, vacant plain of embers. The impossible speed of the Haudenosaunee runner had finally been defeated, not by a faster man, and not by a faster horse. It was defeated by the systematic destruction of its food, its homes, and the political unity that gave it purpose. The forest itself, their greatest ally, was burned away. Section 6. An echo in the forest. The end, when it came, was not a single battle, but a signature on a piece of paper. The Treaty of Fort Stanwix in 1784, followed by a series of coercive and often fraudulent land deals, finalized what Sullivan's army had begun. The Haudenosaunee, abandoned by their British allies, were forced to cede almost all of their ancestral territory. The Green Ocean that had been their fortress was now open for settlement. The world that had created the runner was vanishing. The The dense, trackless wilderness was being systematically clear-cut. The invisible footpaths were being erased, plowed under for farms, or widened into wagon roads. Where a runner once loped through a maze of hemlock and pine, stagecoaches now rumbled, and men on horseback could finally move faster. The runner's impossible speed had always been a function of his environment. He was faster than a horse in the wilderness, but in a world of graded roads, canals, and fenced fields, his advantage was gone. The European had not adapted to the forest. He had simply destroyed it and replaced it with a world that suited his own technology. The Haudenosaunee were confined to small reservations, islands of what remained of their land. The Longhouse, as a political entity stretching across New York, was broken. The runner's occupation was gone. There were no more strategic messages to carry between castles. There was no central fire at Onondaga to run to. The Tewaaraton Games continued, but they were now just a game, a cultural echo of the little brother of war that had once trained the nervous system of an empire. The feats of endurance, however, were not forgotten. They passed into the realm of legend, and sometimes into the stunned observations of a new generation. In the 19th century, accounts would still surface. An American settler or a military surveyor would hire an Iroquois guide, only to watch, bewildered, as the man set off at the same relentless dog trot his ancestors had used. He would cover 50 or 60 miles of civilized land before dusk, just to deliver a simple letter and then be ready to run back the next day. These observers saw it as a curiosity, an incredible feat of individual stamina. They failed to see what it truly was. It was an echo. It was the ghost of a continental network, a living remnant of a time when the fate of empires, the mobilization of armies, and the survival of a people depended not on a horse, not on a wire, but on the otsikeheta in a pouch, and the unbelievable power of the human body, perfected for a single purpose: to be faster than the forest. Pause. Call to action. The story of the Haudenosaunee runners is a powerful reminder that for centuries, human endurance and adaptation, not technology, shaped the destiny of a continent. What part of this incredible human achievement amazed you the most? If you found this history as fascinating as we do, please share this video with a friend and subscribe for more hidden stories from history. October 12, 1838, the brush country of central Texas. Sound of wind through dry mesquite, the click of a hammer being cocked. Sweat stings the eyes of Captain John "Jack" Hayes. His hand is white on the polished walnut grip of his new Patterson Colt revolver. Beside him, 15 Texas Rangers, hard men, veterans of San Jacinto, check the percussion caps on their single-shot rifles. They are dismounted, their horses tied back, waiting in a silent, dusty ambush. They are hunting a Comanche war party that raided the settlement at Victoria. Hayes hears it first. Not a war cry, not a gunshot. A low, thunderous rumble, like distant artillery. The ground begins to tremble. Sound of 1,000 hooves growing louder. Suddenly, they burst from the mesquite trees. Not 30 warriors, but 200. A solid, charging wave of horse and flesh. Hayes bellows, "Fire!" Sound of a volley of rifles and pistols. The first volley cracks the air. Horses scream. Men fall from the Comanche line. But the Comanche, they don't stop. They don't even flinch. As the Rangers frantically try to reload, ramming powder, patch, and ball down their muzzles, the Comanche wave splits. It divides into 2 fluid formations, circling the Texans at a full, terrifying gallop. And then they vanish. Hayes squints into the choking dust. The riders are gone. But the horses are still there, galloping in a tight, dizzying circle, closing in like vultures. A ranger to his left screams and clutches his chest, an arrow buried to the fletching. "Where are they shooting from?" Another man yells, ramming his rod home. Hayes looks closer. He tracks a single painted horse. He sees it, and his blood runs cold. The warrior hasn't vanished. He is under the horse. This was not a rare trick. This was the Comanche lean, a standard military doctrine that made the Comanche the most feared light cavalry in history. For over a century, they built an empire, Comancheria, that halted the Spanish, decimated the Apache, and held back the tide of American expansion. They did it not just with bravery, but what Miller saw that day wasn't just an enemy plane. It was a secret that would change the air war, but with a single, impossible tactic that turned a mounted warrior into a high-speed, mobile, and armored weapons platform. By the end of this documentary, you will understand how this one insane technique, combined with a revolutionary mastery of logistics, allowed a small, obscure mountain tribe to become the undisputed lords of the Southern Plains. Section 1. The Weapon That Changed the World. The story of the Comanche Empire does not begin in the sprawling, sun-baked plains of Texas. It begins hundreds of miles north, in the cold, thin air of the Wyoming mountains, near the headwaters of the Platte River. Before 1700, they were a small, struggling band of the Shoshone tribe. They were infantry. They were hunters and gatherers, living a hard life on foot, their world bounded by the seasons and the constant threat of more powerful, established enemies like the Crow and the Blackfeet. They were, by all accounts, unremarkable. And then they saw it. Sound of a horse whinny, distant. It was a creature that had not existed in their world. A god dog, as some first called it. This was Equus caballus, the horse. Brought to the New World by the Spanish conquistadors, it had been slowly spreading north, either through trade, theft, or escape. The real cataclysm had been the Pueblo Revolt of 1680. In that bloody uprising, the indigenous Pueblo people of New Mexico drove the Spanish out, and in the process liberated thousands of Spanish horses onto the Great Plains. It was an ecological and military explosion. Other tribes saw the horse and saw a tool. They saw a pack animal, a way to move camp more easily. They saw a platform for hunting bison, a way to get one good shot with a lance or bow before the herd scattered. The Comanche saw something different. They looked at the horse and saw a weapon. They saw the future of warfare. They saw speed, distance, power. They realized that the man who mastered this animal would no longer be a victim of the landscape. He would be its master. This realization led to one of the most profound and rapid cultural shifts in human history. The Comanche made a decision. They would not just use the horse. They would become the horse. They abandoned their mountain homes. They turned their backs on their Shoshone kin. And they rode south. This was not a migration of refugees. It was a purposeful, strategic invasion. They were heading for the Llano Estacado, the staked plains of Texas, New Mexico, and Oklahoma. It was a sea of grass, perfectly flat, with mild winters and vast, open spaces. It was, in short, the single greatest horse-breeding and grazing land on the continent. Their entire society was re-engineered. A man's wealth was no longer measured in hides or corn, but in the number of horses he owned. His status was defined by his ability on horseback. Their infantry past was forgotten, even despised. To be afoot was to be the lowest form of human, a walker, a crawler. A Comanche boy was given a horse, often a colt his own age, almost before he could walk. His first lessons were not in tracking, but in riding. This was the first step. They had acquired the technology, and they had secured the perfect industrial base, 1,000 square miles of open-air factory for their new weapon. But this weapon came with a new problem. A man on a horse is a big, slow-moving target for an enemy on the ground. To truly dominate, they couldn't just ride on the horse. They would have to figure out how to ride as the horse. They needed a new tactic, something that would make them invincible. Section 2. The Impossible Rider. This new way of war would not be born in a general strategy tent or a government forge. It was born in the dust of the Llano Estacado, on the backs of tens of thousands of horses, and it began in the childhood games of the Numunu, the people, as the Comanche called themselves. A Comanche child's education was singular. Before he could properly walk, he was lashed to a gentle mare. By the time he was 4 or 5, he was given his own horse, usually a colt of the same age. They grew up together. They learned the world together. The boy learned to read the horse's every twitch, its every fear, its every intention. This education was brutal and constant. Young boys, naked and riding bareback, would race across the prairie. They played games that were, in reality, high-stakes military drills. A game of chicken involved two lines of boys charging each other at a full gallop, only to swerve at the last possible second. To fall was a mark of deep shame. Another drill involved picking up a small stone or a piece of cloth from the ground, not at a trot, but at a dead run, hanging off the side of the horse like a pendulum. Their bodies were physically molded by this life. Comanche warriors were often described by white captives as looking awkward, even bow-legged when on the ground. But the moment they mounted, they became something else entirely. They were, as one historian noted, the finest light cavalry in the world. But this was not just about balance. The true secret that allowed them to vanish was twofold: a piece of simple technology and a lifetime of specialized strength training. The technology was a single braided loop of horsehair or tough hide, tied into the horse's mane or fastened to a simple strap around its girth. It was an unassuming, primitive-looking stirrup. But its function was revolutionary. At a full gallop, 30 miles an hour across broken ground, a warrior would hook one heel over the horse's spine. Then he would drop his entire body to the off side, the side facing away from the enemy. His other foot would catch this simple loop, supporting his full weight. His hand gripped the mane. He was now suspended horizontally, parallel to the ground, shielded by the entire mass of his galloping horse. To a line of terrified Texas Rangers or Spanish soldados, the warrior ceased to exist. They saw only what appeared to be a riderless horse, charging with terrifying discipline. But the warrior was not just hiding. He was attacking. He did not carry the white man's cargador de boca, the mouth loader. That weapon was a liability. It was heavy, inaccurate from horseback, and most critically, it was slow. A skilled rifleman was lucky to get off 1, maybe 2, rounds per minute. The Comanche warrior carried the ultimate close-quarters, high-speed weapon, the sinew-backed short bow. Made of Osage orange or hickory, backed with bison tendon, it was short enough to be wielded from any position and powerful enough to drive an arrow clean through a bison. And the warrior had mastered it from his impossible position. Clinging to the side of his mount, he would draw a buffalo hide smasher arrow from the quiver on his back. He didn't aim over the horse. He aimed under its neck. Sound of wind rushing, horse galloping, and the thwack, thwack, thwack of a bowstring, in the time it took one Texas Ranger to reload his single-shot rifle. A frantic, 60-second process of pouring powder, ramming a patch, and setting a cap. The vanished Comanche warrior had fired a dozen arrows. He became a high-velocity armored archer. He was a mobile weapons platform that was both the gunner and the armor itself. This was the Comanche lean. It was the perfect, terrifying synthesis of armor, speed, and firepower. It was a tactic that rendered traditional infantry tactics obsolete. You couldn't form a square. They would circle you, invincible, and whittle you down with an arrow storm from 100 ghosts. You couldn't charge them. They would simply melt away, firing backwards over their horses' rumps, only to reform and attack your flank. They had turned the simple guard dog into the 18th century equivalent of an attack helicopter. They had solved the problem of vulnerability, but a revolutionary war machine requires revolutionary logistics. A tactic this devastating requires a constant, massive supply of the machine itself. They didn't just need good riders. They needed an endless supply of horses. They needed to control the entire industrial base of the plains. Section 3. The Engine of Empire. The Llano Estacado was not just a home, it was a machine. This vast, flat, grass-rich expanse, which the Spanish called a sea without a shore, became the engine of the Comanche Empire. The tactic of the Comanche lean was the lethal product, but the horse was the raw material, and the llano was the factory floor. The Comanche did not just herd horses, They industrialized them. While other tribes measured their wealth in dozens of animals, the Comanche measured theirs in thousands. They became the most sophisticated large-scale horse breeders on the continent. Their manadas, their herds, were legendary, grazing on the endless buffalo grass, guarded by young boys who, as we've seen, lived in the saddle. They practiced selective breeding with a ruthless efficiency. They gelded inferior males, traded away weaker stock, and captured wild mustangs, constantly infusing their herds with new, tough bloodlines. They prized different horses for different tasks. There was the common, tough-bodied buffalo horse, trained to run straight and steady, ignoring the chaos of the hunt. There was the long-distance, traveling horse. And then there was the war horse. These were the elite. Fast, agile, trained to respond to the slightest pressure of a knee, and, crucially, to charge fearlessly into the sound of gunfire. But breeding alone was not fast enough to fuel their rapid, explosive expansion. The Comanche military machine had two fuel sources. One was their own herds, the other was everyone else's. They became the greatest raiders and thieves the New World had ever seen. The Spanish settlements in Texas and New Mexico, with their sprawling haciendas and mission ranches, were seen by the Comanche not as towns, but as stores. They were vast, poorly defended supermarkets for horses. The raids were masterpieces of light cavalry warfare. They were timed to the Comanche moon, the autumn full moon that lit the prairie, allowing war parties to travel hundreds of miles at night. Sound of distant, nervous cattle, a single dog barking. Imagine a Spanish rancho south of the Rio Grande. A handful of vaqueros sleep. A single sentry walks the perimeter. He hears nothing. The Comanche war party does not announce itself with a cry. They ride with their horses' hooves muffled in buffalo hide. They are a whisper in the tall grass. The attack is not a siege, it is a shattering. Sound of a sudden, high-pitched war cry, gunfire, horses stampeding. The war party, perhaps 200 strong, explodes from the darkness. They do not attack the hacienda itself. That is a waste of time. They go for the corrals. They go for the remount herds. They use terror as a tool, firing arrows and muskets to stampede the animals. In a cloud of dust and chaos, thousands of Spanish horses are liberated and driven north at a full gallop. By the time the Spanish soldados can organize a pursuit, the Comanche are 50 miles away, already crossing back into the Comancheria, their stolen goods melting into their own vast herds. This relentless, systematic raiding served two purposes. First, it armed the Comanche, providing the gasoline for their military. A single warrior would ride into battle with a string of 3, 4, or even 5 fresh horses. When one mount tired, he would leap from its back to a fresh one at a full gallop, remaining perpetually faster and more mobile than any opponent. Second, it disarmed their enemies. They didn't just steal the Spanish horses, they stole the Spanish economy. They stole their ability to hunt, to travel, to trade, and most importantly, to fight back. They systematically dehorsed their rivals, grounding them, rendering them helpless. With this unending supply of horsepower, the Comanche transformed from raiders into an economic superpower. They became the central hub of a trade network that spanned the continent. They sold horses to the Kiowa and Cheyenne to the north, to the Wichita to the east, and even, through intermediaries like the Comancheros, to the very Americans and Mexicans they were raiding. They had achieved a perfect, violent, self-sustaining loop. They used horses to steal more horses, which made them rich enough to buy guns, which made them even better at stealing horses. They had built the engine. Now they would aim it. Section 4. The Cleansing of the Plains. They aimed it first at the established power of the southern plains, the Apache. Before the Comanche migration, the Apache were the undisputed lords of this domain. The Lepan and Mescalero Apache bands were themselves formidable horsemen, a people who had terrorized the Spanish settlements of New Mexico for a century. They occupied the very lands the Comanche now coveted. The Llano Estacado was not empty. It had to be taken. What followed, beginning in the 1720s, was not a war, in the European sense. It was a decades-long campaign of total annihilation. It was a clash of two military doctrines, and the Comanches were simply superior. An Apache warrior was a formidable fighter, but his worldview was different. He was often semi-agricultural, tied to specific rancherias where women farmed corn and beans. He might own several horses. A Comanche warrior was a pure, nomadic hunter-killer. He was tied to nothing but his herd, and he might own 100 horses. This logistical gap was the difference between victory and extinction. Sound of a crackling fire, distant, pained cries. Consider a typical engagement near the San Saba River, circa 1740. An Apache war party spots a Comanche raiding band and gives chase. The Comanche, appearing to be few in number, flee. The Apache, eager to defend their territory, pursue them for miles across the high plains. The Apache horses begin to foam and labor. Then the trap springs. The Comanche warriors, at a full gallop, leap from their exhausted mounts onto the fresh war horses they have been leading. Their flight becomes an attack. The Apache on their winded animals are suddenly the prey. They are encircled by riders who seem to be immune to fatigue. They are cut down with arrows fired from beneath the necks of fresh, screaming horses. But the true, devastating blow comes at the same moment. The fleeing Comanche party was a diversion. The main Comanche war force, hundreds strong, has used the diversion to bypass the Apache warriors and slam directly into their undefended rancheria. This is not a battle, it is a slaughter. The Comanche do not just steal horses, they erase the Apache's ability to live, they burn the cornfields, they kill the elders, they take the women and children captive. These captives are the other fuel for the Comanche engine. Young Apache boys would be adopted, beaten, and re-educated, raised as Comanche. They would be taught the lean, taught the language, and in a generation they would be raiding their own kinsmen. The women were integrated, forced to become Comanche wives, literally breeding the Apache out of existence. This was a new, terrifying kind of warfare. It was systematic displacement. The Spanish in San Antonio watched this genocide with a sense of relief and then dawning horror. For decades, the Apache had been their primary tormentors. Now, this new power from the north was solving their Apache problem. Spanish reports from the 1740s are filled with descriptions of starving, terrified Apache refugees begging for protection inside the Spanish missions they once raided. The Comanche had, in effect, created a vice. The Spanish pressed from the south, and the Comanche hammered them from the north. By 1750, it was over. The Apache were broken. They were shattered, driven from their ancestral homelands, forced into the scorching deserts of Arizona and the mountains of New Mexico, the arid Apache lands we know today. The Comanche had not just defeated the Apache, they had replaced them. The Great Sea of Grass, from the Arkansas River in Kansas to the Rio Grande in Texas, now had a new name. On Spanish, French, and eventually American maps, it was given a title that was both a political reality and a stark warning: Comancheria. This new empire, 250,000 square miles, was a mobile fortress of grass and horses. It was a no-go zone for Europeans. It was ruled by a council of warrior bands, united by language, culture, and a shared military doctrine. They had achieved total regional dominance, and now, with their old rival eliminated, the Comanche turned their full, undivided attention to the two European empires encroaching on their borders: Spain and, just over the horizon, the fledgling United States. Section 5. The Unstoppable Storm. The Comancheria was now a recognized sovereign power, but it was not a power that respected the lines drawn on European maps. To the Comanche, the Spanish settlements in Texas and the haciendas of northern Mexico were not a border. They were a pantry. What began in the 1760s and escalated for the next 80 years was not war, but a harvest. The Spanish presidio system, a chain of forts designed to stop Apache infantry raids, was hopelessly obsolete. These static, mud-brick forts were like lighthouses on a coastline, utterly incapable of stopping the sea itself. The Comanche simply flowed around them. This was the era of the Great Raids. War parties, sometimes 1,000 warriors strong, would gather in the Comancheria. They would ride south, crossing the Rio Grande, and plunge deep into Mexico. Not just 100 miles, but 600 miles. They struck Durango, Zacatecas, and San Luis Potosi. They were a red storm that fell upon ranches, towns, and silver mining convoys. Sound of a bell ringing frantically in the night. Distant screams. A Spanish soldado at a small garrison would peer into the darkness, hearing the rumble. He was trained to form a line, to fire a musket volley from a wall. He was not trained for this. He was not trained for a force that moved at 60 miles a day, striking 3 separate targets at once. He was not trained for an enemy that needed no supply lines, living off the bison and the very cattle they were stealing. And he was certainly not trained for the Comanche lean. The Spanish volley would crash. Sound musket volley. The Comanche line would dissolve. Warriors, hanging invisible on the far side of their horses, would charge the garrison walls. The soldados, desperately trying to reload their 12-pound escopetas, would suddenly find themselves pin-cushioned by arrows fired from below their own firing slits. The attack was over in minutes. The horse herds were gone. The captives were taken. The warriors had vanished back into the northern desert before a pursuit could even be mounted. This relentless raiding broke the Spanish frontier. It bled northern Mexico white, depopulating entire provinces. The Spanish Empire, one of the most powerful in the world, was fought to an absolute standstill. They sued for peace. In 1785, they signed a treaty with the Comanche, a treaty that was, in reality, a surrender. Spain agreed to pay the Comanche regular gifts, tribute, in plain language, of weapons, cloth, and ammunition, in exchange for a promise they would stop raiding them and focus on their enemies. The Comanche had forced a European empire to pay them protection money. Then, a new people arrived. In the 1820s, the Anglo-Texans began to arrive, led by men like Stephen F. Austin. They were different. They were not subjects of a distant king. They were farmers, frontiersmen, and speculators. And they brought a new weapon, the American long rifle, often called the Kentucky rifle. It was the sniper rifle of its day. It was accurate out to 300 yards, far beyond the effective range of a Spanish musket or a Comanche bow. The Texans were marksmen. They believed their technology and their tactics, dismounting, forting up behind wagons or trees, and firing with lethal, deliberate accuracy would make the difference. They were wrong. Sound of a single, sharp rifle crack, followed by a human yell. Battle of the Niches, 1839. A small band of Texas Rangers caught in the open, dismount and fort up in a small copse of trees. They check their powder. They know the math. 1 shot per minute. Make it count. The Comanche war party, led by a young, ambitious para-rivo, or war chief, appears on the horizon. They do not charge in a straight line. They split, fanning out into their signature circling attack, galloping at full speed just outside of effective rifle range, taunting the Texans. A ranger, a veteran named Elias, picks his target. He waits for the warrior to circle closer. He leads his shot, compensates for the wind, and squeezes the trigger. Sound rifle crack. The warrior tumbles from his horse. A cheer goes up, but the cheer dies in their throats. The Comanche accelerate. They charge the position. Elias frantically tries to reload. He pulls his powder horn. He fumbles for a patch. He's only 15 seconds into the 60-second reload. And the Comanche vanish. Elias looks up. All he sees are 50 painted horses, riderless, circling his position at a dead run. He hears the high, ululating war cry, but it seems to come from the ground, from the air itself. Sound of dozens of arrows thwacking into wood and flesh. The man next to him grunts and falls, an arrow through his throat. Elias looks on in terror. An arrow skips off the dirt in front of him, fired from an impossible angle. He sees it now. Under the neck of a charging pinto, he sees the face of a warrior, screaming, knocking another arrow. The Comanche lean had perfectly neutralized the Americans' single, devastating advantage. The long rifle was useless if its target was a 4-inch wide warrior's leg, shielded by 1,000 pounds of horseflesh, moving at 30 miles an hour. The Texans were overrun. The Comanche tactic was not just a trick. It was the ultimate counter to the slow-firing infantry weapons of the day. For 3 decades, this imbalance held. The Republic of Texas could not defeat them. The United States Army, when it arrived, could not defeat them. The Comanche were the masters, their empire at its zenith. But in 1836, in a small factory in Paterson, New Jersey, a man named Samuel Colt had just patented a new invention. It was a revolving pistol, and it was about to change the math of the plains forever. Section 6. The Great Equalizer. The first Paterson Colts were not impressive weapons. They were .36 caliber, finicky, prone to chain firing, and notoriously slow to reload. A man had to practically disassemble the entire weapon to seat new percussion caps and load powder and ball. The U.S. Army looked at it and, for the most part, passed. But the men of the newly formed Texas Rangers saw something different. They saw their own salvation. Among them was Captain John "Jack" Hayes. He had not forgotten that day in 1838. He had not forgotten the feeling of utter helplessness, of fumbling with a powder horn while vanished warriors fired at will. He saw the 60-second reload not as an inconvenience, but as a fatal, tactical void. The Colt Paterson, for all its flaws, closed that void. It was, as the Comanche would later call it, a 5-shot rifle. Hayes equipped his small company of 15 men with 2 revolvers each. This was his great innovation, not just the gun, but the doctrine. He trained his men to fight not as dismounted infantry, but as cavalry. He would meet the Comanche on his own terms, on horseback, in the open. He would turn the white man's greatest weakness, the reload, into a terrifying 10-shot strength. June 8, 1844, Walker's Creek, Central Texas. Sound of a single distant gunshot. Hayes and his 14 Rangers are tracking a large raiding party. They are deep in Comanche territory. They are, in fact, being watched. The Comanche war chief, a celebrated warrior named Yellow Wolf, sees the tiny band of Texans. He sees an easy kill. He lays a perfect trap. A single Comanche scout appears, taunts the Rangers, and flees into a rocky valley. Hayes, against all conventional wisdom, orders a full-speed pursuit. They gallop into the trap. Sound of high-pitched war cries from all sides. Suddenly, the ridges on both sides of the valley are alive. Not 20 warriors, not 40. Over 70 Comanche, all painted for war, all led by Yellow Wolf himself. They have the high ground, and they have the numbers. This is not a battle. It is an execution. Yellow Wolf gives the order. The Comanche charge. This is the moment that has broken Spanish presidios and Texas militias for a century. The Texans are supposed to panic, dismount, and try to fort up. They are supposed to fire one panicked volley. Hayes and his men fire their single-shot rifles. Sound a ragged volley of rifles. And just as Yellow Wolf expects, the Rangers drop the useless, empty weapons. The Comanche warriors surge forward. This is their moment, the 60-second void. They drop into the Comanche lean. They vanish to the offside of their horses, knocking their arrows, preparing to ride through the fumbling white men and pin-cushion them as they try to reload. They are shielded, invincible, and moving at 30 miles an hour. But Hayes does not order a reload. He doesn't order a retreat. He screams, "Charge!" Sound of galloping horses, mixed with the sharp crack, crack, crack of revolvers. Hayes and his 14 men charge into the 70 Comanche. A warrior, hanging beneath his horse's neck, lines up his first arrow on a Ranger. He is 10 yards away. He is invincible. The Ranger doesn't have a powder horn. He has a second gun. He points his Colt Paterson and fires. Sound, crack. The .36 caliber ball tears into the warrior's exposed shoulder. The warrior, stunned, this should not be happening, tries to recover. The Ranger fires again. Crack. The warrior falls from his horse, dead before he hits the ground. All across the valley the same scene is repeated. The Comanche lean has suddenly, catastrophically failed. Its entire purpose was to exploit the reload gap. With the revolver, there is no gap. A warrior hanging exposed on the side of his horse is no longer an armored gunner. He is a stationary point-blank target for 5 consecutive shots. The Comanche are thrown into total, uncomprehending panic. Their impossible tactic, their most sacred military doctrine, is not just failing, it is getting them killed. They are fighting men who seem to have endless firepower. Hayes himself charges directly at Yellow Wolf. The chief fires his musket. The shot misses. Hayes levels his Patterson. He fires, and Yellow Wolf falls dead. The battle becomes a rout. The Rangers, screaming, reloading on the fly by swapping to their second revolvers, chase the shattered Comanche for miles. When the dust settles, over 20 Comanche, including their leader, are dead. The Rangers have 1 man wounded. The news of Walker's Creek traveled across the Comancheria like a shockwave. A tiny group of white men had not just survived a Comanche attack. They had charged a superior force in the open, beaten them at their own mounted game, and broken the Comanche lean. The technological gap was closing. The great equalizer had arrived. But the final destruction of the Comancheria would not come from a gun. It would come from an enemy that was even more relentless, more systematic, and completely invisible. Section 7. The Unseen Annihilation. The first invisible enemy had been stalking the Comancheria for decades. It wasn't a soldier, it was a virus. While the Comanches' nomadic lifestyle and relative isolation had protected them for a century, their massive expansion and raiding deep into Mexico had exposed them to the white man's most devastating non-military weapon, variola major, smallpox. An epidemic in 1848, and another of cholera just after, ripped through the Comanche bands with a ferocity that no rifle volley could match. This enemy didn't care about the Comanche lean. It didn't fear a warrior on his war horse. It entered the lodges. It killed the women who processed the buffalo hides. It killed the elders who held the political and social fabric together. And most critically, it killed the children, the next generation of riders. The U.S. Army, based at new forts like Fort Worth and Fort Belknap, watched this biological catastrophe with cold, strategic interest. Their reports back to Washington noted that the Comanche's greatest strength was much reduced by disease. Their population, once estimated as high as 20,000, was in freefall. The great equalizer, the revolver, had leveled the tactical playing field. Disease had begun to hollow out the empire from within. But the final, systematic destruction of the Comanche way of life would target the very engine of their power. It would target their food, their shelter, their economy. It would target the American bison. After the Civil War, the United States turned its full industrial attention westward. Generals like Philip Sheridan and William Tecumseh Sherman, fresh from their total war campaigns in the South, were given command of the West. They understood something that the Spanish and Texans had never fully grasped. You could not defeat the Comanche by chasing them. The Comancheria was a fortress of grass, and the Comanche were the most mobile human beings on the planet. As Sheridan famously, and perhaps apocryphally, stated, the only way to solve the Comanche problem was to destroy their commissary. As long as the bison existed, the Comanche warrior would have food, he would have a teepee, his horse would have a saddle, and his bow would have sinew. The policy was simple. The U.S. Army would not just allow the slaughter of the buffalo, it would encourage it. Sound of a distant massive boom, a long faint whistle, and a wet thud. This was the sound of the new war. It was not the crack of a revolver. It was the deep-throated roar of the Sharp's big .50 caliber rifle. The commercial hide hunters arrived. Men like J. Wright Moore and Buffalo Bill Cody. They were not soldiers. They were businessmen, and they were armed with a weapon that, once again, rewrote the rules of war. A Comanche warrior's entire doctrine was based on speed, mobility, and the 60-second reload. The Comanche lean was a close-quarters tactic, designed to operate inside 100 yards. The Sharp's rifle could kill a bison at 800 yards. It was, in effect, portable artillery. Sound of a man coughing, wind, the metallic click of a rifle action. A hide hunter would not charge. He would not engage. He would find a high ridge, set up his tripod sticks, and lie down. He would wait. When the great, endless herds of bison appeared, he would begin his work. Boom! A lead cow falls. The herd, confused, gathers around it. Boom! Another. Boom! Another. A skilled hunter could kill 100 animals from a single stand, never moving, a mile away from any potential threat. The Comanche watched this from a distance, in a state of horror and disbelief. Their tactic was useless. They could not charge a man a mile away. They could not vanish from a bullet they never heard coming. They were watching their entire world being skinned. The railroads, pushing west, provided the final industrial component. The hunters killed. The skinners took the hides. The railroads shipped millions of them back east to be turned into machine belts and coats. In 1870, an estimated 30 million bison roamed the plains. By 1880, they were virtually gone. The Comanche were no longer the lords of the plains. They were starving. Their invincible war horses, with no bison grazing, grew weak. Their society, hollowed by disease and now crippled by starvation, began to collapse. The final desperate uprising was the Red River War of 1874. Led by the last great war chief, Quanah Parker, himself the son of a captive white woman, the Comanche and their Kiowa allies made a last furious stand. But they were not fighting soldiers. They were fighting a void. They were a cavalry with no food, no horses strong enough to fight, and no hope. In June of 1875, Quanah Parker led the last band of free Comanche, the Quahadi, into Fort Sill, in modern-day Oklahoma. It was not a treaty. It was an unconditional surrender. The U.S. Army, in a final symbolic act, rounded up the Comanche's remaining horses, the descendants of the god dogs that had built an empire. They separated the best of the war ponies, over 400 animals. They marched them into a ravine, and shot every single one. Sound of a single distant gunshot, echoing, then fading to silence. The Comanche lean was a tactic of genius. It had allowed a small, obscure tribe to dominate a continent for 150 years. But it was a tactic entirely dependent on an ecosystem, a sea of grass, 1 million bison, and an endless supply of horses. In the end, the Comanche were not defeated by a better cavalry. They were defeated by an invisible virus, an industrial rifle, and the total, systematic destruction of their world. The story of the Comanche is a stark reminder that the most dominant military tactic in history is only as strong as the world that supports it. Their mastery of the horse was absolute, but they were ultimately undone by a new kind of war, one that didn't just kill warriors, but destroyed the very means of life. What part of this incredible and tragic story amazed you the most? If you found this history as fascinating as we do, please share this video with a friend and subscribe for more hidden stories and lost chapters of our past. AXT Ohio Valley Forest, Day, May 12, 1796. Sound: hacking of machetes, insects, horses, nickering, labored breathing. The air is green and solid, humid. Elias Caird, surveyor for the Ohio Company, wipes sweat and grime from his face. His buckskin shirt is dark with it. For weeks, his Gunter's chain has snagged on briars, his compass has been thrown off by magnetic deposits, and his men have been on edge, wary of Shawnee or Delaware hunting parties. His job is to cut the wilderness into clean, sellable squares, tame it. He parts a final screen of thick foliage, stepping ahead of his chain carriers, and stops cold. The world falls silent. The forest has vanished. He is standing on the edge of something that does not belong. Before him is a vast, open plain, dominated not by trees, but by massive, sloping walls of earth. They are perfectly straight. He turns his head, his eye following a rampart that runs for hundreds of yards before connecting to a perfect, enormous circle. He stumbles forward, his boots sinking into the rich soil of the embankment. A crew member, Harris, breaks through the brush behind him. Harris, panting, "Lieutenant, what is—" Harris sees it. His voice dies in his throat. Cade raises a trembling hand. He's looking at an octagon, a precise 8-sided figure connected by a corridor to another circle. Each side of the octagon is over 500 feet long. The scale is monumental. It's a city, a fortress, a cathedral, but it's empty, and it's made of earth, Karded whispering. Who built this? Introduction and promise. Narration. What Elias Cade stumbled upon in 1796 wasn't a fluke. It was one of hundreds of complex, massive earthworks scattered across the Ohio Valley. When American pioneers and surveyors, men like Rufus Putnam and Caleb Atwater, began to map these sites, they faced a reality-bending mystery. These were not crude forts. They were precise geometric diagrams etched into the landscape. Perfect circles, 20-acre squares, and complex octagons, all aligned to the heavens with a precision that 19th-century mathematics struggled to explain. The sheer scale suggested a vast, organized, and vanished civilization. The question of who built them and how would ignite one of the darkest and most persistent myths in American history. By the end of this journey, you will understand the impossible mathematics embedded in these mounds and uncover the identity of the true, forgotten architects of ancient America. Title sequence. Section 1. The Silent Cities. Narration. When the first American settlers crossed the Appalachians after the Revolutionary War, they were not entering an empty wilderness. They were stepping into a graveyard of giants. They came for farmland, for the famously rich soil of the Scioto and Muskingum River valleys, and as they cleared the dense forests, the trees gave way to structure. In Marietta, Ohio, founded in 1788 by the Ohio Company of Associates, the pioneers led by General Rufus Putnam found their new town site was already occupied, but not by the living. Putnam, a seasoned military engineer who had built fortifications for George Washington, immediately recognized the scale of the works. He saw massive 30-foot-high truncated pyramids, which he called temples. He saw a vast, elevated square with precise gateways. He saw a graded sacred way leading down to the river. His military mind assessed them. These were not random piles of dirt. They were engineered. But Putnam was baffled. He knew the local tribes, the Delaware, the Shawnee, the Miami. In the view of these 18th-century settlers, these were migratory bands of hunters, living in wigwams, engaged in small-scale farming. The cognitive dissonance was immediate and profound. The people they saw in the forest could not, in their minds, be the people who had raised these cities. Further west, at a site near modern-day Newark, the scale defied all belief. Here, the earthworks covered over 4 square miles. Imagine walking into a complex centered on a great circle 1,200 feet in diameter, large enough to fit the Colosseum of Rome inside it. The walls enclosing it were not simple mounds. They were a 14-foot-high embankment with a 7-foot-deep moat inside the circle, a design that seemed intentionally anti-defensive. From this great circle, a vast, walled avenue led to an even stranger complex, a 20-acre square, its sides perfectly aligned, connected to a 50-acre octagon. The numbers were staggering. Archaeologists would later calculate that the Newark earthworks alone required moving over 7 million cubic feet of earth. This was a project on the scale of the Great Pyramid of Giza. And it was done, one woven basket load at a time, by a people who supposedly had no wheel, no draft animals, and no metal tools. As settlers pushed onward, they kept finding them. The Miamisburg Mound, a conical giant 68 feet high. The Serpent Mound, a quarter-mile-long effigy of a snake uncoiling on a hilltop. The High Bank Works, a perfect circle and octagon combination. The landscape of Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois was revealed to be a vast, interconnected network of sacred geometry. This discovery did not inspire wonder. It inspired a deep, unsettling fear. The silence of these sites was deafening. They were clearly ancient. Massive oak trees, hundreds of years old, grew from their summits. They were clearly built by a massive, organized, and intelligent population. and that population was gone. The settlers, standing in the shadow of these monuments, were faced with a paradox. They were building their new republic on lands they believed were virgin, inhabited only by savages. These silent cities of Earth proved that a powerful civilization had been there first. If the ancestors of the local Native Americans had not built this, then who had? Section 2. The Invention of a Lost Race. Narration. The mystery of the mounds was not just an academic puzzle, it was a crisis of conscience for the young American Republic. The nation's narrative, its manifest destiny, was built on the premise of taming an untamed continent. But these earthworks were silent, profound evidence that a great civilization had already risen and fallen in the very lands being settled. This fact was deeply inconvenient. If the savage tribes they were actively displacing were the descendants of these brilliant architects, it would mean America was not just clearing wilderness. It was destroying the heirs of a sophisticated, ancient culture. A new theory was needed, a theory that would sever the link between the people living in the Ohio Valley and the people who had built the silent cities. Enter Caleb Atwater, a postmaster, politician, and self-taught antiquarian from Circleville, Ohio, a town literally built inside two massive, ancient circles. Atwater was commissioned by the newly formed American Antiquarian Society. His mission, to be the first to conduct a scientific and systematic study of these ruins. In 1820, he published his findings in Archaeologia Americana. It would become one of the most influential and damaging texts in American archaeology. Atwater was a man of his time. He climbed the mounds, he measured their dimensions, he excavated artifacts, he unearthed beautifully crafted copper ornaments, intricate mica cutouts, and polished stone pipes carved in the shape of animals. He saw this artistry, and then he looked at the local Shawnee, and he made a judgment. Sound of a page turning. In his report, Atwater wrote, "We are constrained to believe that the authors of our ancient works belonged to a race of men different from the present Indians of North America." He argued that the local tribes showed no traditions in their vague and idle songs concerning the authors of these works. He declared with the full authority of science that the ancestors of the modern Native Americans were rude savages who had not the industry, patience, and skill for such monumental constructions. Instead, Atwater proposed a new romantic and tragic narrative. The mound builders, he argued, were a lost race. They were a vast, civilized, and ancient people, perhaps related to the Hindus of India, the Egyptians, or even the lost tribes of Israel. They were an agricultural society, ruled by a king who held in his hands the sovereign power. They were, in essence, everything the 19th century American admired: industrious, organized, civilized. And according to Atwater's theory, this noble race had been wiped out. They were not ancestors. They were victims, and their killers, the present Indians. In Atwater's narrative, waves of savage hunters had swept down from the north, overwhelming the peaceful, civilized mound builders in a brutal prehistoric war. The savages had won, extinguishing the light of civilization in the Ohio Valley and plunging the continent into darkness. This theory was a sensation. It solved everything for the American settler. It meant the earthworks were not Native American heritage, but rather the monuments of a different people. It transformed the act of displacement. Settlers weren't stealing land from the tribes. They were avenging the long-dead mound builders. They were reclaiming the land from the savage interlopers and restoring it to civilization. The lost race myth became dogma. It was taught in schools. It was preached from pulpits. It was the official history. For decades, this convenient lie would define the American past. It erased the true creators from their own story, turning their greatest achievements into an indictment against them. But even as the myth took hold, a few dissenting voices began to ask a different question. They stopped looking for lost tribes and Hindus and started looking at the geometry itself. And what they found was even more impossible than a lost race. Section 3. The Blueprint of the Moon. Narration. This new line of inquiry began not with romantics, but with pragmatists. In the 1830s and 40s, two brothers, Charles and James Whittlesey, both professional surveyors and geologists, began to map the works. Unlike Caleb Atwater, they were not looking for a lost race. They were looking at angles, distances, and elevations. They brought their transits, their Gunter's chains, and their skeptical mathematical minds to the ramparts. What they found shattered the rude, savage narrative far more effectively than any artifact. The geometry wasn't just symbolic, it was precise, frighteningly precise. Let's return to the colossal Newark earthworks. When Whittlesey's team, and later surveyors for the Smithsonian Institution, put their instruments on the 20-acre Great Square, they found it wasn't just a square. Its four sides were almost perfectly straight, each measuring approximately 1,080 feet long. Its corners were not close to 90 degrees. They were 90 degrees. This wasn't a palisade paced out by foot. It was a blueprint, executed on a landscape scale, with a standard unit of measurement that the surveyors could only guess at. But the true mind-bending discovery lay in the site's most famous feature, the observatory circle and the attached octagon. The circle is a masterpiece, a near-perfect ring of earth 154 feet in diameter. The surveyors noted something incredible. The diameter of this observatory circle was almost identical to the length of the diagonal of the Great Square, located a mile away. This was not a coincidence. This was a deliberate, sophisticated geometric principle. The relationship between the diagonal of a square and the diameter of a circle, encoded in millions of tons of earth. It proved the entire complex was a single, unified design. But the octagon was the key. It's not a true octagon, where all sides and angles are equal. The 19th century surveyors mapped it and were baffled. The walls were skewed, the gateways seemed placed just slightly off-center. To them, it looked like a failed attempt at pure geometry. They were wrong. It wasn't a failed attempt at geometry. It was a perfect success at something else entirely. The builders weren't just mathematicians. They were astronomers. Sound of wind over an open field, a faint, low hum. Imagine standing in the center of the observatory circle at dawn on a specific day. You look through the arrow-straight corridor connecting the circle to the octagon. On most days, you see nothing but the central gateway. But if you wait, and wait, for years, you will see the moon rise in perfect alignment with that gateway. This isn't the simple summer solstice. This is something infinitely more complex. The moon's path through the sky is complicated, wobbling in a lunar standstill cycle that takes 18.6 years to complete. The gateways of the Newark octagon are not random. They are a precise celestial calculator. One gateway marks the northernmost point the moon ever rises. Another marks its southernmost rise. Others capture the northernmost and southernmost setting of the moon. To build this, the architects, now known as the Hopewell culture, had to do the impossible. First, they had to observe the sky night after night, for decades, likely generations, to isolate this 18.6-year cycle. Second, they had to record that data. With no written language, this knowledge had to be passed down perfectly, perhaps in song, or ritual, or memory. Third, they had to translate that celestial data into a massive engineering blueprint. They needed a standard unit of measurement, a command of advanced geometry, and a social structure capable of mobilizing thousands of workers over years to move millions of cubic feet of earth with no wheel, no metal, and no draft animals. This discovery of high science, of a Stonehenge in the heart of America, should have ended the lost race myth. It did the opposite. To the 19th century mind, this was the final nail in the coffin. If the mound builders were brilliant astronomers and geometers, they proved they couldn't be Indians. Surely this knowledge had to have come from the old world. The search for the lost race only intensified. And all the while, the real evidence was being systematically destroyed. Section 4. The Vanishing Landscapes. Narration. The search for the lost race wasn't just an intellectual pastime, it was a license for destruction. As the 19th century wore on, the very progress that defined America became the primary executioner of its ancient past. The myth had severed the mounds from the living Native Americans. They were now just obstacles. Relics of an unknown, extinct people, they had no protectors. The toll was catastrophic. In the fertile river valleys, farmers found the dark, rich earth of the mounds was perfect for planting corn. They hitched their plows and, year after year, dragged the ramparts down, one furrow at a time. Conical mounds were leveled to fill in gullies. Great circles were breached to make way for roads. Towns were the worst offenders. The citizens of Circleville, Ohio, the town Caleb Atwater had lived in, decided their town's namesake was inconvenient. The original layout had followed the ancient ramparts, fitting streets and houses inside the two concentric circles. Sound of hammering, sawing, wagon wheels on dirt. But by the 1830s, the townspeople complained. They wanted a normal town, a modern American grid. So the town trustees passed an ordinance, and in an act of staggering civic vandalism, they began the systematic demolition of the 1,100-foot-wide circle and the 900-foot-wide square it was attached to. They brought in wagons, shovels, and scrapers. They carted away the sacred walls, dumping the earth to fill basements and level lots. By 1856, one of the most unique earthworks on the continent was gone, erased to make a standard town square. Elsewhere, the myth fueled a different kind of fire. Greed. These were not just forts. The stories went. They were the tombs of kings, filled with treasure. Money diggers, armed with shovels and fueled by fantasy, descended on the mounds. They weren't archaeologists. They were looters. Imagine a burial mound on a bluff overlooking the Scioto River, a sacred place where generations of a people had laid their leaders to rest. The looters tear into its heart. They shatter 2,000-year-old pottery, snap intricate ceremonial blades, and scatter human bones like gravel, all in a frantic search for gold or silver, metals the builders rarely even used. They find a burial, a figure laid on a platform of beaten mica. They see the glimmer of copper on the skeleton's chest, a breastplate. They rip it off. They find a string of freshwater pearls, now chalky with age. They crush them underfoot. A carved stone pipe, the effigy of a beaver, is tossed aside. This was the archaeology of the era. A chaotic, destructive treasure hunt, ruining context, destroying evidence, and desecrating graves. What we see today, the preserved sites like Newark or Serpent Mound, are the lucky ones. They are the 1%. For every site that was saved, hundreds, perhaps thousands, were plowed flat, built over, or looted into oblivion before they were ever measured, mapped, or understood. The true architects were being erased from the land a second time. But this destruction finally triggered an alarm. In Washington, D.C., a new institution, the Smithsonian, was beginning to take its mission seriously. And its intellectual leader was a man who detested pseudoscience. His name was John Wesley Powell. Powell was a force of nature. A one-armed Union veteran who had lost his limb at Shiloh, he was the man who had first charted the Colorado River through the Grand Canyon. He was a geologist, an ethnologist, and above all, a pragmatist. He had spent years living with and documenting the Ute, the Paiute, and other tribes of the American West. When he looked at the local tribes and then at the mounds, he didn't see a disconnect. He saw a continuum. The lost race myth to Powell was not just bad science. It was a vicious and misleading lie used to justify the brutal displacement of the very people he was studying. In 1881, as head of the new Bureau of American Ethnology, Powell decided to end the debate. He would use the power of the federal government to solve the mound builder question with overwhelming, undeniable science. He needed a field commander. He chose a man named Cyrus Thomas, and in a brilliant move, Powell chose a man who was, at the time, a firm believer in the lost race theory. Thomas, an entomologist and naturalist, was convinced the works were built by a non-Indian civilization. Powell didn't care about Thomas's beliefs, he cared about his methodology. He gave Thomas a simple, monumental task. Forget the speculation. Forget the lost tribes of Israel. Go out, survey all the mounds, excavate them systematically, record everything you find, and follow the evidence, no matter where it leads. In 1882, the Mound Exploration Division began its work. It would become the most ambitious archaeological project in American history. For the next 12 years, Thomas's teams fanned out across 21 states, digging into more than 2,000 mounds. They weren't looking for proof of a theory. They were just looking, and what they found, buried in the earth, was not what Cyrus Thomas expected at all. Section 5. The Report on the Mounds. Narration. Cyrus Thomas's teams were not treasure hunters. They were data collectors. They moved with scientific slowness. When they entered a mound, they didn't just dig a hole in the center. They sliced it like a loaf of bread, recording the stratigraphy, the precise layers of earth. They mapped the location of every single object before it was moved. They found pottery. They found spear points. They found woven textiles, preserved by contact with copper. They found charred seeds. They found skeletons. And as the data poured in from Ohio, Tennessee, Wisconsin, and Arkansas, a pattern began to emerge. It was not the pattern Thomas expected. First, there was the negative evidence. In 2,000 mounds, his teams found not one Old World artifact. No Hebrew tablets, no Viking runes, no Egyptian hieroglyphs. Every single item, every pipe, every pot, every arrowhead, was unequivocally 100% North American in its origin, material, and style. The lost race of civilized invaders had apparently forgotten to bring anything from home, but the positive evidence was the bombshell. Sound of a trowel scraping packed earth. In a mound in Tennessee, a team unearthed a set of polished stone objects carved with intricate symbols. Thomas, looking at his field notes, was stunned. He recognized them. They were almost identical in form, though more elaborate, to ceremonial objects still being used by Muskogean-speaking tribes in the southeast. In Arkansas, they found pottery with swirling designs that clearly echoed the artistic traditions of the living Caddo people. In Ohio, in the very heart of mound builder territory, they found carved stone pipes. And when they compared them to the pipes being smoked by the 19th century Cherokee or Shawnee, the lineage was undeniable. The art forms had changed, they had evolved, but they were clearly part of the same continuous cultural stream. The mound builders hadn't been exterminated by the savages, they were the same people. The final irrefutable link came not from digging, but from reading. Thomas's team scoured the accounts of the very first European explorers, men like Hernando de Soto, who had marched through the southeast in the 1540s. And what did de Soto's chroniclers describe? They described encountering the Natchez people, a powerful, sophisticated tribe. They described them living in large, fortified towns. They described a paramount chief, the Great Sun, who lived atop a massive, 30-foot-high, truncated mound. They had witnessed the mound builder culture, still living, still functioning. The lost race wasn't lost. It had been decimated by European diseases, its social structures shattered, its people scattered. The survivors, the Cherokee, the Choctaw, the Muskogee, the Shawnee, were the direct descendants. Caleb Atwater had been profoundly, disastrously wrong. He had stood in Ohio, looking at the Shawnee, and claimed they had no traditions of the mounds. He was wrong because he never truly asked. Or more likely, he didn't listen. In 1894, after 12 years of work, Cyrus Thomas published his findings. It was a 730-page behemoth, simply titled, Report on the Mound Explorations of the Bureau of American Ethnology. Thomas, the man who had started as a believer in the lost race, wrote the final definitive conclusion. Sound of a heavy book closing. The theory that the mounds were the work of a lost race, he wrote, is unsupported by any facts. The links connecting the mound builders and the modern Indians are so numerous and well established that archaeologists are justified in accepting the conclusion that the two are one and the same people. The science was settled. The myth was, officially, dead. The mound builders were given back their identity. They were Native Americans, but this solution only opened a new set of questions. The academics had named them the Hopewell culture, after a farm in Ohio where many artifacts were found. But who were they? How did a society of hunter-gatherers, without cities or kings, create a continental network of sacred geometry? The answer wasn't just in what they built, it was in why. Section 6. The Interaction Sphere. Narration. Cyrus Thomas had given the mounds back to their rightful creators, but in doing so, he deepened the central paradox. How did a people without a centralized state, without writing, without kings or standing armies, accomplish these monumental engineering and astronomical feats? The answer, archaeologists realized, was that the Hopewell were not an empire. There was no single capital, no emperor on a mound throne issuing orders. They were a culture, a shared system of belief so powerful it bound disparate, semi-nomadic clans together across a continent. The proof was not in what they built, but in what they gathered. When archaeologists like Warren K. Moorhead excavated the Hopewell type site in Ohio, they found burials of astonishing richness. These were not the graves of warriors. They were the graves of spiritual leaders, of shamans, of clan elders. And they were buried with the entire continent. Sound of a soft brush on delicate material. In one burial, a man was laid to rest on a funeral platform, covered in a sheet of glimmering, paper-thin mica. That mica was quarried, by hand, from the Blue Ridge Mountains of North Carolina, over 400 miles away. He wore a breastplate of beaten, polished copper. That copper was mined near Lake Superior, 600 miles to the north. Beside him lay ceremonial knives, massive leaf-shaped blades of jet-black obsidian. The chemical signature of that volcanic glass matched one source, and one source only: Obsidian Cliff, in what is today Yellowstone National Park, Wyoming, over 1,500 miles to the west. And in his hand he held a cup, fashioned from a massive whelk shell, which had begun its journey in the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico, 800 miles to the south. This was not trade as we know it. This was a religious economy. Archaeologists call it the Hopewell Interaction Sphere. It was an invisible network connecting thousands of small villages, from New York to Missouri, from Florida to Ontario. They were bound not by political rule, but by a shared cosmology. The objects weren't for utility. The obsidian blades were too large and brittle to be used as tools. The copper was too soft for weapons. Their value was sacred. They were physical manifestations of a spiritual world. And the mounds? They were the reason for this network. They were not cities. People did not live in the Newark earthworks. They were cathedrals. They were pilgrimage sites. They were the neutral ground where these disparate clans, speaking different languages, could travel hundreds of miles to come together. They came to bury their most revered dead, to arrange marriages, to exchange these sacred materials, and to watch the heavens. This is the key to the impossible geometry. The 18.6-year lunar cycle marked by the Newark octagon wasn't just abstract science. It was a clock, a celestial scale summons. It was the master calendar for these great continent-spanning gatherings. Imagine you are a Hopewell traveler, leaving your village in the dense forests of Michigan. You carry a pouch of copper. You don't have a written calendar. How do you know when the great festival will be held? You know because the moon tells you. When the moon begins to rise at its northernmost point, you know, it is time. You begin your journey. The geometry of the mounds wasn't just a reflection of the cosmos, it was a tool to harness it. It was the social glue that allowed a decentralized people to coordinate and focus their labor, basket by basket, on a scale that rivaled the pharaohs. They were a civilization built not on a king's command, but on a shared understanding of the moon. They flourished for 500 years. Their influence was supreme. Their mathematics were precise. Their art was sublime. And then, around 400 AD, it all just stops. The great earthworks fall silent. The continental trade in obsidian and mica ceases. The mounds are no longer built. The graves of the next generation are simple, lacking the exotic treasures of their ancestors. The lights of the Hopewell interaction sphere go out. The silence that Elias Cade would stumble upon 300 years later had begun. Why? Section 7. The Echo of the Builders. Narration. There is no sign of a great war, no evidence of a single catastrophic invasion that toppled the Hopewell world. The end of this impossible geometry was not a bang, it was a fade. Around 400 to 500 AD, the climate of North America began to shift. It became colder, wetter, and less predictable. This was the late antique Little Ice Age, a global event that stressed societies from Rome to Mesoamerica. For the Hopewell, whose entire system was likely underpinned by reliable harvests of native crops, this would have been a disaster. When food surpluses vanish, the social energy required to build monuments evaporates. The long-distance pilgrimages become too dangerous. The complex ritual gatherings become a luxury that can no longer be afforded. At the same time, a new transformative technology was spreading across the continent, the bow and arrow. This new weapon, far faster and more lethal than the traditional spear and atlatl, may have fundamentally changed the social dynamic. It made small group conflict more deadly. The world, perhaps, became more dangerous. The old system, this grand continental interaction sphere built on faith, ritual, and the moon, fractured. The belief that held it together dissolved. The people didn't die out. They adapted. They turned inward. They stopped building massive, shared space cathedrals and began building smaller, defensive, palisaded villages. The late woodland period began. The grand continental vision of the Hopewell gave way to a focus on local survival. The descendants of the geometers and astronomers became the very tribes the settlers would later encounter. The Shawnee, the Miami, the Potawatomi, the Delaware. The great earthworks were left to the forest. They were never forgotten. They remained sacred, but their purpose, their function as celestial clocks for a continental gathering, was lost. When Elias Cade and Caleb Atwater stumbled upon them, they were not seeing the ruins of a lost race. They were seeing the abandoned, silent cathedrals of their neighbors. Sound of wind, a sense of peace. Today the fight is one of preservation. The lost race myth, though scientifically dead for over a century, still echoes, fueling a persistent, romantic skepticism. But the evidence, etched in earth and aligned with the moon, is undeniable. In 2023, the Newark earthworks, the complex with the perfect circle and the 18.6-year lunar octagon, was officially designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It was a global acknowledgement, centuries late, placing these impossible structures on the same level as Stonehenge, the pyramids of Giza, and the Acropolis of Athens. These mounds shouldn't exist, according to a narrative of convenient dismissal. But they do. They are not just geometry. They are a declaration, written in the soil of Ohio, of a truly American genius, a scientific and spiritual legacy that was almost erased by the very nation built on top of it. Scene end. Call to action. Narration. The story of the Hopewell earthworks is a powerful reminder that history is not always written by the victors, but often over the vanquished. The greatest impossibility was not the geometry, but the myth that hid the truth in plain sight. What part of this ancient, brilliant system amazed you the most? Was it the 18.6-year lunar alignment or the continental trade network that built it? Let us know in the comments. If you found this history as vital as we do, please share this video with a friend and subscribe for more hidden stories rescued from the margins of the past. August 1675, the Plaza Mayor of Santa Fe, New Mexico. The air is thin, high desert dry. Dust cakes the lips. A Tewa man named Pope stands stripped to the waist, his back muscles clenched. Around him, a crowd of Spanish settlers, Franciscan friars, and forced Pueblo converts watchers in silence. Governor Juan Francisco Trevino has passed sentence. The charge, idolatria, sorcery. Trevino, in a wave of religious fervor, has arrested 47 Pueblo medicine men. 4 have already been sentenced to death. 3 are hanged. 1 more cheats the rope, taking his own life. Now it is Pope's turn. The lash cuts the air with a sound like a ripping sheet. It lands. Pope's body convulses, but he makes no sound. He is a spiritual leader, a man of standing from the San Juan Pueblo. He is being publicly, methodically humiliated. The Spanish officials see a docile subject being put in his place. They see a primitive belief system being justly and righteously scourged from the land. They see a simple, conquered man. They do not see the man who will, in 5 years, orchestrate their apocalypse. They do not see the strategist. They do not see the fury they are carving into his back, one stripe at a time. This is the story of a secret, not the secret of the Makah in the Pacific Northwest, but one just like it. It's the story of how a people, the Pueblo of New Mexico, were seen by a vast empire as a simple canoe, primitive, passive, and fit only for small tasks. And it's the story of how one man, forged in humiliation, taught that canoe how to hunt the whale that was the Spanish Empire. For 80 years, the Spanish had ruled New Mexico with the whip and the cross, but they fatally underestimated the power of the Pueblo faith they tried to extinguish. By the end of this film, you will understand the brilliant, secret system of coordination and the raw spiritual power that allowed thousands of warriors from over 24 rival villages to rise as one and achieve the impossible, the complete and total expulsion of a European colonial power. This is the story of the most successful indigenous revolt in North American history. Section 1. The Canoe. The world of the Pueblo people was not one kingdom, but a constellation of villages scattered across the high mesas and river valleys of the Rio Grande. They were the Tewa, the Tiwa, the Tano, the Keres, the Jemez, the Zuni, the Hopi. They spoke 6 different languages. They often fought. To the Spanish conquistador, this was a fractured, primitive land, ripe for exploitation. When Don Juan de Oñate first claimed this land for Spain in 1598, he brought 2 things, the sword and the cross. What followed was 80 years of systematic dismantling. The Spanish crown implemented the encomienda system. It was, in practice, slavery. Pueblo men and women were forced to labor in Spanish fields and weave textiles in Spanish workshops, all for no pay. But the sword only took their labor. The cross demanded their soul. Franciscan friars fanned out across the pueblos, erecting massive adobe churches that dwarfed the native kivas. They were intolerant of the native faith, a complex, ancient web of beliefs that governed the rain, the corn, and the sky. To the friars, the Cachinas, the ancestral spirits central to Pueblo life, were demons. Footage of Cachina dolls, ancient petroglyphs. The Spanish suppression was relentless. They dismissed the Pueblo as gente sin razón, people without reason. They interrupted sacred dances, burned Cachina dolls in public bonfires, and destroyed the subterranean kivas, the holy chambers where the Pueblo connected with their gods. Traditional leaders who resisted were arrested. They were charged with witchcraft, their hair shorn to shame them. They were flogged, imprisoned, or, like the 3 men in 1675, hanged. This was the Spanish policy, to break the Pueblo, to shatter their beliefs, to turn them into a docile, Christianized peasant class. They were, in the Spanish view, a simple canoe, battered and waterlogged, useful only for serving the great Spanish galleon. But the Spanish forgot something. A canoe is not just wood. It is a vessel. It holds the spirit of its people. And in 1675, that spirit was given a name and a face. Governor Juan Francisco Trevino was a hard man, a zealous Catholic who saw devils in every native ritual. His 1675 crackdown was the most brutal yet. 47 medicine men, the spiritual spine of the Pueblo people, were rounded up and dragged in chains to Santa Fe. Among them was Pope. When the sentence was read, flogging for him and his compatriots, death for 3 others. The Spanish expected submission. They expected fear. They did not expect what happened next. A force of 70 armed Pueblo warriors marched into Santa Fe. They surrounded the governor's palace, the Palacio de los Gobernadores. They were not asking. They were demanding. They told Trevino that if he did not release the medicine men, they would kill every Spaniard in the city and then retreat to the mountains to fight a war to the death. Trevino, his garrison stretched thin, was stunned. He saw the cold resolve in their eyes. He backed down. Pope and the other prisoners were released, their backs bleeding, their bodies bruised, but their eyes opened. They had seen 2 things: the absolute, bottomless nature of Spanish intolerance, and the fact that the Spanish could be made to fear. Pope was exiled from his home of San Juan Pueblo. The Spanish, thinking they had rid themselves of a troublemaker, banished him to the most remote, northernmost village, the fortress-like Taos Pueblo. It was the single greatest mistake they ever made. They had not banished a broken man. They had sent a prophet into the wilderness to forge his weapon. They had taken a simple canoe and sent it away to learn the Makah secret, how to hunt a whale. Section 2. The Cava and the Cord. Taos was a fortress of dried earth, clinging to the base of the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. It was remote, self-contained, and wary. To the Spanish, it was the edge of the known world. To Pope, it was the perfect forge. He was not just a medicine man. He was now a man consumed by a single, divine purpose. He had seen the heart of the Spanish god, and it was a heart of iron. His own gods, the Kachinas and the spirits of the earth, now spoke to him in the darkness. He descended into a kiva. This itself was a capital crime. The friars had ordered these sacred chambers filled with dirt, their ladders burned. But here, in secret, the kiva lived. The air was cool, thick with the smell of smoke, juniper, and something ancient. By the dim light of a small fire, he met with the other leaders he had summoned. El Saca from Taos, El Chato from Jemez, Tupatu from Picuris, and Naranjo from Santa Clara. They were not natural allies. They represented villages that had bickered and raided each other for generations. Pope let the silence hang. Then he spoke. He didn't speak of taxes or labor or land. He spoke of the spirits. He told them the Kachinas had come to him from the Sipapu, the sacred place of emergence. They had told him the world was unbalanced. The Spanish friars, with their crews and their angry god, had driven the rain away. The corn was failing. The people were sick. This was not a war of politics, he insisted. This was an act of cosmic cleansing. The Spanish had to be scoured from the land, not just defeated but removed. Their god, their language, their names, their animals, all of it. The world had to be remade as it was before. The leaders listened. They saw the fire in his eyes, the authority of a man who had been to the threshold of death and returned. He had unified their grievance. Now he would unify their action. The problem was immense. The Pueblo villages were scattered over 250 miles, from Taos in the north to the Hopi villages far to the west in modern-day Arizona. They were separated by brutal mountains and searing deserts, and the Spanish controlled the center, the capital of Santa Fe, a garrison of professional soldiers under Governor Antonio de Otermin. If Taos rose alone, Otermin's cavalry would ride north and slaughter them. If the Hopi rose alone, they would be isolated and starved. The attack had to be a single coordinated thunderclap. But how? They had no written language the Spanish couldn't read. They had no courier system that wasn't watched by friars and encomienda bosses. Any message sent could be intercepted. This was the moment the canoe became the killer. Pope revealed his plan. It was the Makah secret. It was simple, indigenous, and brilliant. He held up a quipo, a cord fashioned from maguey fiber. Tied into it were a series of knots. This was the clock. Pope and his small council of war prepared dozens of identical cords. Each knot represented one day. He gathered his most trusted messengers, the fastest young men of the Pueblos, the Painanes. They were to run. They would run in total secrecy, At night, avoiding the main roads, using ancient paths only they knew, they would slip into each pueblo, from Pecures to San Ildefonso, from Santo Domingo to Jemez, and all the way to the Zuni. They were to find the village cacique, the traditional leader, and deliver the cord and the message. The message was verbal, passed from Popé's lips. You are to untie one knot every morning. Keep this hidden from the Spanish. When the last knot is undone, that is the day the world will be renewed. That is the day we will strike. The plan was set. The final knot would be untied on the morning of August 11th, 1680. In late July, the runners dissolved into the landscape. They were ghosts. In the Spanish capital of Santa Fe, Governor Otamin sat in his palace, drafting reports on the harvest. The friars preached in their churches, confident in the conversion of the docile Indians. They had no idea that a silent, living fuse had been lit and was now burning its way across the entire territory. The countdown had begun. Section 3. The Breaking of the Cord. August 9th, 1680. 2 days remain. In the Palacio in Santa Fe, Governor Antonio de Otermin signs a letter. The colony is quiet. The summer has been dry, the harvests meager. His primary concerns are supply caravans and the ever-present threat of Apache raids. The Pueblos. They are a labor force. They are sullen, perhaps, but they are broken. He is wrong. The conspiracy is too vast. It involves thousands of people across 6 language groups, united by a single, desperate faith, and a secret that large cannot be kept forever. In the Tano villages just south of the capital, Christianized Pueblo leaders, loyal to their Spanish masters, grow suspicious. They see the secret meetings. They see the runners. They capture 2 young men from Tesuc Pueblo, Catua and Omtua. They are 2 of Popé's Painanis. They are dragged before the local Spanish authorities. The questions are brutal. The torture is swift. The 2 runners confess everything. They reveal the plot. They name the leader, Popé, the sorcerer from San Juan, and they reveal the signal, the knotted cord. The news hits Santa Fe like a cannonball. Governor Otamin is paralyzed, not by fear, but by disbelief. It is impossible. The Tewa, the Keres, the Yemez. All of them? Rising together? He is staring at a report that describes the annihilation of his entire colony, planned for 2 days from now. His disbelief shatters. He acts. He dispatches his maestre de campo, Francisco Gomez Robledo, with a detachment of cavalry. They are to ride north hard, arrest Popé, and seize the leadership at Taos and Tesuque. He sends other alcaldes fanning out, warnings flying to every isolated estancia and mission. Arm yourselves! The Indians rebel on the 11th! But the high desert has eyes. The Painanas who have been watching the roads see the Spanish riders leaving Santa Fe in a cloud of dust. They see the urgency in the horses' lather. They run. They run faster than the Spanish horses can travel. They run to Tesuc, to San Ildefonso, to Taos. They find the Pueblo leaders waiting for the last knot to be untied. The message is breathless, desperate. We are discovered. The Spanish know. They are coming. In the Kivas, a terrible silence falls. The plan 5 years in the making is broken. Their leaders will be hanged, the revolt crushed before it can begin. Popé receives the news. He has 2 choices, surrender to the inevitable or unleash the storm now. He chooses the storm. He gives the final order. The date is irrelevant. The time is tonight. The signal is the fire. August 10th, 1680, dawn. At Tesuque Pueblo, less than 10 miles north of the capital, Fray Juan Pio raises to say Mass. He walks to the church. It is empty. The village is silent. Uneasy, he walks out towards the cornfields with a single Spanish soldier. He finds the Pueblo men. They are not dressed for Mass. They are painted for war. Their faces are a terrifying mask of ochre and black. The friar sees the war clubs, the lances, the obsidian-tipped arrows. He raises his cross. "What is this, my children?" He pleads. "Are you mad?" A warrior named El Popé, a different man from the leader, steps forward. He looks at the cross, the symbol of his people's oppression. He speaks a single word. No. The first blow lands. Frapio falls. The soldier is cut down beside him. The first blood of the purge has been spilled. The runners are already flying, but now they carry a new message. It is not a knotted cord. It is the cry of "Kill!" From Taos in the north to Santo Domingo in the south, the kivas empty. Warriors pour into the plazas. The sound of the mission bells is drowned out by the sound of war drums. In the isolated estancias, Spanish families look up from their breakfast to see their Pueblo servants walking towards them, no longer with tools, but with knives and hatchets. The docile canoe has just rammed the galleon. The Makah's secret is out, and the most violent 24 hours in New Mexico's history has begun. Section 4. The Red Harvest. The high desert became a tinderbox. The spark from Tesuque caught the wind and ignited the entire Rio Grande Valley. It was not a chaotic riot. It was a systematic, ritualistic purge. At Taos, the Pueblo warriors, long considered the most warlike by the Spanish, joined with their Apache allies. They swarmed the mission, killing the 2 resident friars and every Spaniard in the valley. They set the massive church, a fortress of faith, to the torch. At Picuris, warriors cut down the local priest and the handful of settlers. They bathed their arrows in the blood of the Spanish, a ritual act to consecrate the war. South, at Santo Domingo, the caciques had long resented the friars. Now they dragged 3 priests from the convento. They were not just killed, they were martyred in a grim inversion of their own faith. They were stripped, tied to the hooves of horses, and dragged through the village streets until they were torn apart. The church, one of the most beautiful in the territory, was looted, its sacred vessels desecrated, and its altar hacked to pieces before the walls were set on fire. The Spanish in their isolated estancias had nowhere to run. They were surrounded by a land that had suddenly become foreign and lethal. A Spanish hacendado near Jemez, a man who had commanded Pueblo laborers for 20 years, barricaded his family in his main house. He watched in horror as his own encomendado servants, men he had known, flogged and fed for decades, calmly piled firewood against his doors and set his home ablaze. This was Popé's true genius. It was not just a military rising, it was a spiritual one. The warriors were not just killing Spaniards, they were cleansing the world. They entered the churches on horseback, a profound act of defilement. They climbed to the bell towers, not to ring the bells for Mass, but to smash them, to silence the sound that had governed their lives. They ripped the friars' vestments to shreds. They broke open the tabernacles. They took the statues of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and the saints, the symbols of the Spanish God who had demanded their children be baptized and their kivas be filled, and they burned them in the plazas. They danced the kachina dances in the smoking ruins of the naves, welcoming their own gods back into a land that had been purified by fire. Within 48 hours, the northern provincia was wiped clean. Over 400 Spaniards were dead. This included 21 of the 33 Franciscan friars in New Mexico. The dead were not casualties of war. They were victims of an execution. But not all were killed. The Pueblo warriors, in a calculated act, allowed some to escape. Terrified, half-clothed and weaponless, survivors from Taos, Picuris, and the Santa Cruz Valley stumbled south on foot. They were herded by the attacks, funneled down the Rio Grande Valley toward the one place the Pueblo warriors wanted them to go, the capital, Santa Fe. Governor Otamine, barricaded in the Palacio, received the first survivors on August 13th. They were hysterical, incoherent, babbling of burning churches and murdered priests. He had sent his cavalry north, and it had vanished, swallowed by the uprising. The reports came one after another, a drumbeat of annihilation. San Ildefonso, fallen. Santo Domingo, fallen. Jemez, fallen. He looked out from the walls of his palace. He could see them. On the foothills of the Sangre de Cristo Mountains, just north of the city, the signal fires were burning. Thousands of them. The Tewa, the Tano, and the Taos warriors were gathering. They were painting their faces. They were chanting. The entire Pueblo world was descending on Santa Fe. Governor Otamine, with his 1,000 settlers, mostly women, children, and terrified civilians, and perhaps 100 professional soldiers, was completely, terrifyingly alone. The canoe had become a fleet, and it was now surrounding the whale. Section 5. The Siege of Santa Fe. August 15, 1680, the Feast of the Assumption. On a normal day, the plaza would be filled with a solemn procession. Instead, it is a refugee camp. Over 1,000 Spanish men, women, and children are crammed into the adobe walls of the Palacio de los Gobernadores. The air is foul, the heat is oppressive. The animals they manage to save, sheep, cattle, horses, are penned in with them, their cries mixing with the prayers of the terrified. Governor Otamine stands on the rampart, his breastplate hot to the touch. He looks north. They are here. They pour down from the hills, a living tide of over 2,500 warriors. They are not a disorganized mob. They move with purpose. The Tewa, the Tano, the Keres, led by a Tano man named Juan. They carry the captured Spanish banners, the lances, the arquebuses taken from the dead. They do not attack. They stop just outside the range of the Spanish guns. Juan, the war leader, rides forward on a captured horse, wearing the stolen vestments of a priest. He stops, a figure of grim mockery. He doesn't shout. His voice carries in the thin air. He offers Otamine a choice. He holds up 2 crosses. One is red, for war, the other is white, for peace. If Otamine chooses the white cross, he must swear to take every Spaniard and leave New Mexico forever, immediately. If he chooses the red cross, the siege will begin, and no man, woman, or child will be spared. Otamine is a Spanish hidalgo. He is a soldier of the king. He does not negotiate with heathens, especially not with sorcerers dressed in the robes of a martyred priest. He orders his men to fire a volley over their heads. The red cross has been chosen, the Pueblo warriors answer. They surge forward, occupying the adobe houses of the abandoned city. They set fire to the San Miguel Chapel, the oldest church in Santa Fe. The thick, acrid smoke of burning juniper beams rolls over the Palacio, stinging the eyes of the defenders. For 2 days it is a stalemate. The Spanish cannon, the versos, fire into the occupied houses, shattering adobe walls. The Pueblo warriors answer with captured arquebuses and a hailstorm of arrows. Otamine knows he cannot win a siege. He has 1,000 mouths to feed and almost no water. He must break them. He gathers his 100 professional soldiers, all he has left. They are armored, mounted, and desperate. The gates of the Palacio swing open, and they charge, shouting, "Santiago!" the ancient war cry of the Reconquista. They slam into the Pueblo line. The steel of Toledo meets obsidian and wood. The cavalry charge is brutal, but the Pueblo warriors do not break. They have tasted victory. They fight with the fury of men defending their gods. The Spanish are forced back, dragging their wounded, leaving several dead behind. The gates are barred. The charge has failed. Then, the Pueblo leaders show their true strategic brilliance. They shift their focus. They are not just warriors. They are farmers. They know this land. They know its lifeblood. They move to the Acequia Madre, the main irrigation ditch that brings water from the Santa Fe River into the Palacio. With stone tools and bare hands they divert it. The sound of flowing water, the only sound of life for the settlers, trickles, slows, and stops. Silence falls over the Palacio. Otamine has water in his wells, but it is not enough for 1,000 people and their livestock. Within hours, the animals begin to low with thirst. By the next day, the children are crying. The stench of the crowded compound, mixed with blood and fear, becomes unbearable. The well water turns foul. Thirst is now their primary enemy. Sickness, dysentery, begins to spread. The Pueblo warriors do not attack. They wait. They chant. They let the sun and the thirst do the work. Inside the walls, Otamine faces a horrific reality. He is not a governor. He is the custodian of a mass grave. His people will be dead in days, from thirst if not from arrows. He has one last, desperate move. Not a sally, not a negotiation, a breakout, a running, desperate fight for their lives, south Out of the city, out of the valley, out of New Mexico. He gives the order. Prepare to abandon Santa Fe. Section 6. The Long Walk. August 21st, 1680, before dawn. The air inside the Palacio is thick with the stench of death, sickness, and unadulterated fear. The wells are dry. The children's cries have faded to weak moans. Governor Otermin gives the order. It is salida o muerte, breakout or death. The remaining soldiers, perhaps 100 strong, form a hollow square. They are haggard, their armor dented, their faces grimed with smoke and despair. Into this square they pack the survivors. The women, the children, the handful of friars who made it to the capital, and the last of the livestock. This is not an army, it is a funeral procession, and its participants are still alive. The heavy gates of the Palacio groan open. Otermin, on his horse, takes a breath and raises his sword. Santiago. The cry is thin, desperate. The Spanish column lurches forward into the plaza. The Pueblo warriors, who had been waiting for the final collapse, are momentarily stunned by the suicidal charge. They rain arrows from the rooftops of the surrounding houses, but the Spanish do not stop. They are not trying to win the city, they are trying to flee it. They punch through the thin line of warriors blocking the southern road. The sound of their retreat is a chaotic din. The clatter of armor, the wailing of women, the screams of men struck by arrows, the terrified braying of mules. They do not look back. Behind them, the Pueblo warriors swarm into the Palacio. They roar in triumph. After 80 years, the seat of Spanish power, the symbol of their oppression, has fallen. They tear the Spanish coat of arms from the walls. They set fire to the archives, burning the records of their encomienda debts and their forced baptisms. Santa Fe, the holy faith, is theirs. But for Otermin and his column, the ordeal has just begun. They are 1,000 refugees, most on foot. Their destination is El Paso del Norte, the next Spanish outpost, over 300 miles away. They are marching into the heart of a land that has risen against them, with no food, no water, and almost no ammunition. The August sun is a merciless hammer. The dust kicked up by the column clings to their sun-cracked lips. They stumble past the ruins of San Miguel Chapel, which they had seen burn. They march south, and they are watched. From the high mesas, from the cover of the bosque along the river, the Pueblo warriors track them. They are led now by Alonso Catiti, a Keres leader. They do not mount a full-scale attack. They do not need to. They are herding the Spanish. When a settler strays too far from the column, an arrow finds him. When a soldier drops from thirst, warriors swarm, and he is never seen again. At night, the Spanish huddle together in a dry camp, listening to the war drums and the victory chants echoing from the hills. It is a psychological torture, a constant reminder of their absolute defeat. With every mile, the horror of their isolation deepens. They pass the estancias of their friends, the missions where they had prayed. They are all smoking rubble. The bodies are everywhere. They find Fray Luis de Morales from San Ildefonso, his body mutilated. They find the settlers from the La Cañada Valley, men and women, laid out in a grim tableau, their lives ended by the very people who had served them. This is the great, humiliating reversal. The conquistadors, the masters of the New World, the men who believed God had given them this land, are being driven out like cattle. Their armor is a burden. Their swords are useless. Their God is silent. Otermin, the proud governor, is reduced to a guide, leading 1,000 starving ghosts through a landscape of their own making. They reach Isleta Pueblo, south of modern-day Albuquerque. This was the one pueblo that had not joined the revolt. Otermin had prayed they would find sanctuary here, food, water. They find it abandoned. The inhabitants, fearing retribution from their fellow pueblos, have fled. The last hope is gone. They stumble on, collapsing at the banks of the Rio Grande, drinking the muddy water alongside their animals. They cross the river, a baptized column reversing its own conquest. By the time they stagger into El Paso del Norte in late September, they are broken. More than 2,000 Spaniards have been reduced to a starving band of 1,146 survivors. They have lost everything: their homes, their wealth, their provincia. Back in Santa Fe, Pope stands in the reclaimed plaza. He is the master of New Mexico. The Spanish are gone. The world has been cleansed. He issues his edicts. The great church is to be torn down, stone by stone. The palacio is to be remade into a pueblo. The people must wash in the river, using yucca root to scrub away the stain of baptism. They must drop their Christian names. They must abandon the Spanish language. They must divorce the spouses they married in the church. The old ways, he commands, will return. The Cachinas will bring the rain. The corn will grow. The world will be in balance once more. The canoe has hunted the whale. It has driven it from the sea. But victory is one thing. Building a new world is another. Section 7. The Burden of Victory. Pope stood as the undisputed master of a liberated land. He had achieved the impossible. He had, as the Makah legend demanded, killed the whale. He moved into the Palacio de los Gobernadores, the very building that had been the seat of his oppressors. He had promised the people a new world, a return to the old ways, a restoration of balance. He had promised that once the Spanish god was expelled, the Cachinas would return, and with them, the rain. The Cachinas did not come. The sky remained a hard, unforgiving blue. The drought that had plagued them under the Spanish did not break. It deepened. For 8 years, the harvests failed. The corn, the sacred center of Pueblo life, withered on the stalk. The rivers shrank. The people began to starve, and they looked to Pope. But the prophet who had so brilliantly unified them in war was incapable of uniting them in peace. He became the thing he had destroyed. He ruled not as a medicine man, but as a Spanish governor. He dressed in the finery of Otamine, demanded tribute from the other villagers, and commanded obedience. The man who had been flogged for sorcery now hunted his own rivals. He ordered the execution of Naranjo of Santa Clara, his former ally. The great alliance, forged in the secret kiva at Taos, a unity built on a common enemy, shattered the moment that enemy was gone. The Pueblo world fractured. The Keres, the Tewa, the Jemez, they returned to their ancient rivalries, fighting over the scarce food and the shrinking water. The land was free, but it was starving and consumed by civil war. The canoe had killed the whale, but now it was being swamped by its own victory. Pope died in 1688, a disillusioned and hated man. The news of the chaos, the drought, and the infighting trickled south to El Paso. The Spanish had not forgotten. In 1692, 12 years after their humiliating retreat, a new governor, Don Diego de Vargas, marched north up the Rio Grande. He did not find Pope's united confederacy. He found scattered, starving, exhausted villages, many of whom were as tired of fighting each other as they had been of fighting the Spanish. The Reconquista was swift. De Vargas, using a combination of force and diplomacy, retook Santa Fe. The Spanish were masters of New Mexico once more, and yet it was not a return to the old ways. The Spanish, too, had learned a lesson. They had learned it at Tesuque, in the ruins of their churches, and on the long, desperate walk to El Paso. They never again abolished the encomienda system of forced labor. They never again launched a full-scale campaign to destroy the Pueblo religion. The friars were forced to accept a syncretic faith, one where the kiva could exist in the shadow of the cross, where the Kachina dance and the Catholic Mass could be performed by the same people. The Pueblo Revolt of 1680 was not a permanent military victory, but it was an absolute and permanent cultural one. The Makah secret Pope discovered was not just how to kill the whale, it was how to force the whale to recognize the spirit in the canoe. By rising as one, the Pueblo people saved their faith, their identity, and their world. They had fatally underestimated the power of Pueblo faith, and no one would ever make that mistake again. The story of Pope and the Pueblo Revolt is a powerful reminder that a people's faith cannot be extinguished. It can only be sharpened. What part of this incredible story of resistance and coordination amazed you the most? If you found this history as fascinating as we do, please share this video with a friend and subscribe for more hidden stories of how the world was shaped. Early June, 1876. The Valley of the Greasy Grass, Montana Territory. The air is thick with the smoke of 1,000 cooking fires, the smell of curing hides, and the sharp scent of sagebrush crushed underfoot. From the bluffs above, the valley floor is not a camp, it is a nation. Thousands of teepees, Lakota, Cheyenne, Arapaho, are arranged in 6 great concentric circles. This is the largest gathering of free native peoples the continent has ever seen, and it is an act of open defiance. They are all here. The brilliant Oglala warrior mystic, Crazy Horse, the formidable Hunkpapa strategist, Gaul, but the spiritual and political center of this defiant world is one man, Thathanka Iotake. Sitting Bull. He is not a general, he is a Wichashawakan, a holy man, and he is staring at the sun, preparing for a sacrifice. This encampment is a direct rejection of an ultimatum from the United States government. They are all hostiles now. They know an army is coming. The only questions are when and from where. They are a massive target, and the tension is unbearable. They do not just need a leader. They need a miracle. They need a sign from the great mystery, Wakantanka. This gathering was not a war party. It was a desperate stand for survival, and its fate would be decided not by scouts, but by a vision. A prophecy of impossible sacrifice, paid in blood, that foretold one of the most shocking and complete military disasters in American history. By the end of this documentary, you will witness the agonizing ritual that predicted the Battle of the Little Bighorn, and understand why, for the thousands gathered at the greasy grass, Custer's arrival was not a surprise. It was a destiny. Section 1. The Gathering Storm. The year 1876 dawned as a death knell for the Free Plains. The Grant administration, frustrated by its failure to force the Lakota and Cheyenne onto designated reservations, had issued an ultimatum. All non-treaty Indians were to report to their agencies by January 31st or be declared hostile and hunted by the U.S. Army. It was an impossible order, issued in the dead of winter. It was not a negotiation, it was a declaration of war. As the snows melted, the hostile bands did not move toward the agencies. They moved toward each other. They fled the soldiers under General George Crook, who struck a Cheyenne camp on the Powder River in March and began to converge on the traditional buffalo hunting grounds. This was not a flight, it was a mobilization. They came from every direction. Oglala Lakota under Crazy Horse, Hunkpapa Lakota following Gaul and Sitting Bull, Miniconjou, Sans Arc, Blackfeet Lakota. They were joined by defiant bands of northern Cheyenne under Two Moons and Lame White Man, and even a small group of Arapaho. By early June, they had settled here, in the fertile valley of the Little Bighorn, a place the Lakota called the Greasy Grass. The sheer scale of the encampment was staggering. It stretched for miles along the riverbank. It was a living, breathing city of over 7,000 people, perhaps 2,000 of whom were warriors. But this unprecedented unity was also an unprecedented vulnerability. A village this large could not hide. It could not move quickly. It had defied the United States government, and now it sat, waiting. The atmosphere was thick with apprehension. Scouts rode out daily, scanning the horizons for the telltale dust clouds of the Wasatchew, the white soldiers. They knew General Terry was marching from the east. They knew General Crook was reforming to the south. They were the nut, and the crackers were closing in. In this moment of profound anxiety, the people turned not to the war chiefs, but to the holy man. Sitting Bull. He was 45 years old, a man of immense spiritual gravity. His authority came not from battle, though he was a proven warrior, but from his connection to the Wakan, the sacred. He understood that to defeat the Wasatchew army, they needed more than courage. They needed more than numbers. They needed divine certainty. They needed Wakantanka to choose a side. And so, as the moon grew full, Sitting Bull announced he would perform the most sacred and agonizing ritual known to his people, the sun dance, the Wiwangyang Wachipi. He would offer his own body as a sacrifice, a plea for a vision that would show them the path to survival. Section 2. the offering. The decision silenced the camp. The sun dance was not a festival. It was a profound personal ordeal, undertaken only at times of greatest crisis. It was a desperate plea for power, for pity from the universe. And Sitting Bull's would be one of singular devotion. A sacred lodge was constructed, its center marked by a towering cottonwood tree, the wakan pole, which represented the connection between the earth and the sky. This was the center of the world. The drums began, a slow, relentless heartbeat that would anchor the dancers to reality. The entire nation gathered, forming a vast circle around the lodge, their faces a mixture of awe and fear. This was not a spectacle. It was a communion. Sitting Bull was prepared. He was purified in a sweat lodge, his mind clear and focused. He stepped into the circle, his upper body bare. He was not alone. His adopted brother, Jumping Bull, stood beside him, holding a sharpened awl and a knife. The sacrifice was about to begin. Sitting Bull raised his left arm. He locked his eyes on the sacred pole. He would not cry out. He would not flinch. This was his wopila, his offering. Jumping Bull grasped a small fold of skin on Sitting Bull's arm. He pierced it with the awl, lifted it, and sliced it off with the knife. The first piece of flesh fell to the ground. Blood welled up, crimson against his skin. Then he did it again. And again. He worked his way from the wrist to the shoulder, a meticulous, agonizing pattern of sacrifice. The only sounds were the thud of the drum and the sharp, high shriek of eagle-bone whistles blown by the other dancers. The crowd watched in reverent silence. This was the price of a vision. When the left arm was finished, a map of raw, bleeding wounds, Sitting Bull offered his right. Jumping Bull continued his work. 10 pieces, 20, 50. The sun was hot, and the blood began to flow freely, painting his arms, his chest, his leggings. Still, Sitting Bull stood motionless, his gaze locked forward. He was offering his pain directly to Wakan Tanka. The count reached 100. 100 pieces of his own flesh, cut away and given to the earth. He was lightheaded, his body slick with blood and sweat. But the first part of the ordeal was over. He was purified. He was empty. He was ready to receive the vision. Now the dance itself began. He was tethered to the sacred pole by a long, rawhide rope, pierced through the muscles of his back or chest. But Sitting Bull's dance was different. He would dance unbound, freestanding, staring at the sun itself. For the Lakota, the sun, Angpetuwi, was the most powerful physical manifestation of the great mystery. He raised his wakan shield, his face turned upward. He began the slow, shuffling step, his gaze fixed on the blinding white disk in the sky. Back and forth, back and forth. The drumbeat pounded, the whistles shrieked. He would dance, he would not eat, he would not drink. He would only stare into the face of God until it gave him an answer. Section 3. The Vision of the Falling Soldiers. The sun climbed to its zenith, a relentless white-hot eye. The heat in the valley was oppressive, the air shimmering. Dust kicked up by the dancers caked the blood on Sitting Bull's arms. The pain from his wounds was a constant, throbbing fire. But he did not look away. His focus was absolute. This was a battle of will, a test of endurance designed to shatter the barrier between the physical world and the spirit world. Hour after hour he shuffled back and forth. The drums were a physical force, a heartbeat pounding against his ribs. The eagle-bone whistles were a piercing cry, pulling his spirit upward. His body screamed for water, for shade, for release. His vision blurred. The sun was no longer a distant star. It was a burning hole that threatened to consume him. The first day passed, the sun set, and the exhausted dancers rested. But Sitting Bull took no food, no water. His ordeal was not over. He spent the night in prayer, his body aching, his mind hovering in a state of pained exhaustion. At dawn, the drums resumed. He rose. He was weaker now, dehydrated, his body ravaged. But his spirit was hardening. He lifted his gaze once more to the east, meeting the sun as it broke the horizon. And he danced. The second day was a pure, transcendent agony. The world dissolved. There was no camp, no people, no valley. There was only the sun, the drum, and the pain. He was dancing on the edge of consciousness. His movements became automatic, his mind detached. He was pushing his physical form to the absolute breaking point, compelling Wakantanka to notice his sacrifice. And Wakantanka answered, sometime near midday on the second day, as he stared, unblinking, into the blinding core of the sun, his body finally gave out. His legs buckled. He collapsed backward, falling to the earth, unconscious. The drums stopped. The whistles fell silent. A heavy, anxious hush fell over the entire encampment. Attendants rushed to his side. He was not just asleep. He was in a trance. He was gone. They carried his limp body to a teepee and laid him on a buffalo robe, carefully washing the blood and dust from his arms. They waited. For nearly a full day he lay in the lodge, motionless, traveling in the spirit world. When he finally awoke, he was weak, his voice a hoarse whisper. But his eyes were clear, and they burned with a terrifying clarity. He motioned for his uncles and the other chiefs to gather. He had seen it. He described the vision. He told them he had heard a voice from the sky. "I looked," he whispered, "and I saw soldiers, as numerous as grasshoppers." A chill ran through the lodge. This was their greatest fear. But Sitting Bull held up a hand. The vision was not finished. "They were falling," he said, his voice gaining strength. "They were falling from the sky, and they were falling upside down." He paused, letting the image settle. They had no ears, and their hats were falling off. They were falling right into our camp. Section 4. The fulfillment at the greasy grass. The meaning of the vision was instant and electric. Soldiers without ears were soldiers who would not listen, who would not heed the warnings of their scouts, who were deaf to reason. Soldiers with their hats falling off were men in chaos, their formations broken, their discipline gone. And soldiers falling upside down, they were dead soldiers. This was not a vision of a desperate, pitched battle. It was a vision of a result. Wakantanka was not warning them of an attack. He was promising them a victory. The soldiers would be delivered to them, a gift from the heavens, falling like helpless grasshoppers directly into their hands. The news ripped through the 6 great camp circles like a prairie fire. The change in morale was total. The apprehension and fear that had haunted the massive village evaporated, replaced by a cold, supernatural certainty. The Wasichu were coming, yes, but Wakantanka had already granted the victory. Their sacred duty was now simple, to be the instrument of the prophecy. Sitting Bull added one crucial warning. "These soldiers are a gift." He told the people, "We must kill them, but we must not take their guns, their horses, or any of their possessions. The victory must be pure. We must not pollute this sacred gift with looting." The prophecy had come just in time. The village was fortified, united not just in purpose, but in spirit. They waited. The days ticked by. The massive camp moved slowly, following the herds, but it stayed together. The vision had given them the courage to remain a single, powerful fist. Then, on the morning of June 25, 1876, just days after the great dance, the scouts came racing in, their horses lathered. Wasichu were sighted, and they were coming fast. It was Lieutenant Colonel George Armstrong Custer. Long hair. He and his 7th Cavalry had been tracking them relentlessly. Custer, famously arrogant and desperate for a glorious victory, dismissed his Crow and Arikara scouts' terrified warnings about the village's impossible size. He was deaf to their counsel. He had found the hostiles, and he would strike. He divided his command, a fatal error. He sent Major Marcus Reno to attack the southern end of the village. He sent Captain Frederick Benteen on a fruitless scout to the south. and Custer himself took a battalion of 210 men on a hard ride, flanking the bluffs to the north. His plan, to charge directly through the center of the encampment, scattering the families and striking the heart of the resistance. He was planning to ride right into the camp. Reno's attack struck first. It was brutal, but the warriors, emboldened by the prophecy, did not panic. They surged from the lodges, led by Gall, and slammed into Reno's line, shattering it. The attack collapsed into a desperate, bloody rout. But to the north, Custer and his men crested the ridge. They looked down into the valley and, for the first time, understood the sheer scale of what they faced. It was too late. Thousands of warriors, described by one survivor as a black tide pouring from the village, swarmed up the slopes. Crazy Horse led a massive flanking maneuver, cutting off any chance of escape. The fight was over almost before it began. Custer's command was swarmed, his soldiers' formations breaking. They were knocked from their saddles, panicked, deaf to their officers' commands. They fell from their horses, tumbling down the dusty, sage-covered hills. They died in chaos, falling upside down, their hats lost in the fray. In less than an hour, it was over. Custer and his entire immediate command were annihilated. The soldiers, just as numerous as grasshoppers, had been delivered. Sitting Bull's great, agonizing prophecy had been fulfilled to the letter. Sitting Bull's vision is a stunning reminder that history is shaped by more than just bullets and battle plans. It is shaped by belief, by sacrifice, and by visions that can forge the will of a nation. The soldiers fell, just as he saw. What part of this incredible story of prophecy and fulfillment amazed you the most? Let us know in the comments. If you found this history as fascinating as we do, please share this video with a friend and subscribe for more essential stories. Circa 1450, the woodlands south of Lake Ontario. The air is thick with the scent of pine and leaf mold, and something else. Smoke. A man moves through the forest, not with the silence of a hunter, but with the frantic, stumbling gait of the broken. His name is Hiawatha. He is an Onondaga, a man of status and family. But that status is now ashes. He bursts into the clearing. The longhouse, the center of his world, is a skeleton of burning timbers. This was not a battle, it was a raid. A swift, brutal strike by their neighbors, perhaps the Mohawk, perhaps the Seneca. In this world, the enemy is everyone. He finds them near the riverbank. His daughters. They were not taken for ransom. They were not taken for adoption. They were simply erased. This is the reality of the Kanesar, the blood feud, a relentless cycle of violence known as the Mourning Wars. When a family loses a member, they demand a replacement. Warriors are dispatched to take a captive or a scalp. But that act only creates a new grieving family, a new debt of blood. And so the cycle grinds on, generation after generation, consuming the 5 great nations of the woodlands. This spiral of self-destruction seemed unbreakable. It was a dark age from which there was no escape. And yet it was broken. It was replaced by a sophisticated, complex, and resilient political system. A system that would unite these 5 warring nations into a single, dominant superpower. A system that would endure for centuries, long before the United States of America was even a dream. The title of this film is not speculation. It is a historical premise, why the Iroquois Democracy lasted longer than the United States. How did a Stone Age people, with no written language, invent a federal constitution of checks and balances that would later inspire Benjamin Franklin? And what was the secret to its incredible longevity? By the end of this film, you will understand the impossible political technology they engineered and why its ancient principles of unity and endurance now challenge the very foundation of modern America. Section 1. The World of Endless War. Before the dawn of the 15th century, the people of the 5 nations, the Mohawk, the Oneida, the Onondaga, the Cayuga, and the Seneca, controlled a vast territory of lakes, rivers, and endless forest, the land they called Haudenosaunee, the people of the Longhouse. But this Longhouse was bitterly divided. They shared a common language family, common rituals, and a common culture, but they were not a common people. They were locked in a low-intensity, high-brutality cycle of warfare that was bleeding them white. This was not war as a modern general would understand it. There were no battle lines, no armies maneuvering for position. There was only the raid, the ambush, and the terror in the forest. The objective was not territory, it was psychological. It was the morning war. When a person died, whether from disease, accident, or battle, the spiritual power of their clan and nation was diminished. The women of the clan, the Oyana, would demand that the loss be requickened. The clan's young men would form a war party. Their mission: to bring back captives. A male captive might be tortured to death in a slow, ritualized display, a public venting of the community's grief and rage. His brave endurance was believed to transfer his spiritual strength to the captors. A woman or child might be forcibly adopted, given the name and social role of the deceased. But this solution was the disease. The raid on an Oneida village to replace a dead Seneca son would trigger an Oneida raid on a Cayuga village, which would spark a Cayuga attack on the Onondaga. The blood feud, the Kaneza Ta, became the central organizing principle of life. It was a cancer devouring the Five Nations from within. Trust was impossible. Agriculture was perilous, as fields could be burned just before harvest. Travel was a death sentence, and in the center of this storm of grief was Hiawatha. He was not a warrior. He was a statesman, an orator, a voice for reason in a world that had forgotten the word. But the morning war came for him all the same. His family was destroyed. In his despair, he did the unthinkable. He walked away. He left his nation, the Onondaga, and went into self-imposed exile. The oral histories say he was a broken man, half mad with grief. He wandered south, through the dark, primordial forest, until he reached the territory of the Mohawk, the keepers of the eastern door. He was a man hollowed out by loss, searching for an answer. And it was there, on the shores of a lake, that he would encounter a man who had come from the north, a stranger in a white stone canoe. This stranger brought with him a message, a radical, revolutionary concept given to him by the Creator. He called it the Kayanarenko Wa, the great law of peace. His name was Dekanawida, the great peacemaker, and he was about to propose the impossible. Section 2, the condolence and the word. The man in the white stone canoe was not a warrior. He was an outsider, a Huron from the north shore of Lake Ontario, a land of traditional enemies. Worse, he was afflicted with a severe speech impediment, a stutter so profound he could barely articulate his own name. He was, by every standard of the Five Nations, a man of no power or standing. And yet he possessed two things that would change the continent. The first was a divine vision, the Kayanarenko Wa. The second was the man sitting before him, broken and weeping on the riverbank. Hiawatha. The peacemaker had the idea. Hiawatha had the voice. But that voice was choked with grief. Hiawatha was a living embodiment of the morning war, a mind consumed by loss, paralyzed by trauma. Before he could speak the words of peace, he first had to be healed. What happened next was not a political negotiation. It was an act of profound psychological medicine. The peacemaker sat before Hiawatha, not as a leader, but as a therapist. He drew forth strings of wampum, polished shells of whelk and quahog, which he had strung for this exact purpose. In this pre-literate world, wampum was not money. It was a sacred device. Its patterns held meaning, its touch conveyed sincerity. It was a tool for recording and sanctifying the truth. Gently, the peacemaker began the first ever condolence ceremony. He spoke, slowly and deliberately, his stutter forcing a rhythmic gravity onto the words. He addressed Hiawatha's specific agonies. "With this," he said, holding a string of white wampum, "I wipe the tears from your eyes so that you may see clearly again." "With this," he offered another, "I open your ears, which are blocked with grief, so that you may hear the words of peace. And with this, he said, holding the last string, I clear your throat, which is stopped by sorrow, so that you may speak. As the shells touched him, Hiawatha's twisted mind began to straighten. The ceremony was a technology. It was a formal, repeatable procedure designed to do what the morning war could not, restore a human being to reason. It re-quickened the living instead of replacing the dead. The fog of Hiawatha's grief lifted. He could see, he could hear, he could speak, and so the peacemaker, the thinker, unveiled the great law. Hiawatha, the orator, finally gave it voice. The vision was radical. The 5 nations would no longer be 5 nations. They would become a single family, living in a symbolic longhouse that stretched across their entire territory. The Mohawk in the east would be the keepers of the eastern door. The Seneca in the west would be the keepers of the western door. The Onondaga in the center would be the keepers of the central fire. The law was not a vague promise of friendship. It was a detailed, complex federal constitution. It established a grand council of 50 sachems, or chiefs, but these would not be kings. They were representatives, appointed by the clan mothers of their longhouse. The law explicitly separated powers. It created 2 houses of government, the older brothers, Mohawk and Seneca, and the younger brothers, Oneida and Cayuga, who would have to debate and agree on every major decision. And to ensure no decision was rash, it required a third party. The Onondaga, the firekeepers, would sit in judgment, holding the power to veto or confirm the consensus. This was a system of checks and balances, a federal structure, a representative government, and it was all designed to prevent a single man or a single nation from ever again dragging the people into the cycle of the Kanes'ata. The morning war would be outlawed. In its place, the condolence ceremony would become state policy. When a nation suffered a loss, the other nations would raise them up with words of wampum, not with clubs of war. This was the great law of peace. But for now, it was just words spoken between 2 men in the forest. To make it real, they had to convince 5 nations consumed by centuries of hatred and blood debt to adopt it. Their mission began with the most dangerous test imaginable. They walked unarmed into the primary village of the first nation they had to convince, the Mohawk. Section 3. Forging the first rafters. They are met not with arrows, but with a cold, piercing silence. The Mohawk, the Kanyankahaka, or people of the flint, are a hard people, pragmatic and proud. They are the easternmost nation, the buffer against the aggressive Algonquin tribes of the Hudson Valley. They respect strength, and these 2 men appear to have none. One is a stuttering foreigner, the other is a famous Onondaga orator, yes, but one known to have been broken by madness. A council is called in the main longhouse. The air is heavy with smoke and suspicion. The peacemaker, as is his way, sits quietly, holding the wampum strings. Hiawatha stands. His throat is clear, his mind is straight. He begins to speak. He does not plead for peace. He does not appeal to mercy. He teaches. He lays out the great law as a structure, an architecture of power. He describes the symbolic longhouse. He holds up the wampum, explaining how the 2-row belt will soon visualize their new relationship. 2 paths side by side, never forcibly intersecting. He speaks of the older brothers and younger brothers, the legislative houses that will check each other's power. He describes the role of the clan mothers, who will appoint and can impeach any chief who forgets his duty to the people. This gets a reaction. The Mohawk warriors shift. This is not the rule of the strongest. But the clan mothers, the women who hold the lineages, the women who demand the morning war parties, they listen. They see. This new law doesn't just end the Kanes'ata, it gives them a new power, a formal constitutional authority to prevent it. A Mohawk warrior finally speaks, his voice dripping with sarcasm. And what do we do when our brother is killed? Do we sing? Do we weave shells while our enemies laugh? Hiawatha meets his gaze. We do, he says, his voice resonating through the longhouse. We will perform the condolence. We will raise up the grieving nation with the power of the United Nations. We will restore their mind. And the killer, he will not be met by a small war party seeking a single scalp. He will be met by the combined warning of all 5 nations. That is the new power, a power that protects so that no one must be mourned again. He argues that Skenen peace is not weakness. It is the foundation of Kashastensera, power. The debate rages. But the logic of the system is undeniable. It is an escape from a bloody prison. The Mohawk, the people of the Flint, the hard realists, are the first to see the utility of this new technology. They agree. The eastern door is set. Hiawatha and the Peacemaker move west to the territory of the Oneida. With the Mohawk now at their side, the argument is stronger. The Oneida, the people of the Standing Stone, see the wisdom of joining their older brother. The second nation enters the fold. Then the Cayuga. They too agree to join the younger brother's house. In a stunningly short time, the Peacemaker and Hiawatha have done the impossible. They have convinced 3 of the 5 nations to lay down their ancient hatreds and join a single constitutional government. But the Longhouse is not complete. The western door, the Seneca, remains uncommitted. And more importantly, the Central Fire, the most powerful nation, the Onondaga, is not just resistant. It is held in the grip of a single, terrifying man. Hiawatha, the Peacemaker, and the new allies travel to the hill country of the Onondaga, Hiawatha's own people. And there they find the great law's ultimate obstacle. His name is Tadodaho. He is a warrior and a sorcerer. The stories say he is a cannibal, that his mind is as twisted as his body, that his hair is a mass of living, writhing snakes. He is the living embodiment of the morning war, a being of pure, chaotic, individual power. And he will not let his world be replaced. Section 4. Combing the snakes from his hair. The heart of the Onondaga territory is a dark, swampy place. When the delegation arrives, they find Tadodaho in a secluded lodge. The air is cold. The oral history is stark. He is not a man one meets with. He is a force one survives. He is exactly as Hiawatha described him. His body is contorted, his joints bent at unnatural angles, and his hair is a tangled mass of living snakes, hissing, striking at the air. He is the human manifestation of the blood feud, isolated, terrifying, and profoundly mad. Hiawatha, the silver-tongued orator who swayed the Mohawk, steps forward. He begins to speak the words of the great law. But the words fail. They cannot reach Tadodaho. The sorcerer's power is a wall of pure chaos. He laughs, a sound like cracking stone. He represents the ultimate, selfish ego. Why should he, who thrives on fear, accept a system built on consensus? Why should a tyrant submit to a council? The delegation falters. The entire impossible project, the Longhouse, the Constitution, the future, is about to die at the feet of this one, twisted man. The Peacemaker, the man who stutters, steps forward. He raises his hand not in greeting, but in command. He knows he cannot use force. Force is the old way. It is what made Tadodaho. He cannot use logic. Tadodaho's mind is twisted. He must be healed. The Peacemaker turns to Hiawatha and the sachems of the newly united nations. He begins to sing. It is the peace hymn, a slow, powerful chant. They approach the sorcerer, not as enemies, but as doctors. They offer him the wampum. They begin the condolence ceremony. They address his pain, his isolation. They offer to straighten his mind. Hiawatha, his own mind once straightened by this same process, takes the lead. "With this," he chants, "we wipe the grime from your skin so you may be whole. With this," the Mohawk chief adds, "we clear your ears so you may hear the words of law. With this," the Oneida chief says, We restore your sight, so you may see the good of the people. They physically surround him, their combined spiritual power, the power of their new unity, pressing in on his personal chaos. And then Hiawatha and the peacemaker do the unimaginable. They reach out and begin to comb the snakes from his hair. They are not killing the snakes. They are soothing them, untangling them, straightening them. They are healing his mind. As they work, Tadodaho's contorted body begins to straighten. The madness recedes from his eyes. The hissing stops. He is, for the first time, still. His mind is clear. He sees the men before him. He sees the power of their new idea. But the peacemaker is a political genius, not just a spiritual leader. He knows this healed man is still proud. He cannot be just a subject of the new law. He must be its guardian. The peacemaker makes his final, greatest offer. "Tadodaho," he says, his voice slow and clear. "Your nation, the Onondaga, will be the fire keepers. You will host the Grand Council. You will hold the veto. And you, Tadodaho, will be its head sachem. You will be the judge. Your voice will be the last one heard. You will be the one to confirm all decisions. The law will not pass without you. The peacemaker does not destroy his enemy. He does not defeat him. He promotes him. He takes the greatest force of chaos and makes him the chief justice, binding him to the system by giving him the most crucial role." Tadodaho, the sorcerer, the cannibal, looks at the peacemaker. And he agrees. The central fire is lit. The political heart of the Confederacy is born. Now only one obstacle remains. The Seneca, the keepers of the Western Door. They are the largest and most powerful of the 5 nations, and they have been watching this all with deep skepticism. Section 5. The Bundle of Arrows. The delegation that arrives in the Seneca heartland is a sight of almost unimaginable power. It is not 2 reformers. It is the leadership of 4 nations moving as one. Hiawatha, the Onondaga orator, the chiefs of the Mohawk, Oneida, and Cayuga. And at their head, walking with a new, straight-backed dignity, is Tadodaho, his hair combed, his mind clear. The Seneca, the people of the Great Hill, are warriors. They are the most numerous, the most militarily feared of the 5 nations. They are the Western Door, because they are the wall against which the nations of the Ohio Valley break. They greet the delegation with formal respect, but their skepticism is palpable. Their 2 greatest warrior chiefs listen as Hiawatha once again recites the architecture of the great law. When he finishes, a Seneca chief rises. "You speak well, Hiawatha, but you speak of peace. We are a people of war. It is our strength that keeps us safe. Why should we, the most powerful nation, bind ourselves to the decisions of the less powerful? Why should we give up the club for the wampum string?" This is the ultimate test of the peacemaker's vision. Can it satisfy the strongest, or is it only a refuge for the weak? The peacemaker, the stuttering Huron, comes forward. He has waited for this moment. He holds in his hand not a string of wampum, but a single arrow. He looks at the skeptical chief. "You are one nation," he says. He places the arrow over his knee and, with a sharp crack, snaps it in 2. He tosses the broken pieces to the ground. Then he bends and picks up a bundle. It is 5 arrows lashed tightly together with deer sinew. He holds the bundle out to the same Seneca chief. "This," his voice struggles but his meaning is clear, "is the Kayanarenko Wa. This is the great law." He pushes the bundle into the warrior's chest. "Break it." The chief grips the bundle. He strains, his muscles bunch. He is the strongest of the strong, but the bundle does not give. He puts it over his knee, throwing his full weight against it. The sinew groans, but the arrows hold. He steps back, breathing heavily, defeated by a symbol. The peacemaker's voice is quiet, but it fills the longhouse. The great law is not about weakness. It is about kashastensera, power, a power you cannot achieve alone. Our unity will be this bundle. We will be a force that cannot be broken. The Seneca chiefs look at the bundle. They look at each other. The logic is brutal, simple, and undeniable. This is not surrender. This is multiplication. They agree. The western door is set. The impossible is complete. The work of Hiawatha and the Peacemaker has united a world. On the shores of Onondaga Lake, the 5 nations assemble. The 50 sachems, the new Grand Council, are appointed by their clan mothers. Tadodaho takes his seat as the firekeeper. The Peacemaker formalizes the law. Under this great law, he proclaims, you are no longer 5 nations. You are Haudenosaunee, the people of the Longhouse. He plants the great tree of peace, a towering white pine. At its top, he places an eagle to watch for enemies. Then the Peacemaker and the 50 sachems uproot the great tree. Into the dark chasm below, they cast their weapons of war, the clubs, the knives, the tomahawks of the morning wars. A deep underground stream washes them away. Forever. The Haudenosaunee Confederacy is born, a federal, representative, constitutional republic, passed into law not on paper, but in the minds of a people. But this was just the founding. The paper constitutions of their European rivals would one day be torn apart by civil war in less than a century. How did this oral constitution, held together only by memory and wampum, manage to endure for centuries? Section 6. The Engine of Endurance. The answer was not in its founding, but in its function. The great law of peace was not a static proclamation, it was a running engine, designed to process and neutralize the one thing that had destroyed them before: conflict. When a European power like France or Britain made a decision, it did so with the voice of a single monarch. The Haudenosaunee made decisions with the voice of 50, and that voice had to be unanimous. The Grand Council at Onondaga was not a parliament of rivals, but a ceremony of consensus. Imagine the scene. The 50 sachems are assembled. A crisis has come, perhaps a land dispute with the Algonquin, or a trade offer from the newly arrived Dutch. The older brothers, the Mohawk and Seneca, debate the issue first. They must come to a single unified position. Then they pass their decision across the fire to the younger brothers, the Oneida and Cayuga. They too must debate until they reach their own single unified position. If the 2 houses disagree, the debate begins again. They are forced by constitutional structure to keep talking. If they finally agree, their joint decision is passed to the firekeepers, the Onondaga, with Tadodaho at their head. The Onondaga do not debate the issue's merits. They serve as judges. Their only question is this decision in accordance with the great law of peace? If it is not, they veto it, sending it back. If it is, they confirm it. Only then, after passing through 3 separate, unanimous checks, does the decision become the will of the Haudenosaunee. This process was slow. It was deliberate. It was, to an outsider, agonizing. But it was unbreakable. It made rash, emotional decisions, the kind that start morning wars, a structural impossibility. It forced the most extreme voices to compromise. It prevented any single man or single nation from dominating the others. There was no tyranny of the majority. There was only consensus. But even this was not the law's greatest secret to longevity. That secret lay with the people who did not sit on the Grand Council, the women. In European society, power flowed down from a male king, granted by a male god. In the Haudenosaunee world, power flowed up from the earth, which was the domain of the women. The Oiana, the clan mothers, were the true holders of political authority. The 50 sachems did not inherit their titles. They did not win them in battle. They were appointed by the clan mother of their lineage. She chose them for their wisdom, their calm, and their commitment to the great law. And she could impeach them. If any sachem, even the great Tadodaho, acted selfishly, or refused to listen to his people, or tried to lead them to war, the clan mother of his line would give him 3 warnings. First, she would warn him in private. Second, she would warn him before the men of his clan. If he still refused to heed the will of the people, she would warn him a third time before the entire Grand Council. If he still resisted, she would formally dehorn him, stripping him of the sacred deer antlers, the symbol of his office. He was a private citizen once more. This was the ultimate check and balance. The warriors and orators held the prestige, but the women held the power. They were the ones who had once demanded the morning wars. Now the great law gave them the constitutional authority to prevent them. This two-part engine, a council that demanded consensus and a populace that could impeach its leaders, created an internal stability the world had never seen. It was this stability that turned the Haudenosaunee from a collection of broken villages into a dominant woodland superpower. And they would need every ounce of that power because a new, strange, and profoundly destabilizing force was landing on their eastern door: the Europeans. Section 7. The Empire of the Longhouse. The arrival of the Dutch in the Hudson Valley in 1609, followed by the French to the north and the English to the south, did not signal the end of Haudenosaunee power. It signaled the beginning of their empire. The Europeans brought something that would convulse the continent: the global fur trade. Beaver pelts became more valuable than gold. And the Haudenosaunee, sitting on the most strategic territory in North America, a funnel that controlled all river and lake access from the coast to the Great Lakes, became the most important men on the continent. Where other, less united tribes were quickly exploited and fragmented, the Haudenosaunee responded with the unified power of the bundle of arrows. Their old enemies, the Huron and Algonquin, allied with the French. In response, the Grand Council at Onondaga made a decision. They would not be middlemen. They would be the source. They launched the Beaver Wars. This was not the Kanesatá. This was a 70-year campaign of geopolitical and economic conquest. Haudenosaunee war parties, supplied with Dutch firearms and driven by a unified federal strategy, moved with a speed and coordination their enemies could not comprehend. They didn't just raid, they systematically dismantled the entire French fur trade network. They shattered the Huron Confederacy. They conquered the Erie, the Neutral, and the Petun. They adopted thousands of captives, not out of grief, but to swell their numbers and replace their losses, turning former enemies into new Haudenosaunee citizens. By 1680, the Longhouse had expanded its influence from the Mississippi River to the Atlantic, from the St. Lawrence to the Ohio Valley. They were the undisputed lords of the woodlands, and they did it all while conducting a masterclass in diplomacy. The Haudenosaunee Grand Council did not see the Europeans as masters. It saw them as neighbors, and it used the great law's demand for consensus to navigate the great game. While the English and French waged near-constant war, the Haudenosaunee practiced a policy of aggressive neutrality. They would ally with the British to fight the French, and then sign a separate peace treaty with the French, the Great Peace of Montreal, in 1701, to secure their northern border. They perfected the playoff system, pitting one European crown against the other. "We are courted by both," one Onondaga sachem famously said. "If the English are bad to us, we go to the French. If the French are bad to us, we go to the English." Colonial governors from Albany and Quebec, used to dealing with fragmented tribes, were baffled. They would arrive at Onondaga expecting to bribe a single king, only to be told they must wait for the older brothers to debate the younger brothers, and for the firekeepers to confirm the consensus. The Haudenosaunee could not be broken or bought by a single agent. This sophisticated federal system was not lost on the colonial leaders forced to deal with it. A young printer from Philadelphia, Benjamin Franklin, was sent to the Haudenosaunee capital in 1754 as a diplomat for the Pennsylvania colony. He was there to observe the Grand Council. He saw 50 representatives from different nations, debating in separate houses, all bound by a single constitution, operating as a unified and dominant political entity. And he saw that it had worked, without interruption, for centuries. He would write in a letter, "It would be a strange thing If 6 nations of ignorant savages should be capable of forming a scheme for such a union, and yet that a like union should be impracticable for 10 or a dozen English colonies. The United States was not yet born, but its future founders were already taking notes. The great law of peace, born in the 15th century forest, had endured. It had survived the blood feuds, it had conquered a continent, and it had outmaneuvered the empires of Europe. But it was about to face a war that would do what no other enemy could, a war that would set brother against brother. The American Revolution. Section 8. The fire extinguished. The colonial world is on fire. The 13 colonies have declared a war of independence against their British father. For the Haudenosaunee, it is a disaster. This is not a war against them. It is a war within the family of their white neighbors. And it demands they choose a side. The Grand Council is called at Onondaga. The 50 sachems gather around the central fire, the fire that has burned for nearly 300 years. The debate is the most agonizing in their history. The Mohawk, under their influential war chief Thayendanegea, Joseph Brant, argue for the British. The Crown has signed treaties. The Crown has established the Proclamation Line, a border protecting their lands from the endless hunger of the colonial settlers. But the Oneida argue for the Americans. Their missionary, Samuel Kirkland, has powerful influence. He speaks of liberty, and he warns that the land-hungry colonists are the ones who will be their neighbors, win or lose. The debate rages. The older brothers cannot agree. The younger brothers cannot agree. The structure of the Great Law, designed to produce total consensus, grinds to a halt. It has no mechanism for a 51-49 split. It has no process for majority rule. To force a vote would be to violate the very foundation of the law. The sachems are faced with an impossible choice: violate their constitution or be paralyzed as the world burns around them. They choose a third, tragic path. Tadodaho, the firekeeper, rises. In the most solemn act the Haudenosaunee can perform, the sachems agree to cover the central fire. They carefully extinguish the flames that symbolized their unity. For the first time since the peacemaker, the Longhouse is constitutionally dissolved. The bundle of arrows is unbound. You are now, the sachems declare, free to choose your own path. The great law is suspended, and the morning war returns. August 6, 1777, the Battle of Oriskany. In a dense, bloody ravine, a force of colonial militia is ambushed by British loyalists and their Haudenosaunee allies, Mohawks and Senecas. But fighting alongside the American militia are the Oneida, brother against brother. For the first time in 3 centuries, men bound by the Great Law kill each other on the field of battle. The ancient blood feud, the Kanesatā, has returned with a vengeance. The Americans, led by a George Washington who once respected the Haudenosaunee, now sees them as a mortal threat. In 1779, he orders the total destruction and devastation of their homeland. The Sullivan Expedition. It is not a battle. It is an extermination. General John Sullivan's army marches through the Haudenosaunee heartland. They burn over 40 towns. They systematically destroy the fields, cutting down millions of bushels of corn. They chop down the ancient orchards. They leave nothing. The breadbasket of the Confederacy is turned to ash. The Haudenosaunee, the great woodland superpower, are scattered. They starve. They freeze. When the war ends, the Haudenosaunee who sided with the British flee to Canada, re-establishing a new council fire on the Grand River. Those who sided with the Americans, like the Oneida, are betrayed by their allies, their lands taken by the new, land-hungry United States. The empire is gone. The Longhouse is a smoking ruin. The great law, it seems, is dead. But a law that is memorized cannot be burned. A constitution that lives in the mind cannot be destroyed by an army. While the young United States was busy ratifying its new paper constitution, a document heavily inspired by the Haudenosaunee model, yet built for adversarial parties and majority rule, the survivors of the Longhouse were quietly gathering. They were rekindling the central fire. They were appointing new sachems. They were reciting the great law. And this ancient law was about to prove its most radical point. It was just getting started. Section 9. The Law That Will Not Die. The United States of America was born. In 1787, its founders gathered in Philadelphia to replace their own failed Constitution, the Articles of Confederation. They debated, they compromised, and they created a document of profound genius, the U.S. Constitution. It was a system of checks and balances. It had two legislative houses, a House and a Senate, to check each other's power. It had a chief executive and a judiciary. It was, as Benjamin Franklin knew, a federal system directly inspired by the Haudenosaunee model he had witnessed. But it was not the Haudenosaunee model. It was, in two crucial ways, its opposite. First, it was built for paper, not for people. Its laws were written, not memorized. Its power could be amended by a pen, but its principles could be forgotten by a generation. Second, and more fatally, it was not built for consensus. It was built for conflict. It enshrined the idea of political parties, of majority rule, of 51% having the right to impose its will on 49%. It had no condolence ceremony to heal the twisted mind of the losing side. For a time, this new American system flourished. But the Haudenosaunee, they endured. Scattered and dispossessed, they did what their law required. The Onondaga rekindled the central fire in their diminished territory. The Mohawk, Cayuga, and others who had fled to Canada rekindled a second fire at Grand River in Ontario. The 50 sachems were raised up. The clan mothers appointed them. The condolence ceremony was performed. The ancient oral recitations of the great law began again. They were a government in exile and a government at home, operating simultaneously. The 19th century dawned. The United States grew into a continental power, but the paper constitution had a poison in its code, a faction, as James Madison called it, a fundamental, unresolved conflict, slavery. The American system of majority rule could not solve it. The debates grew hotter, the factions grew more hateful. The morning war that the peacemaker had banished was brewing in the American soul. In 1861, just 74 years after its ratification, the United States Constitution failed. The Southern states seceded. The federal union, modeled on the unbreakable Haudenosaunee bundle, shattered. The American Civil War began. It was the Kanesatah on an industrial scale, a 4-year bloodletting that killed over 750,000 Americans. It was a failure of consensus so total that the only solution was violence. The American Longhouse burned. During that exact same period, the Haudenosaunee Grand Council at Onondaga met. They appointed sachems. They debated their own survival. They used the great law to manage their internal affairs and their relations with the overpowering American government. Their system, designed to force consensus and prevent factional war, held. The American system, designed to manage factions, collapsed. The Haudenosaunee Democracy had already been functioning for over 100 years before the U.S. Civil War. And it never stopped. Through the 20th century, as the United States fought world wars and its political parties became ever more divided, the Grand Council continued. In the 1920s, when the U.S. government tried to forcibly make them all citizens and dissolve their government, the Council resisted, sending a delegation to Washington, D.C. To this day, the Grand Council of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy still meets at the Onondaga Longhouse. The clan mothers still appoint the 50 sachems. They still recite the great law of peace, passed down in an unbroken oral chain from Hiawatha and the Peacemaker. They issue their own Haudenosaunee passports, a declaration of sovereignty that their lacrosse team has used and been challenged for in international competition. The United States is 238 years old. Its current, post-Civil War government is just 160 years old. The Haudenosaunee Confederacy, founded sometime around 1450, is nearly 600 years old. The great law of peace has lasted longer than the United States because it was designed to. It was built not on paper, but in the mind. It was built not to win arguments, but to end them. It is an engine designed to heal human grief and neutralize human ego, the two forces that have torn every other empire on earth apart. The eagle still sits atop the great tree of peace, and it is still watching. Conclusion music swells. Narrator. The story of the Great Law is a reminder that a constitution is not a document. It is a promise. It is a set of relationships, a technology for human cooperation. The Haudenosaunee built an engine for unity that has proven more resilient than any system built for division. What part of the Great Law's structure, the clan mother's power, the houses, or the consensus rule, do you think is most responsible for its incredible endurance? If you found this history as revolutionary as we do, please share this film with a friend and subscribe for more stories of the ideas that truly shaped our world.